Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. This isn't just a ghost story. This is a chronicle of one man's unwilling initiation into the unseen world. A journey marked by terror, resilience, and unexpected connection to the very heartbeat of our planet. From the personal torment of a haunting to the profound responsibility of mediating a primordial awakening, his story unveils the intricate and often terrifying tapestry that lies just beyond our perception. Over the next 50 episodes, we will delve deep into this unfolding saga. We will trace the chilling escalation of paranormal activity, the desperate search for understanding, and the ultimate confrontation with forces beyond human comprehension. We will explore the echoes of ancient history, the power of lineage, and the burgeoning potential of a new age dawning in the unseen realms. So, settle in, open your mind, and prepare to journey with us. This is more than just a story. It's an exploration of the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our reality, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit, and a glimpse into the widening circle of the unseen. Let the journey begin. Stage 1, the physical onset. Chapter 1, the crushing stillness. The transition from wakefulness to slumber usually felt like a gentle descent, a slow drift into the welcoming embrace of unconsciousness. But this was different. It was abrupt, violent, as if an unseen hand had slammed down, trapping him in a state between worlds. One moment, the soft hum of the air conditioner was his only companion. The next, a profound and terrifying stillness enveloped him. His eyelids felt fused together, heavy as lead, defying his desperate commands to open. His limbs, moments before relaxed and pliant, now lay heavy and unresponsive, anchored to the mattress by an invisible force. A primal fear, raw and visceral, clawed his way up his throat, a silent scream trapped behind frozen lips. He tried to move, a frantic, internal struggle against an unyielding paralysis. He willed his fingers to twitch, his toes to curl, but his body remained stubbornly, horrifyingly inert. It was as if he were encased in concrete, a conscious mind imprisoned within a lifeless shell. Panic began to bloom in his chest, a cold, suffocating flower fueled by his utter lack of control. His breath hitched, a shallow, ragged gas that offered no solace against the growing pressure on his chest. It felt as though an immense weight, invisible yet undeniably present, had settled upon him, stealing the air from his lungs. Each strained inhale was a monumental effort, a desperate plea for oxygen against an unseen oppressor. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat echoing the rising terror in his mind. He was awake, acutely aware of his surroundings. The faint, ethereal glow of the digital clock on his nightstand, the familiar scent of old books and dust that always permeated his bedroom, yet utterly powerless within them. He strained his eyes, willing them to pierce the darkness behind his eyelids, but they remained stubbornly sealed, locked in their atonic sleep state. He tried to cry out, to summon his wife, Sarah, sleeping soundly in the next room, but his vocal cords were equally unresponsive, trapped in a silent, agonizing scream. The frustration mounted, a suffocating layer upon the already crushing fear, creating a vortex of utter helplessness. This was not the peaceful oblivion of sleep. This was a terrifying, conscious entombment. Mark desperately clawed at the edges of reason, trying to find a logical anchor in the storm of his fear. He had been pushing himself hard at work, the pressure of a looming deadline a constant weight on his shoulders. Maybe this was just an extreme manifestation of stress, his anxieties seeping into the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep. He had read articles about sleep paralysis, the strange neurological phenomenon where the mind awoke, while the body remained temporarily paralyzed. It was supposed to be benign, a fleeting glitch in the brain's complex wiring. But this felt different. The crushing weight, the suffocating pressure, the palpable sense of dread, it felt too real, too visceral to be dismissed as a mere trick of the mind. His life had become a relentless cycle of deadlines and late nights. Sleep, once a sanctuary, had become a battlefield of racing thoughts and fitful rest. He had ignored the persistent tension headaches, the gnawing fatigue, attributing them to the demands of his career. Now, lying paralyzed and suffocating in the oppressive darkness, a chilling thought slithered into his mind. Was his body finally staging a revolt, manifesting his buried anxieties in this terrifyingly physical way? He tried to focus on the rhythm of his breathing, to slow the frantic pounding of his heart. Inhale, exhale, but the weight on his chest made each breath a conscious, agonizing effort, a constant reminder of his utter lack of control. His mind raced, a frantic search for a rational explanation, a logical escape route from this terrifying predicament. Maybe if he just relaxed, if he surrendered to paralysis, it would pass. He tried to release the tension in his muscles, to let go of the fear that gripped him, but the primal instinct to survive, to draw a full, unrestricted breath, was too strong, too deeply ingrained. Another wave of panic crashed over him as the unseen pressure on his chest intensified. It felt as though the malevolent weight was increasing, squeezing the very life out of him. His vision swam behind his closed eyelids, a chaotic swirl of colors and distorted shapes dancing in the suffocating darkness. He fought to maintain consciousness, to not succumb to the encroaching blackness that threatened to swallow him whole. Just as the terror reached its unbearable apex, just as he felt himself teetering on the precipice of oblivion, the crushing pressure began to recede. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the weight lifted. The suffocating grip loosened its hold. His breath returned in ragged, desperate gasps, his heart gradually slowing its frantic, terrified rhythm. The paralysis began to dissipate, a pins and needles sensation prickling through his limbs, like lifeblood surging back into a long, dormant body. Finally, with a shuddering gasp that tore through the silence of the room, Mark forced his eyes open. The familiar shapes of his bedroom swam into focus, distorted by the lingering fear and the dim light filtering through the curtains. The ethereal glow of the digital clock read 3:17 a.m. The scent of old books and dust still hung in the air, now tinged with the metallic tang of fear. Everything was as it should be, yet everything felt irrevocably tainted by the terror he had just endured. He was drenched in a cold, clammy sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had just emerged from a violent struggle. He sat bolt upright in bed, his chest aching, his throat raw from the silent screams that echoed only in his mind. His eyes darted frantically around the room, scanning the familiar shadows that now seemed to hold a menacing quality. He searched for the source of the unseen weight, the malevolent oppressor that had held him captive in its suffocating grip. But there was nothing, only the familiar outlines of his furniture, the comforting clutter of his personal space that now felt strangely alien. Yet, the lingering fear, the visceral memory of the crushing pressure and the suffocating helplessness, remained a chilling testament to the terror he had just endured. He tried to convince himself that it was just sleep paralysis, a harmless neurological quirk. But a seed of insidious doubt had been planted in the fertile ground of his fear, a nagging, unsettling feeling that what he had experienced was more than just a trick of his overstressed mind. The sheer intensity of the pressure, the suffocating weight, the overwhelming sense of dread, it felt too real, too physical to be dismissed so easily. Mark swung his legs out of bed, his limbs still shaky and weak, and walked unsteadily to the window. He pulled back the curtains, peering out into the silent, pre-dawn world. The neighborhood lay still and peaceful, streetlights casting long, lonely shadows across manicured lawns. The world outside seemed oblivious to the terror that had just gripped him, a stark contrast to the turmoil raging within him. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to quell the frantic rhythm of his thoughts. He needed to find an explanation, a reason for what had happened. He couldn't simply dismiss it as a bad dream and pretend it hadn't occurred. The visceral memory of that crushing weight, the suffocating helplessness, would stay with him, a dark, unwelcome shadow lurking in the corners of his mind, waiting for the next descent into sleep. He knew sleep would be elusive now, the fear of a repeat performance a potent deterrent to the welcoming embrace of unconsciousness. He decided to seek answers, to arm himself with knowledge against this unseen assailant. He grabbed his laptop from the nightstand, the cool metal a small, grounding comfort against his clammy hands. He sat back against the headboard, the glow of the screen illuminating his pale, anxious face. He typed sleep paralysis into the search engine, his fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the search results. He scrolled through articles, medical websites, and online forums, desperately seeking an explanation that resonated with the sheer physicality of his terrifying experience. He found a wealth of information about sleep paralysis, the neurological mechanisms, the link to stress and sleep deprivation, the common symptoms of paralysis, and hallucinations. Many describe vivid visual or auditory hallucinations, a sense of shadowy presence lurking in a room, a feeling of dread and unease. But the intense, crushing weight on his chest, the suffocating pressure that had threatened to extinguish his very breath, seemed to be a less frequently reported symptom. Hours bled into the early morning as Mark delved deeper into the digital rabbit hole, his anxiety growing with each article that failed to fully account for the profound physicality of his terror. He started to venture into less conventional explanations, his fingers hesitantly typing in terms like sleep paralysis physical pressure and supernatural sleep paralysis. He found forums and websites dedicated to paranormal experiences, filled with stories that echoed his own fear with unsettling accuracy. Accounts of oppressive weight, of a feeling of being pinned down by an unseen, malevolent force, of a suffocating presence in a room. These stories were often dismissed by the scientific community as the overactive imaginations of frightened individuals, the product of suggestibility and shared anxiety. Yet for Mark, they offered a strange, unsettling sort of validation. He wasn't alone in experiencing this intense, physical violation during the vulnerable state of sleep. He finally closed his laptop, the glow of the screen fading as dawn began to paint the sky outside his window in hues of gray and pale pink. His mind reeled, a chaotic jumble of scientific explanations and unsettling anecdotes. He didn't want to believe in the supernatural, in malevolent entities lurking just beyond the veil of reality. He was a man of science, a pragmatist by nature, but the logical explanations felt hollow, inadequate in the face of the visceral terror he had endured. The memory of that crushing weight, the suffocating pressure, the undeniable feeling of hostile presence. It was too real, too physical to be simply dismissed as a neurological glitch or a vivid nightmare born of stress. The new day brought a fragile sense of normalcy, the mundane routines of life a temporary distraction from the lingering fear. But as dusk began to settle, casting long, ominous shadows across his bedroom walls, the cold knot of fear returned, tightening its icy grip in his stomach. He knew, with a chilling certainty that resonated deep within his bones, that last night had not been an isolated incident. The weight had lifted, but the memory lingered, a terrifying promise of an inevitable return. And he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that whatever had pressed down on him in the suffocating darkness was not merely a figment of his overactive imagination. The first, terrifying grip of night terrors had been broken, but it also opened a door to something unknown, something that felt undeniably real and profoundly threatening. The crushing stillness of the night held a promise of further, more terrifying encounters to come. Chapter 2. First Chill. Sleep became a battlefield. Each night, Mark approached his bed with growing dread, the memory of the crushing stillness, a palpable weight in the air of his bedroom. He tried various strategies, leaving a dim lamp on, reading until his eyelids felt heavy, even a few sips of warm milk, all futile attempts to ward off the terror that awaited in the darkness. The rational part of his mind insisted it was just sleep paralysis, a temporary glitch. But the primal fear, etched deep within his being, whispered of something more sinister. Several nights passed with fitful, uneasy sleep, punctuated by jolts of waking and a lingering tension. He found himself holding his breath as he drifted off, a subconscious attempt to guard against the suffocating pressure. Then it returned, not with the immediate, crushing force of first time, but subtly, insidiously. He awoke, or rather, found himself suspended in that terrifying liminal space, his mind alert but his body stubbornly unresponsive. The familiar paralysis gripped him, but this time it was accompanied by a distinct sensation, a creeping cold that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. It wasn't the normal coolness of the room. This was a bone-deep chill, the kind that settles in the marrow and refuses to be shaken. It felt unnatural, alien. The cold intensified, spreading across his skin like an icy tide. His breath hitched in his throat, not from pressure this time, but from the sheer unnaturalness of the sensation. It felt as though the temperature in the room had plummeted. Yet he could hear the faint hum of the air conditioner, a constant reminder that the ambient temperature should be comfortable. This cold was internal, pervasive, as if something icy and intangible was seeping into his very being. As the chill deepened, strange flickers of imagery danced behind his sealed eyelids. They weren't the coherent narratives of dreams, but fleeting, disjointed fragments, distorted shapes that seemed to ride in the darkness, fleeting glimpses of pale, indistinct faces that vanished as quickly as they appeared. They were unsettling, disturbing, feeding the growing sense of dread that coiled in his stomach. Mark fought to dismiss these images as mere hypnagogic hallucinations, the strange visual phenomena that can occur in the twilight zone between wakefulness and sleep. He told himself they were just random firings of neurons, meaningless sparks in the darkness of his mind. But the accompanying cold felt undeniably real, a physical sensation that anchored the fleeting images to a more terrifying reality. Finally, the paralysis began to recede, the icy grip on his body loosening. He gasped awake, his skin clammy and cold despite the normal temperature of the room. A shiver ran down his spine, a lingering echo of the unnatural chill he had just experienced. He sat up in bed, pulling the blankets tightly around him, as if to ward off the lingering cold that seemed to cling to his very bones. He reached out and touched his arm, expecting it to feel cool, but it was merely slightly damp with sweat. Yet the memory of the bone-deep chill remained vivid, unsettling. He got out of bed and checked the thermostat, confirming that the room temperature was a comfortable 72 degrees Fahrenheit. There was no logical explanation for the intense cold he had felt. Throughout the day, a subtle unease clung to him. He found himself constantly aware of the temperature around him, a hypervigilance against the return of that unnatural chill. He remembered half-forgotten tales of ghosts, of cold spots that marked their presence, and a shiver traced its way down his spine. He tried to find a rational link, to explain the cold away as a draft or a fluctuation in the air conditioning, but his logical mind struggled against the vivid memory of that pervasive, internal chill. That night, as he drifted back to sleep, the fear was a tangible presence beside him. The darkness felt heavier, more oppressive. When the paralysis returned, it was accompanied by the familiar crushing weight on his chest. But the cold was there too, a subtle undercurrent beneath the pressure, a chilling reminder of the previous night's terror. The fleeting images behind his eyelids returned, more vivid this time. He saw a flash of a gaunt, pale face, its eyes wide and filled with an unseen sorrow. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. He fought to open his eyes, to break free from the paralysis, but his body remained locked in its terrifying stillness. Then, the cold intensified, focusing on his chest, right where the unseen weight pressed down. It felt as though a block of ice had been placed directly on his heart, a deep, penetrating chill that seemed to steal the warmth from his very core. The pressure intensified, making it harder to breathe, the cold adding a new layer of agonizing discomfort to familiar terror. Just as he felt himself teetering on the brink of consciousness, a new, even more unsettling sensation arose. A faint, almost imperceptible feeling, like a soft brush against his hair, right at the crown of his head. It was fleeting, barely there, but in the context of the paralysis, the crushing weight and the unnatural cold, it felt profoundly invasive, a chilling violation of his personal space. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the paralysis receded. Mark gasped awake, his heart pounding, his body slick with a cold sweat. The crushing weight was gone, but the lingering chill on his chest remained, a cold, heavy echo of the terror he had just experienced. And the faint, almost phantom sensation of a touch on his hair sent a fresh wave of icy dread washing over him. The rational explanations were beginning to fray at the edges, the whispers of something more sinister growing louder in the darkness of his mind. The first chill had been unsettling. The phantom touch was deeply disturbing, planting a seed of terrifying uncertainty about the nature of the force that held him captive in the night. Chapter 3. Mark of the Night. The following night, Mark approached sleep with a wary apprehension of a soldier entering enemy territory. He tried to convince himself that the chilling cold and the phantom touch were merely heightened sensory experiences within the throes of sleep paralysis, bizarre misfirings of his overstressed nervous system. But a sliver of doubt, sharp and persistent, had taken root. The sheer physicality of it all felt wrong. He'd even asked Sarah about his sleep, if she'd noticed him twitching or making any unusual noises. She'd simply looked at him with concern, attributing his anxiety to the stress of work and the lingering effects of his sleep disturbances. Her reassurances, though well-intentioned, offered little comfort against a vivid memory of that icy brush against his scalp. When sleep finally claimed him, it was fitful and shallow, punctuated by brief awakenings where he'd jolt upright, heart pounding, scanning the familiar darkness for any sign of the unseen presence. The night felt heavy, pregnant with an unspoken threat. Then it returned. The familiar paralysis descended, trapping him in its silent, suffocating embrace. The crushing weight settled on his chest, heavier than before, stealing his breath and igniting a fresh wave of panic. But this time, the cold was different. It wasn't the pervasive chill of the previous night. Instead, it was localized, focused intensely on the area beneath the oppressive weight, right over his sternum. It felt like a block of ice had been placed directly on his heart, radiating a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to seep into his very core. As the agonizing cold intensified, a new sensation emerged, a subtle but distinct pressure concentrated on his chest, directly beneath where the unseen weight felt the heaviest. It wasn't just a feeling of being pressed down. This was a more focused, localized pressure, almost like a firm, insistent hand resting there. Behind his sealed eyelids, the fleeting images flickered with renewed intensity. He saw a flash of a pale, gaunt hand, its fingers long and slender, hovering just above his chest. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, but the lingering impression of its icy presence sent a jolt of pure terror through him. Then, as the paralysis began to recede and the crushing weight and localized cold lessened their grip, Mark gasped awake, his body slick with a cold sweat. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room. He sat up, his chest aching, his breath coming in ragged gasps. And then he saw it, on his chest, directly over his sternum, where he felt the localized cold and the distinct pressure was a faint mark. It was a bruise, but unlike any bruise he had ever seen before. It wasn't the angry purple or blue of a recent impact. Instead, it was a sickly pale green, almost translucent, as if the color had been leached from his skin. It was small, roughly the size of a palm, and the edges were indistinct, as if it had bled into his skin from an unseen source. Mark stared at the mark, his breath catching in his throat. He reached out a trembling hand and gently touched it. The skin beneath felt strangely cool, not the warmth of living flesh, but faint, lingering chill that sent a shiver down his spine despite the normal temperature of the room. He tried to remember if he had bumped into anything, if he had somehow injured himself in his sleep without realizing it, but his mind drew a blank. He hadn't felt any pain, no sudden impact. The mark had simply appeared. He got out of bed and stood in front of the mirror, his reflection staring back at him with wide, terrified eyes. He examined the mark closely, comparing it to memory of countless bruises he had sustained throughout his life. This was different. The color, the faint chill radiating from it. It felt unnatural, otherworldly. A cold dread washed over him, a chilling certainty that this was no ordinary bruise. This was a tangible manifestation of the terror he had experienced in the throes of sleep paralysis. This was proof, undeniable and terrifying, that what was happening to him was not merely a trick of his mind. He grabbed his phone and took several pictures of the mark, his hand shaking so violently that the images were slightly blurred. He zoomed in, examining the strange, pale green discoloration, the indistinct edges that seemed to defy any logical explanation. Throughout the day, a knot of icy fear tightened in his stomach. He found himself constantly touching the mark, the faint, unnatural chill a constant reminder of the night's terror. He tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation for its appearance. Maybe he had unknowingly scratched himself in his sleep, but the shape, the color, the lingering cold, it all pointed to something far more sinister. He spent hours online, searching for information about bruises appearing after sleep paralysis. He found plenty of anecdotal accounts of strange sensations, of feelings of being touched or held down, but very little about tangible physical marks appearing afterward. The lack of scientific explanation only fueled his growing unease. He started to feel isolated, trapped in a terrifying reality that no one else seemed to understand. He longed to share his experience, to find someone who could offer an explanation, a solution. But the fear of being dismissed as crazy, as someone whose mind was playing tricks on him, kept him silent. That night, as he lay in bed, the darkness felt more oppressive than ever. The memory of the cold hand hovering above his chest, the appearance of the unnatural mark. It all fueled a gnawing sense of dread. When the paralysis descended, it was accompanied by the familiar crushing weight, but the localized cold on his chest was immediate and intense, as if that icy hand had returned, pressing down with deliberate force. And this time, as the paralysis began to lift, a new sensation accompanied it, a faint, almost imperceptible tingling, centered on the pale green mark on his chest. It felt alive, as if something unseen was still connected to that strange, unsettling blemish on his skin. The mark of the night was no longer just a visual reminder of his terror. It felt like a physical link to something dark and unknown. The budding doubt had blossomed into a terrifying certainty. This was not just sleep paralysis. Something else was happening. Something real. Something cold. Chapter 4. Unseen Pressure. Sleep offered no escape. Instead, it had become a gateway to terror, a nightly descent into a paralyzed realm ruled by unseen forces. The pale green mark on Mark's chest remained, a sickly reminder of the previous night's chilling encounter. It hadn't faded, hadn't even changed color. It was a constant, unsettling presence, radiating a faint coolness that he could feel even through his shirt. He'd tried to ignore it, to chalk it up to a bizarre skin reaction, but the memory of the localized cold and the distinct pressure beneath the crushing weight during his paralysis was too vivid to dismiss. He found himself constantly touching the area, a morbid fascination with the unnatural blemish. That night, as he lay in bed, the familiar dread washed over him as sleep began to claim his consciousness. He tried to fight it, to stay awake, but exhaustion eventually won. The darkness deepened and familiar stillness descended, locking his body in its unyielding grip. The crushing weight returned, heavier than ever before. It felt as though a concrete slab had been placed directly on his chest, stealing his breath and igniting a fresh wave of panic that threatened to overwhelm him. His lungs burned, his heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic plea for release. But this time, the localized cold over his sternum was immediate and intense, a biting, penetrating chill that seemed to freeze his very soul. It was accompanied by that distinct, focused pressure, as if a firm, insistent hand was pressing down with deliberate force. However, there was a new element to the terror this night. Along with the crushing weight and the localized cold, Mark began to perceive a presence in the room. It wasn't visual, not in the traditional sense. His eyes remained sealed shut, yet he felt a distinct awareness of something else, something unseen, sharing the confines of his bedroom. It was a heavy, oppressive feeling, a sense of being watched, scrutinized by an invisible observer. The feeling intensified, becoming almost palpable. It was as if an unseen gaze was fixed upon him, a cold, malevolent focus that sent shivers down his paralyzed spine. He felt a prickling sensation on his skin, the hairs on his arms standing on end despite the normal temperature of the room. He tried to rationalize it, to tell himself it was just heightened anxiety, a manifestation of his fear. But the feeling was too distinct, too pervasive to be simply dismissed. It felt like a separate entity, an awareness that existed independently of his own terror. As the paralysis began to recede, the crushing weight and the localized cold slowly lifting their oppressive grip, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if the unseen presence was reluctant to leave, lingering in the shadows of his awareness. Mark gasped awake, his body drenched in a cold sweat, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He sat bolt upright in bed, his eyes snapping open, scanning the darkness. The familiar shapes of his room swam into focus, but now they seemed imbued with sinister quality, the shadows appearing deeper, more menacing. He felt a lingering, prickling sensation on his skin, the unsettling feeling of being watched refusing to dissipate. He turned his head slowly, his gaze sweeping across the room, searching for any sign of the unseen observer. But there was nothing, only the familiar furniture, the comforting clutter of his personal space, now tainted by the lingering sense of dread. Throughout the day, the feeling of being watched persisted, a constant, unnerving presence that shadowed his every move. He found himself glancing over his shoulder, his senses on high alert, as if expecting to catch a glimpse of the unseen watcher. He felt exposed, vulnerable, as if his privacy had been irrevocably violated. He had trouble concentrating at work, his mind constantly drifting back to the terror of the night and the unsettling feeling of being observed. He became irritable, snapping at colleagues over minor issues. The constant anxiety was taking its toll, leaving him feeling drained and emotionally raw. That night, the dread that accompanied sleep was almost unbearable. He lay in bed, every muscle tense, fighting against inevitable descent into paralysis. When it finally came, the crushing weight on his chest felt like a physical manifestation of the unseen presence, pressing down with deliberate intent. The localized cold over his sternum was immediate and biting, a frigid anchor for the oppressive weight. And then a new, even more terrifying sensation arose. A faint, almost imperceptible stirring in the air near his head. It was a subtle shift in the stillness, a barely audible rustle that sent a fresh wave of icy dread washing over him. As the paralysis began to lift and the crushing weight and localized cold slowly receded, the faint stirring intensified. It was a soft, almost breath-like exhalation, a cold, spectral puff of air that brushed against his ear. And with it came a sound, faint and indistinct, a whisper that seemed to originate from the very air around him, too soft to understand, yet undeniably present, a chilling confirmation that he was not alone in the darkness. The unseen presence was no longer just a feeling. It had made its presence physically known. The terror had escalated, the invisible pressure now accompanied by a chilling breath and an ominous whisper from the void. Chapter 5. Whispers in the Dark. The whisper had been faint, almost subliminal, yet it cracked the fragile wall of Mark's rationalizations. It was no longer just pressure, cold, or the unsettling feeling of being watched. Now, there were sounds, whispers that hinted at a consciousness, an intelligence behind the terror that gripped him in the darkness. Sleep became a battleground fought on the precipice of consciousness. Mark dreaded the night, the once familiar comfort of his bed, now a stage for his recurring nightmare. He tried everything to stay awake, endless cups of coffee, late-night television, even paced his apartment until exhaustion threatened to claim him against his will. But eventually, sleep would win, dragging him back into the paralyzed realm. The familiar sequence returned. The crushing weight on his chest, the localized, biting cold over his sternum, the oppressive feeling of an unseen presence. But now, the stillness of the paralysis was punctuated by those faint, chilling whispers. They were indistinct at first, sibilant sounds that seemed to weave through the silence, like the rustling of dry leaves or the hissing of escaping air. They were just at the edge of his hearing, too soft to decipher, yet undeniably they're a constant, unsettling undercurrent to his terror. Mark strained his paralyzed senses, desperately trying to make out the words, to grasp any meaning from the chilling sounds. But they remained elusive, a jumble of hushed syllables that danced just beyond his comprehension. Sometimes he thought he could discern a high-pitched, almost childlike quality to the whispers. Other times they sounded raspy and guttural, filled with an ancient malice. The inability to understand the whispers only amplified his terror. It was the unknown, the suggestion of communication he couldn't grasp, that fueled his growing panic. Was it trying to say something to him? Was it taunting him? The possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, raced through his mind. He started to dread the moments when the whispers would begin, a prelude to the full-blown terror of the paralysis. It was like hearing the first notes of a sinister melody, knowing that a horrifying symphony would soon follow. The feeling of being watched intensified during these whispering episodes. It was as if the unseen presence was leaning closer, its attention focused intently on him, its chilling whispers a form of direct address that he couldn't understand. One night, in the midst of paralysis and the oppressive weight, the whispers seemed to coalesce, becoming slightly louder, more distinct. Mark strained every fiber of his being, focusing all his mental energy on trying to decipher the sounds. He thought he could make out a single syllable, a drawn-out, hissing S, It sent a jolt of icy fear through him, a primal recognition of a sound that felt inherently sinister. The following nights brought more whispers, each one a fresh wave of terror. Sometimes, they seemed to swirl around him, disembodied voices emanating from the darkness. Other times, they felt close, right beside his ear, the cold, spectral breath accompanying them, sending shivers down his paralyzed spine. Mark started keeping a journal, meticulously documenting every detail of his night terrors. He recorded the time they occurred, the intensity of the pressure and cold, the feeling of being watched, and, most importantly, the nature of the whispers. He hoped that by writing it all down, he could find a pattern, a connection, anything that might offer a clue to the terrifying phenomenon that was consuming his nights. He tried to find similar accounts online, searching forums and websites dedicated to sleep paralysis and paranormal experiences. He found more stories of auditory hallucinations, of voices, and whispers accompanying the paralysis. Some described them as nonsensical gibberish, others as taunting or threatening pronouncements. But none seemed to capture the specific chilling quality of the whispers he was experiencing, the feeling that they were directed at him, trying to communicate something just beyond his grasp. He confided in a close friend, David, recounting the escalating terror of his nights, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the constant feeling of being watched, and now, the unsettling whispers. David listened with a concerned frown, his initial skepticism slowly giving way to worry. He suggested Mark see a doctor, attributing his experiences to stress and anxiety. While Mark appreciated his friend's concern, he felt a growing frustration. The medical explanations felt inadequate, unable to account for the tangible physical sensations and the increasingly intelligent nature of the phenomena. The feeling of being alone in this terrifying experience deepened. He felt like he was teetering on the edge of sanity, trapped in a nightmare that bled into his waking hours. The once comforting darkness of his bedroom had become a source of profound dread, each night a terrifying anticipation of the paralysis and the whispers in the dark. One particularly terrifying night, as the crushing weight held him captive and the localized cold pierced his chest, the whispers intensified. They swirled around him, a chorus of hushed, sibilant sounds. He strained with all his might, focusing every ounce of his mental energy on trying to understand. And then, amidst a cacophony of unintelligible sounds, one whisper seemed to detach itself, becoming clearer, more distinct. It was close, right beside his ear, accompanied by a breath so cold it felt like a shard of ice against the skin. And this time, there was a discernible word, a single syllable whisper with chilling, almost possessive intent. Mark. The sound, though faint, resonated deep within him, a terrifying confirmation that the unseen presence knew him, knew his name. The whispers in the dark were no longer just random auditory hallucinations. They were a form of address, a chilling communication from the void. The terror had reached a new level, the personal nature of the whisper adding a layer of profound and deeply unsettling dread. He was no longer just experiencing a neurological glitch. He was being contacted by what he couldn't even begin to imagine. Chapter 6, Frigid Impression. The sound of his own name, whisper with that chilling, possessive intent, shattered the last vestiges of Mark's denial. This was no mere neurological glitch. The unseen presence knew him. It was aware of him. The implication sent a fresh wave of icy dread washing over him, colder and more profound than the spectral breath he had felt. Sleep became an absolute torment. Mark fought against it with a desperation he hadn't known he possessed. He stayed up until the point of physical collapse, his eyes burning, his body aching with exhaustion. He even tried sleeping on the couch, convinced that a change of environment might somehow disrupt the terrifying cycle. But the paralysis, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the feeling of being watched, and those chilling whispers followed him, an unwelcome shadow clinging to his consciousness. The whisper of his name replayed in his mind, an insidious echo that chipped away at his sanity. Who, or what, was calling him? And why? The questions were endless, the answers terrifyingly elusive. One night, after a particularly grueling battle to stay awake, exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. He drifted into a fitful sleep, the familiar dread a heavy weight in his subconscious. The paralysis descended quickly, the crushing pressure on his chest almost immediate. The localized cold over his sternum felt like an icy brand, searing his very being. The oppressive feeling of being watched was more intense than ever, as if the unseen presence was right beside him, its cold gaze fixed upon him. Then, the whispers began, a chorus of hushed, sibilant sounds swirling around him. He strained to understand, his mind a frantic as if trying to catch a single discernible word. And then, amidst the cacophony, he felt it, a sensation on his arm, a localized coldness that was distinct from the pervasive chill of the room. It started as a faint tingling, then intensified into a bone-deep cold that seemed to radiate from a specific point on his forearm. It felt intentional, as if something cold and solid was making contact with his skin. Terror, raw and primal, surged through him. This was no phantom breath, no disembodied whisper. This was physical contact. As the paralysis began to recede, the crushing weight and the localized cold slowly releasing their grip, the intense cold on his forearm remained. Mark gasped awake, his heart hammering against his ribs, his body slick with a cold sweat. He sat bolt upright, his eyes snapping open, his gaze fixed on his left forearm. And there it was, a faint mark, a pale, almost translucent impression on his skin. It was a distinct outline of a hand. The fingers were long and slender, the palm narrow. The color was an unnatural white, almost luminous against the skin. And even though the paralysis had lifted, the area where the mark lay felt intensely cold, as if a block of ice had been pressed against his flesh. Mark stared at the handprint, his breath catching in his throat. He reached out his right hand, his fingers trembling, and gently touched it. The cold was undeniable, a deep, penetrating chill that lingered for several agonizing seconds before slowly fading. But the visual impression remained, a ghostly white hand stark against the skin. He scrambled out of bed, his legs shaky, and rushed to the bathroom mirror. The fluorescent light illuminated the mark with stark clarity. It was undeniably a handprint, the details of the fingers and palm chillingly distinct. He pressed his own hand against his forearm, the difference in size and shape unsettlingly apparent. This was not his own handprint. A wave of nausea washed over him. This was no hallucination. This was physical evidence, a tangible mark left on his body by the unseen terror that plagued his nights. The rational explanations he had clung to so desperately shattered into a million pieces. Something real, something cold and malevolent, was touching him. He grabbed his phone, his hands shaking so violently he could barely operate the camera. He took multiple pictures of the handprint, zooming in on the chilling details. He felt a desperate need for proof, for something to show the disbelieving world that he wasn't losing his mind. Throughout the day, the coldness in the area of the handprint lingered, a constant, icy reminder of the night's terror. He kept his arm covered, unable to bear the sight of the ghostly white mark. The feeling of being watched intensified, now accompanied by a constant prickling sensation on his left forearm, as if the unseen hand was still hovering nearby. He tried to find information online about physical marks appearing after sleep paralysis, his search now fueled by a desperate need for answers. He found a few obscure forum posts from individuals describing similar experiences. Unexplained bruises, strange scratches, even fleeting impressions on their skin. But these accounts were often dismissed as dreams bleeding into reality or misinterpretations of minor injuries. The lack of any scientific explanation only deepened Mark's terror and isolation. He knew he couldn't keep this to himself any longer. The physical evidence, the cold, spectral handprint on his arm, was undeniable. He needed help, even if it meant risking ridicule and disbelief. He decided to confide in David again, armed with the photographic evidence of the terrifying mark. That night, the dread that preceded sleep was almost unbearable. He lay in bed, every nerve ending screaming in anticipation. When the paralysis descended, it was accompanied by a crushing weight, so intense it felt like his ribs would crack. The localized cold over his sternum was a searing, agonizing burn. The feeling of being watched was suffocating, as if the unseen presence was inches from his face. And then, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent than ever before. They swirled around him, a cacophony of chilling, sibilant sounds. And amidst the chaos, He heard his name again, whispered with that same cold, possessive intent. Then he felt it. The intense cold on his left forearm intensified, spreading up his arm like an icy tendril. And then, a distinct pressure, the unmistakable sensation of fingers tightening around his wrist. He couldn't see it, his eyes still locked shut by the paralysis, but he could feel it, the cold, hard grip of an unseen hand. Terror reached a new, unbearable peak. This was no longer just a passive experience. He was being physically touched, held captive by a cold, unseen force. The frigid impression on his arm was no longer just a mark. It was a terrifying confirmation of a tangible, malevolent presence in his life. The whispers had a hand, and that hand was now gripping him in the darkness. Chapter 7. Tangible Dread. The cold grip on his wrist was a violation far beyond anything Mark had experienced before. The crushing weight, the biting chill, the unsettling whispers. They were terrifying, but this was tangible, undeniable physical contact with something unseen. The icy pressure of those spectral fingers sent a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror through his paralyzed body. He was no longer just a passive observer in his own nightmare. He was a prisoner, held captive by a cold, malevolent force. The paralysis finally receded, leaving Mark gasping for breath, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He scrambled out of bed, his eyes wide with a fear that bordered on madness. He stared at his left wrist, expecting to see a red mark, an indentation from the unseen grip. But there was nothing. His skin was pale, unmarked, yet the lingering cold in that spot was undeniable, a chilling echo of the spectral touch. He spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of his living room, the lights blazing, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sleep was an impossibility. The mere thought of returning to his bed filling him with a paralyzing dread. He felt utterly alone, trapped in a terrifying reality that no one else seemed to inhabit. The next morning, armed with the photographs of the ghostly handprint on his forearm, Mark finally confided in David. He recounted the escalating horror of his nights, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and finally, the terrifying sensation of being physically held. He showed David the pictures, his voice shaking as he tried to articulate the sheer terror he had experienced. David listened with a growing concern etched on his face. He examined the photographs, his brow furrowed in disbelief and worry. He suggested Mark see a doctor immediately, insisting that these were symptoms of a severe sleep disorder or a psychological breakdown brought on by stress. While David's concern was genuine, Mark felt a surge of frustration. How could he explain the cold grip on his wrist, the undeniable feeling of being physically held by something unseen? A doctor would offer medication, therapy, rational explanations that felt utterly inadequate in the face of his terrifying reality. Despite his reservations, Mark agreed to see a doctor, driven by a desperate hope for any kind of explanation, any way out of this escalating nightmare. The doctor listened patiently, asked detailed questions about his sleep patterns, stress levels, and medical history. He attributed Mark's experiences to severe sleep paralysis exacerbated by anxiety, and recommended a sleep study and a consultation with a psychiatrist. The sleep study yielded nothing conclusive. The results showed normal brain activity during sleep, no evidence of any underlying neurological disorder that could explain his experiences. The psychiatrist listened to Mark's increasingly frantic account with detached professionalism, suggesting that he was experiencing vivid hypnagogic hallucinations fueled by anxiety and trauma. He prescribed anti-anxiety medication and recommended cognitive behavioral therapy for sleep disturbances. Mark took the medication, hoping for a reprieve, a return to the normalcy of undisturbed sleep. But the terror continued. The crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and the terrifying sensation of being watched persisted, unaffected by the medication. The cold grip on his wrist returned, more insistent this time, the spectral fingers seeming to tighten with malevolent intent. The ghostly handprint reappeared on his forearm, a chillingly familiar mark of the night. Despair began to set in. The medical and psychological explanations offered no solace, no escape from the terrifying reality that was consuming his nights. He felt trapped, his pleas for help falling on deaf ears. He was alone, facing an unseen enemy that seemed to be growing bolder, more tangible with each passing night. Driven by a desperate need for answers beyond the realm of conventional science, Mark began to delve deeper into the world of the paranormal. He spent hours online, researching sleep paralysis in the context of supernatural phenomena. He found countless anecdotal accounts, stories of shadow figures, oppressive presences, and terrifying physical sensations experienced during sleep paralysis that defied logical explanation. He stumbled upon forums and websites dedicated to paranormal investigations, where individuals shared their experiences with hauntings and supernatural encounters. Some of these stories mirrored his own with unsettling accuracy, describing cold spots, unexplained physical touches, and a pervasive sense of dread. For the first time since his terrifying experiences began, Mark felt a flicker of hope. He wasn't entirely alone. Others had experienced similar horrors. He reached out to some of the individuals who had shared their stories online, tentatively recounting his own terrifying experiences. He received a mixed bag of responses, ranging from skepticism and disbelief to empathy and shared fear. But a few individuals offered advice, suggesting that he might be dealing with a malevolent entity, a spiritual presence that was somehow feeding on his fear and vulnerability during the liminal state of sleep. One individual, a self-proclaimed sensitive named Sarah, offered to help. She listened intently to Mark's detailed account, her voice filled with a quiet understanding. She suggested that the physical manifestations, the cold grip, the ghostly handprint, indicated a strong, potentially dangerous presence. She advised him to cleanse his bedroom, to burn sage and recite protective prayers. Mark, desperate for any kind of solution, agreed to try anything. He cleansed his bedroom as Sarah had instructed, the scent of burning sage filling the air. He felt a faint sense of peace as the smoke swirled around him, but the underlying dread remained, a cold, not a fear in his stomach. That night, as he lay in bed, the darkness felt no less menacing. The paralysis returned, the crushing weight pressing down with familiar force. The biting cold intensified, seeping into his bones. The feeling of being watched was suffocating. And then, the whispers began, a chorus of chilling, sibilant sounds that seemed to emanate from the very walls of his bedroom. But this time, there was something different. Amidst the unintelligible whispers, Mark heard his name again, but it was accompanied by a new sound, a soft, almost mocking chuckle, filled with a chilling sense of triumph. And then he felt it. The cold grip on his wrist returned, but this time, it wasn't just a holding sensation. The spectral fingers tightened, digging into his flesh with an icy, agonizing pressure. And as the paralysis finally receded, leaving him gasping and terrified, a faint, red mark, the undeniable imprint of spectral fingers, remained on his wrist. The tangible dread had become a tangible reality. He was being physically harmed. Chapter 8, Echoes of Touch. The red marks on Mark's wrist, faint yet undeniably there, were a horrifying escalation. The unseen entity wasn't just a presence. It was capable of inflicting physical harm. The anti-anxiety medication remained ineffective, a useless shield against a terror that defied medical explanation. Sleep was no longer a respite, but a descent into a terrifying struggle. Sarah's advice to cleanse his room and recite prayers had offered a fleeting sense of control, but the mocking chuckle that accompanied the tightening grip on his wrist had negated any comfort. He felt a growing desperation, a sense of being trapped in a nightmare that was bleeding into his waking hours. He continued his online research, delving deeper into more obscure corners of the paranormal. He found more accounts of physical manifestations during sleep paralysis, often linked to stories of malevolent entities or residual energy in haunted locations. The idea of a haunting, of his own home being somehow tainted, sent a fresh wave of unease through him. He hadn't lived in the apartment long, only a few months after moving for his new job. Had something followed him, or was the apartment itself the source of this terror? His waking hours became consumed by a gnawing anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow and periphery of his vision sent a jolt of fear through him. He found himself constantly checking his wrists, the faint red marks a lingering reminder of the spectral assault. He started sleeping with all the lights on, a pathetic attempt to ward off the darkness and the unseen terror it concealed. Sleep, when it finally claimed him through sheer exhaustion, was a fragmented, uneasy affair. He would jolt awake frequently, his heart pounding, convinced that the paralysis and the terror were about to return. These brief moments of wakefulness were filled with suffocating dread, the silence of his apartment feeling heavy with an unspoken threat. Then, the inevitable would happen. The familiar stillness would descend, locking his body in its unyielding grip. The crushing weight would settle on his chest. The biting cold would seep into his bones, and the oppressive feeling of being watched would return, more intense, more personal each time. But the whispers were changing. While the sibilant, unintelligible sounds still swirled around him, he began to discern fragments of words, fleeting syllables that hinted at a malevolent intelligence. He thought he heard his name more frequently, often accompanied by that chilling, mocking chuckle. And sometimes, amidst the whispers, he would catch a single word, spoken with a cold, deliberate intent. Mine. The physical sensations also evolved. The localized cold over his sternum sometimes shifted, spreading across his chest like an icy hand. The pressure on his chest would intensify, feeling less like a weight and more like something actively trying to suffocate him. And the cold grip on his wrist became a recurring nightmare, the spectral fingers tightening with increasing force, sometimes leaving faint red marks that would fade within hours, but a memory of the icy pressure remained vivid. One particularly terrifying night, during the paralysis, he felt a new sensation, a faint, icy pressure on his ankle. It was a fleeting touch, but the unnatural cold was undeniable. It was as if the unseen entity was exploring him, testing its ability to interact with his physical form. The following night, the touch was more pronounced. During the paralysis, he felt a distinct cold pressure on his cheek, as if a spectral hand was resting there. The cold seeped into his skin, leaving a lingering chill even after the paralysis receded. When he woke, there was a faint, pale white mark on his cheek, mirroring the ghostly handprint on his forearm. The entity was leaving its mark on him, literally. The escalating physical interactions filled Mark with a profound and growing terror. This was no longer just a bad dream. It was a physical assault by something he couldn't see, couldn't fight. He felt utterly helpless, his body a playground for this unseen, malevolent force. He continued to seek answers online, his research becoming more frantic, more desperate. He looked for patterns, for explanations for the specific physical sensations he was experiencing. He found some accounts of cold spots and unexplained touches in haunted locations, often attributed to the residual energy of traumatic events. Could his apartment have a history he was unaware of? He decided to research the history of his building, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for the terror that was consuming his nights. He spent hours poring over online records, trying to find any information about previous tenants or any unusual events that might have occurred in the building. He found nothing. The building was relatively new, only a few decades old, with no publicly available records of any deaths or unusual incidents. This dead end only deepened his despair. If the source of the terror wasn't the building itself, then what was it, and why was it targeting him? The feeling of being watched intensified, extending into his waking hours. He would catch fleeting shadows out of the corner of his eye, hear faint, almost inaudible whispers when he was alone. He felt like he was constantly being monitored, scrutinized by an unseen presence. One afternoon, while working from home, he felt a sudden, intense cold spot in the middle of his living room, a localized chill that had no logical explanation. The hairs on his arms stood on end, and a wave of nausea washed over him. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, as if the unseen entity was right there with him, in the full light of day. The experience shook him to his core. The terror was no longer confined to the darkness of his sleep. It was seeping into his waking life. He was losing his grip on reality, his fear threatening to consume him entirely. That night, sleep brought the familiar dread. The paralysis descended, the crushing weight pressing down, the biting cold seeping in. The whispers swirled around him, his name a constant, chilling refrain. And then he felt it. A cold, spectral hand rested on his chest, directly over his heart. The pressure was light at first, but then it intensified, the icy fingers seeming to dig into his flesh. And as the paralysis began to recede, a new mark remained on his chest, a faint, pale white impression of a hand, mirroring the one on his forearm and cheek. The echoes of touch were becoming more frequent, more tangible, a terrifying testament to the escalating presence of the unseen terror in his life. Chapter 9, Prolonged Chill. The appearance of the ghostly handprint on his chest was a new level of violation, a chilling testament to the entity's growing power and audacity. Sleep was now a source of pure, unadulterated dread. Mark existed in a perpetual state of anxiety, the waking hours a mere prelude to the nightly terror that awaited him. The anti-anxiety medication lay untouched on his nightstand, a symbol of the inadequacy of conventional solutions. Sarah, the online sensitive, had suggested more aggressive cleansing rituals, recommending specific herbs and incantations. Mark, desperate for any form of defense, followed her instructions meticulously, filling his apartment with strange, pungent odors and whispering words he barely understood. He felt foolish, superstitious, but the terror he experienced was pushing him beyond the boundaries of his rational mind. The cleansing rituals offered no respite. The crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, the feeling of being watched, and the spectral touches persisted, an unwelcome and increasingly tangible presence in his life. The mocking chuckle that often accompanied the whispers felt like a direct response to his futile attempts to ward off the entity. Sleep became a fragmented nightmare. He would drift off for mere minutes, only be jolted awake by a sudden chill, a phantom touch, or the oppressive weight on his chest. These brief moments of unconsciousness were filled with suffocating dread, the darkness feeling thick with an unseen malevolence. The physical sensations continued to evolve, becoming more intense and more varied. The localized cold over his sternum would sometimes spread rapidly, engulfing his entire torso in an icy grip that seemed to steal the very warmth from his bones. The pressure on his chest would fluctuate, sometimes a crushing weight, other times a more focused, suffocating pressure around his throat. The spectral touches became more frequent, the cold, ghostly hands brushing against his arms, his legs, his face, each contact leaving behind a lingering chill and a residue of terror. One night, during the paralysis, he felt a prolonged, intense cold emanating from his left hand. It wasn't just a fleeting chill. It felt as if his hand had been submerged in ice water. The cold seeped deep into his bones, causing a throbbing ache that persisted even after the paralysis receded. When he woke, his left hand was visibly paler than his right, the skin feeling strangely numb and cold to the touch for several hours. The spectral whispers also intensified, becoming louder, more insistent. He began to recognize certain recurring sounds, guttural clicks and hisses that felt inherently malevolent. His name was spoken frequently, often in a mocking or possessive tone. And the single word, mine, became a chilling refrain, whispered close to his ear, accompanied by a breath so cold it felt like a razor against his skin. The feeling of being watched permeated his waking hours, growing increasingly oppressive. He felt like he was under constant scrutiny, the unseen eyes boring into him. Shadows in his peripheral vision seemed to move on their own, and faint whispers seemed to follow him from room to room. He started to question his sanity, wondering if the relentless terror was finally pushing him over the edge. One afternoon, while alone in his apartment, he felt a distinct, cold pressure on his shoulder, as if an unseen hand was resting there. The cold seeped through his shirt, chilling him to the bone. He whirled around, his heart pounding, but there was nothing there. The tangible nature of the touch in broad daylight shattered his remaining defenses. This wasn't just happening in his sleep anymore. He contacted Sarah again, his messages filled with a desperate urgency. He recounted the escalating physical interactions, the prolonged coldness, the daytime touch. Sarah's tone became more serious. Her initial empathy tinged with alarm. She suggested that the entity was growing stronger, its influence extending beyond the confines of his sleep. She warned him that he might be dealing with something truly dangerous, something that required more than just cleansing rituals. She recommended seeking help from someone with more experience in dealing with malevolent entities, a paranormal investigator or a spiritual medium. Mark was hesitant. The idea of involving a paranormal investigator felt absurd, like something out of a movie. But the terror he was experiencing was far beyond anything he had ever imagined, and conventional explanations had failed him. He was running out of options. That night, sleep brought the familiar, suffocating dread. The paralysis descended, the crushing weight pressing down with relentless force. The biting cold enveloped him, a prolonged, bone-deep chill that seemed to freeze his very life force. The whispers were louder than ever before, a cacophony of chilling, sibilant sound that felt like a chorus of unseen tormentors. And then the spectral touches began, more insistent, more deliberate than ever. Cold hands brushed against his face, his arms, his legs. He felt icy fingers tracing patterns on his skin, a chillingly intimate violation. The pressure on his chest intensified, feeling like something was actively trying to smother him. Then, the prolonged chill focused intensely on his chest, right over his heart. It wasn't just a cold sensation. It felt like a freezing energy was being drained from his very being, leaving him feeling weak and faint even within the paralysis. The cold lingered long after the paralysis began to recede, a deep, aching chill that seemed to settle in his bones. When he finally gasped awake, his body was slick with a cold sweat, his heart pounding weakly. The prolonged chill in his chest remained, a heavy, icy weight that made it difficult to breathe. He looked down at his chest, and there it was, another pale white handprint, this one larger and more defined than the others. The entity was not just touching him, it was claiming him, leaving its mark on his very being. The prolonged chill was no longer just a sensation. It felt like a tangible connection to the cold, malevolent force that was consuming his nights, a chilling premonition of the terror yet to come. Chapter 10: Unexplained Manifestation. The increasing frequency and intensity of the physical manifestations had pushed Mark to the brink. The ghostly handprints, the prolonged chills, the feeling of being actively suffocated. It was no longer a terrifying sleep phenomenon. It felt like a deliberate physical assault. The rational part of his mind was screaming in protest, but the undeniable evidence etched onto his skin and seared into his memory could no longer be ignored. He finally heeded Sarah's advice and began searching for a paranormal investigator. The process felt surreal, like stepping into a world he had only encountered in fiction. He spent hours researching local groups, reading testimonials, and trying to discern genuine help from charlatans. He eventually settled on a small, independent investigator named Elias Thorne, whose website presented a calm, analytical approach to paranormal phenomena. Elias listened to Mark's increasingly frantic account with a quiet intensity, his expression thoughtful as Mark showed him photographs of the ghostly handprints and described the chilling physical sensations. He didn't dismiss Mark's experiences outright, but he also refrained from jumping to supernatural conclusions. He asked detailed questions about Mark's medical history, sleep patterns, and the environment of his apartment. Elias agreed to conduct an overnight investigation of Mark's apartment. The night felt heavy with anticipation and dread. Elias set up various recording devices, EMF readers, and infrared cameras throughout the bedroom. He explained that these tools could sometimes detect subtle energy fluctuations or anomalies that might indicate a paranormal presence. As darkness fell, a palpable tension filled the apartment. Mark felt a familiar unease settling in, the feeling of being watched intensifying as Elias monitored his equipment in the living room. Sleep was a distant, terrifying prospect. When the paralysis finally descended, it was accompanied by a crushing weight that felt almost unbearable. The biting cold enveloped him, a prolonged, bone-deep chill that seemed to drain his very life force. The whispers were a cacophony of sibilant sounds, his name a constant, mocking refrain. Then, the physical sensations began, more intense and deliberate than ever before. Cold hands traced patterns on his face and arms, the icy fingers lingering with a chilling intimacy. The pressure on his chest intensified, a suffocating weight that made it impossible to draw a breath. And then, something new happened. As the crushing weight held him captive, and the biting cold seeped into his bones, Mark felt a distinct, localized pressure on his throat. It wasn't just a general feeling of suffocation. It felt like cold, spectral fingers were wrapped around his windpipe, constricting his airway. Panic surged through him, a primal terror fueled by the very real threat of asphyxiation. He tried to gasp for air, but his paralyzed lungs remained unresponsive. Black spots danced behind his closed eyelids as his vision began to tunnel. Just as he felt consciousness slipping away, the pressure on his throat abruptly vanished. He gasped for breath, his lungs burning, his heart pounding frantically. The paralysis began to recede, leaving him weak and trembling. Elias rushed into the room, his face etched with concern. The EMF reader he held was spiking erratically. "Did something happen?" he asked urgently. Mark could only nod, his voice hoarse. "My throat." He managed to croak, clutching at his neck. Elias examined his throat, but there were no visible marks, no redness or bruising. Yet, the lingering sensation of icy pressure remained, a terrifyingly real memory. They reviewed the recordings the next morning. The audio picked up faint, inexplicable whispers during Mark's paralysis, but nothing conclusive. The infrared cameras showed no visible figures or significant temperature fluctuations. The EMF reader, however, showed several unexplained spikes in electromagnetic energy coinciding with Mark's episodes. Elias explained that while the equipment hadn't captured definitive proof, the EMF spikes could potentially indicate the presence of an energy field associated with paranormal activity. He admitted that Mark's experiences were beyond the realm of typical sleep paralysis and suggested that there might be something else at play. He recommended further investigation, suggesting the possibility of residual energy in the apartment or even a more active, intelligent entity. He advised Mark to document every detail, to try and identify any triggers or patterns to the phenomena. That night, Mark returned to his apartment with a mixture of fear and a sliver of hope. Elias's willingness to consider the possibility of something paranormal offers strange validation to his terror, but the memory of those spectral fingers tightening around his throat filled him with a chilling dread. Sleep brought the familiar paralysis, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and the oppressive feeling of being watched. But this time, there was a new element of anticipation, a terrifying expectation of further physical violation. As the paralysis began to lift and the oppressive sensations receded, Mark felt a faint tingling sensation on his forehead. He gasped awake, his heart pounding, and reached up to touch his skin. There on his forehead was another mark. It wasn't a handprint this time. It was a single, distinct symbol etched into his skin as if by an invisible finger. It was a small, swirling shape, unlike anything he had ever seen before, and radiating from it was a faint, persistent chill. Mark stared at the unexplained manifestation on his forehead, a symbol left by an unseen hand in the dead of night. The terror he had experienced had moved beyond fleeting sensations and ghostly impressions. This was a deliberate act, a marking. The sleep paralysis was no longer just a terrifying neurological glitch. It was a gateway, and something was crossing over, leaving its cold, undeniable mark on his physical being. The onset was complete. The phenomenon was no longer just physical. It was something more, something inexplicable, and something deeply, terrifyingly personal. Stage 2, Doubt and the Search for Answers. Chapter 11, The Doctor and Medical Explanations. The swirling symbol etched onto Mark's forehead was a constant, chilling reminder of the terror that had invaded his nights. Unlike the ghostly handprints that faded within hours, this mark persisted, a faint, swirling line that radiated an unnatural coolness to the touch. It was a physical manifestation that defied any logical explanation, a tangible bridge between the terrifying paralysis and his waking reality. Elias Thorne, the paranormal investigator, had been intrigued by the symbol. He had photographed it meticulously, comparing it to various occult symbols and ancient languages, but found no exact match. His initial assessment leaned towards a possible intelligent entity, one capable of not only physical interaction, but also symbolic communication. However, Elias also stressed the importance of ruling out any underlying medical conditions. He urged Mark to seek a thorough medical evaluation to ensure that there wasn't a rare neurological disorder or a dermatological condition that could explain the paralysis and the persistent mark. Reluctantly, Mark scheduled an appointment with a neurologist, Dr. Anya Sharma. He recounted his experiences, the terrifying paralysis, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, the spectral touches, and finally, the appearance of a strange symbol on his forehead. He showed her the photographs of the ghostly handprints and allowed her to examine the swirling mark, which remained faintly visible despite several days having passed. Dr. Sharma listened attentively, her expression a carefully neutral mask of professional concern. She conducted a thorough neurological examination, testing Mark's reflexes, coordination, and sensory functions. The results were all within normal limits. She questioned him extensively about his sleep patterns, stress levels, and any history of sleep disorders or mental health issues. "Mark," she began, her voice calm and measured, "what you're describing sounds like a very severe form of sleep paralysis. The sensations you're experiencing, the paralysis, the pressure on your chest, even the feeling of a presence, are all consistent with this phenomenon. Heightened anxiety and stress can certainly exacerbate these episodes, making them feel incredibly real and terrifying." When Mark mentioned the cold touches and the marks that appeared on his skin, Dr. Sharma's brow furrowed slightly. While sleep paralysis can involve vivid hallucinations, including tactile ones, the appearance of physical marks is less common and typically attributed to unconscious movements or skin sensitivities. "The mark on your forehead," she gently touched the swirling symbol, "it's unusual. Have you noticed any itching or irritation in that area? Could you have scratched yourself in your sleep without realizing it?" Mark shook his head vehemently. "No, doctor. I haven't felt any itching, and the mark feels cold. It radiates a distinct coolness. And the handprints, they were the exact shape of a hand, but pale white, almost translucent. This symbol appeared overnight. I didn't touch my forehead in my sleep." Dr. Sharma ordered a series of tests: an advanced sleep study with more comprehensive neurological monitoring, blood tests to rule out any underlying medical conditions, and a referral to a dermatologist for the mark on his forehead. The results of the advanced sleep study were once again inconclusive. They confirmed that Mark was experiencing frequent episodes of REM atonia intrusion during wakefulness, consistent with sleep paralysis. However, there was no neurological explanation for the vivid tactile hallucinations or the appearance of the marks. The blood tests came back normal, ruling out any systemic medical issues. The dermatologist, Dr. Lee, examined the swirling symbol on Mark's forehead with a skeptical eye. He conducted a biopsy, taking a small skin sample for analysis. The results came back negative for any known dermatological condition. Dr. Lee admitted that he had never seen anything quite like it. "The skin cells are normal, Mark. There's no inflammation, no irritation, no evidence of any external cause. It's as if the pigment in that specific area has simply changed." He offered no further explanation. Mark left the doctor's offices feeling a profound sense of frustration and despair. The medical explanations, while thorough, felt woefully inadequate. They could explain the paralysis and perhaps even the feeling of a presence as vivid hallucinations, but they couldn't account for the tangible cold, the distinct handprints, or the inexplicable symbol etched onto his forehead. He felt like he was being subtly dismissed, his terrifying experiences reduced to mere neurological glitches and anxiety-induced hallucinations. He shared the inconclusive medical findings with Elias, who listened with a knowing look. The medical community operates within the realm of the explainable, Mark. What you're experiencing may lie beyond their current understanding. Elias reiterated his belief that Mark was dealing with a genuine paranormal phenomenon. He suggested exploring the possibility of a connection to a specific location or object. He asked Mark about any significant events or changes in his life leading up to the onset of the sleep paralysis. Mark recounted his move to the new apartment for his job promotion, the increased stress and long hours. Elias focused on the apartment. "Have you experienced anything unusual there before the sleep paralysis began? Any strange feelings, noises, anything out of the ordinary?" Mark thought back, trying to recall any unsettling incidents. He remembered a few instances of feeling a sudden chill in certain areas of the apartment, particularly in his bedroom, even before the full-blown paralysis started. He had dismissed them as drafts or temperature fluctuations. He also recalled a few nights of fitful sleep, a general sense of unease, but nothing as terrifying as what he was currently experiencing. Elias suggested researching the history of the apartment building again, focusing on any potential negative events or tragic occurrences that might have taken place there. He also recommended looking into the history of the land the building was constructed upon. Mark, feeling a renewed sense of purpose, threw himself into researching the history of his apartment building and the surrounding area. He spent hours online, poring over old newspaper articles, historical society records, and local archives. He discovered that the land his apartment building now stood on had once been the site of an old Victorian house that had burned down in the early 1900s. The fire had been tragic, claiming the lives of a young family. A chilling realization washed over Mark. The cold spots he had felt in his bedroom, the sudden sense of unease. Could they be connected to this tragic past? Could the entity that was tormenting him be linked to the spirits of the family who had perished in the fire? The swirling symbol on his forehead, the ghostly handprints, were they remnants of a past tragedy, somehow drawn to him? The medical explanations offered a sense of normalcy that felt increasingly detached from his terrifying reality. The doctor saw a sleep disorder, anxiety. Elias saw a potential paranormal encounter. Mark was caught in the middle, grappling with doubt, desperately searching for an answer that could explain the cold, tangible terror that gripped him in the darkness. The burning question remained. Was he losing his mind, or was something truly sinister reaching out from beyond the veil? Chapter 12, The Psychologist and Analyses of Trauma. The discovery of the tragic fire that had consumed the old Victorian house on the land where his apartment building now stood cast a long, unsettling shadow over Mark's waking hours. The details he unearthed were sparse but chilling. A young couple and their 2 children perished in the blaze, the cause of which remained officially undetermined, though local whispers hinted at a possible accident involving a kerosene lamp. The thought that the entity tormenting him might be connected to this tragedy, to the lingering pain and fear of these long-dead souls, offered a disturbing, albeit non-scientific, explanation for the coldness, the oppressive presence, and the increasingly physical manifestations. It felt more real, more resonant with his experiences and the sterile pronouncements of the doctors. Elias Thorne found the historical connection intriguing. He suggested further research into the family, their lives, and any potential lingering attachments to the land. He also proposed a more thorough investigation of Mark's apartment, looking for any residual energy or focal points of paranormal activity. However, Elias also reiterated the importance of exploring all possible avenues, including psychological factors. He gently suggested that the trauma of these terrifying sleep paralysis episodes, coupled with the stress of his new job and the unsettling nature of the phenomena, could be contributing to his overall anxiety and perception of events. He recommended a consultation with a psychologist specializing in trauma and sleep disorders. Mark was hesitant. He worried that a psychologist would simply echo the psychiatrist's diagnosis of anxiety-induced hallucinations, further invalidating his terrifyingly real experiences. But Elias's reasoning was sound. Understanding the psychological impact of the events could potentially offer coping mechanisms, even if it didn't explain the origin of the entity. He scheduled an appointment with Dr. Evelyn Reed, a clinical psychologist with a specialization in trauma and sleep-related anxieties. Dr. Reed's office was a calming space, filled with soft lighting and soothing artwork. She listened patiently as Mark recounted his experiences, his voice often trembling as he described the crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, the spectral touches, and the unsettling marks that had appeared on his skin. He shared his research into the history of the land and his growing fear that he was being haunted. Dr. Reed was empathetic and understanding. She acknowledged the profound distress Mark was experiencing and validated the intensity of his fear. "Mark," she said gently, "what you're going through sounds incredibly frightening. The feeling of being paralyzed and helpless, the sensation of a presence, these are common experiences reported during sleep paralysis. The brain, in that liminal state between wakefulness and sleep, can generate very vivid and disturbing sensory experiences." When Mark described the cold touches and the physical marks, Dr. Reed listened intently, her expression thoughtful. Trauma, even the trauma of repeated terrifying experiences like these sleep paralysis episodes, can significantly alter our perception of reality. It can heighten our senses, make us more hypervigilant, and even manifest in physical symptoms related to stress. The mind is incredibly powerful, Mark, and anxiety can manifest in very unusual ways. She explored Mark's past, asking about any significant traumatic events in his life. While Mark had experienced the usual ups and downs, he couldn't pinpoint any specific trauma that might be triggering these intense experiences. However, Dr. Reed suggested that the sleep paralysis itself, with its inherent feeling of vulnerability and lack of control, could be considered a traumatic experience creating a feedback loop of fear and anxiety that exacerbated the episodes. Dr. Reed also delved into Mark's coping mechanisms, his sleep hygiene, and his overall stress management. She offered practical strategies for improving his sleep, such as establishing a consistent sleep schedule, creating a relaxing bedtime routine, and avoiding caffeine and alcohol before one's sleep. She also introduced him to relaxation techniques like deep breathing and progressive muscle relaxation, suggesting that these could help reduce his overall anxiety levels and potentially lessen the frequency and intensity of the sleep paralysis episodes. When Mark mentioned the swirling symbol on his forehead, Dr. Reed examined the photographs with a clinical detachment. Unexplained physical marks appearing after sleep are certainly unusual. While the mind can create very real sensations, actual physical manifestations are rare. Have you considered the possibility of unconscious self-harm during these episodes? Sometimes, in a state of heightened anxiety or semi-consciousness, individuals can scratch or touch themselves without fully realizing it. Mark felt a familiar wave of frustration. While he appreciated Dr. Reed's empathetic approach and the practical strategies she offered, he felt that she, like the neurologist, was subtly dismissing the tangible reality of his experiences, attributing them solely to psychological factors. The coldness he felt, the distinct shape of the handprints, the inexplicable appearance of the symbol. These felt too real, too external to be mere figments of his anxious mind. He continued to see Dr. Reed, diligently practicing the relaxation techniques and trying to improve his sleep hygiene. He found that these strategies did offer some marginal relief in terms of his overall anxiety levels, but the sleep paralysis episodes persisted, the crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and the spectral touches remaining stubbornly present. The swirling symbol on his forehead also showed no signs of fading. He shared his ongoing experiences with Elias, who remained open about the psychological and paranormal possibilities. Dr. Reed's approach is valuable, Mark. Managing your anxiety and improving your sleep can certainly make you less vulnerable, regardless of the origin of the phenomenon, but we also can't ignore the physical evidence and the escalating nature of these events. Elias proceeded with his investigation of the apartment. He spent hours meticulously examining each room, using his equipment to detect any unusual energy readings or cold spots. He also took numerous photographs, hoping to capture any visual anomalies. He found several areas in Mark's bedroom that registered slightly lower temperatures than the rest of the apartment, and his EMF reader occasionally spiked in those locations, but he found no definitive evidence of a paranormal presence. Despite the lack of concrete findings, Elias's demeanor remained serious. Sometimes, he explained, paranormal activity can be subtle, intermittent. The entity you're dealing with might be drawing energy from you during these sleep paralysis episodes, making its presence more pronounced when you're in that vulnerable state. Mark found himself caught between two worlds, the rational medical explanations that felt inadequate and the unsettling possibility of a paranormal intrusion that defied logic. He was grappling with doubt, unsure what to believe, desperately searching for an answer that could explain the cold, tangible terror that continued to plague his nights and now marked his very being. The analyses of his trauma offered coping mechanisms, but the fundamental question of what was touching him in the darkness remained unanswered, a chilling uncertainty that continued to erode his peace of mind. Chapter 13. Sharing with Friends and Skepticism. Despite his growing conviction that he was dealing with something beyond the realm of medical or psychological explanation, the isolation of his experience was becoming unbearable. The swirling symbol on his forehead, though faint, was a constant visual reminder of the terror that haunted his nights. He found himself self-conscious, constantly aware of whether others could see it, and increasingly withdrawn from social interactions. He finally decided to confide in another close friend, Lisa. Lisa was pragmatic and logical, a stark contrast to the more open-minded David. Mark hesitated, knowing her likely reaction, but the need to share his burden, to have someone else acknowledge the bizarre reality he was living, outweighed his apprehension. Over coffee, Mark recounted his terrifying experiences, started with the crushing sleep paralysis, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and the spectral touches. He described the ghostly handprints that had appeared on his skin and, with a deep breath, showed her the faint swirling symbol on his forehead. He explained the inconclusive medical findings and his tentative exploration into the paranormal with Elias Thorne. Lisa listened patiently. Her initial expression one of concern. However, as Mark described a more outlandish aspect of his experiences, the spectral touches, the whispers, the unexplained marks, a look of skepticism slowly crept onto her face. "Mark," she said gently, after he had finished his account, "I'm really worried about you. This sounds incredibly stressful, and I can see how much it's affecting you. But are you sure this isn't just really vivid sleep paralysis, maybe exacerbated by all the stress you've been under with the new job?" Mark felt a familiar wave of frustration wash over him. "Lisa, I know what sleep paralysis is. I've researched it extensively. And while some of the symptoms align, the physical marks, the coldness, it feels so real, so external. The doctors can't explain the symbol on my forehead." Lisa frowned. "Mark, doctors don't always have all the answers immediately. Skin can react in strange ways to stress. And you mentioned you've been trying all sort of herbal remedies and doing these cleansing rituals. Could it be a reaction to something you've used?" "No, Lisa, I've been very careful. The symbol appeared overnight, after a particularly intense episode of paralysis where I felt a pressure on my forehead." Lisa sighed, her skepticism evident. "Mark, the mind is a powerful thing. When we're stressed and sleep-deprived, our perceptions can become distorted. You're clearly going through a lot. Maybe you're subconsciously touching your forehead in your sleep and not remembering it. As for the coldness, well, our body temperature can fluctuate during sleep." Mark felt a surge of defensiveness. "But the handprints, Lisa, they were the distinct shape of a hand, but pale white, and the cold grip on my wrist, that felt undeniably real." Lisa hesitated. "Mark, I'm not saying you're making things up. I know you're genuinely scared. But sometimes, when we're in a heightened state of anxiety, our brains can interpret sensory information in unusual ways. A slight pressure could feel like a grip. A change in skin temperature could feel like an unnatural cold. As for the handprints, maybe you press your hand against your arm in your sleep and the circulation was temporarily affected." Mark stared at her, feeling a chasm widening between them. He had hoped for understanding, for validation of his terrifying reality, but he was met with polite skepticism and rational explanations that felt utterly inadequate. "So, you think I'm just imagining all of this?" he asked, his voice tinged with hurt. Lisa reached across the table and placed her hand on his. "No, Mark, I don't think you're imagining the fear you're feeling. I'm just suggesting that there might be a more logical explanation for what's happening. Have you considered talking to a psychiatrist again? Maybe a different one?" The conversation with Lisa left Mark feeling more isolated than ever. Her skepticism, while perhaps well-intentioned, felt dismissive of the very real terror he was experiencing. It reinforced his fear that he was losing his grip on reality, that the tangible evidence he had witnessed was somehow just a figment of his stressed and sleep-deprived mind. He shared Lisa's reaction with Elias, who nodded understandingly. "Skepticism is a natural reaction, Mark. What you're experiencing is outside the realm of most people's understanding. Don't let it invalidate your own experiences. You know what you felt, what you've seen." Elias continued his investigation, focusing on the history of the Victorian family who had perished in the fire. He delved into local archives, hoping to find more details about their lives, their personalities, and any potential unresolved issues that might explain a lingering presence. He discovered that the young mother had been particularly attached to the land, tending a beautiful garden that had been destroyed in the blaze. This new information sparked a disturbing thought in Mark's mind: the swirling symbol on his forehead. It had a somewhat organic, almost floral quality to it. Could it be connected to the mother's lost garden? Was the entity trying to communicate something through these symbols? He spent hours researching historical floral symbolism, searching for any connection to the swirling mark. He found some vague similarities to ancient symbols representing nature or the cyclical nature of life and death, but nothing conclusive. The skepticism he encountered from Lisa, coupled with the lack of definitive answers from medical and paranormal investigations, began to gnaw at Mark's confidence. Doubt, like a persistent shadow, began to creep into his thoughts. Was it possible that his anxiety was amplifying his sleep paralysis experiences, creating these incredibly vivid and disturbing tactile and visual hallucinations? Was he, in some way, subconsciously manifesting these marks on his own skin? He found himself scrutinizing his waking behavior, trying to recall any unconscious movements or skin irritations he might have overlooked. He even set up a small camera in his bedroom, hoping to capture any unusual activity during the night that he might not remember. The camera footage revealed nothing out of the ordinary. He tossed and turned in his sleep, as most people do, but there were no instances of him touching his forehead or exhibiting any unusual movements that could explain the handprints. The camera did, however, capture subtle temperature fluctuations in the room, particularly in the area around his bed, that coincided with his episodes of sleep paralysis. This small piece of evidence offered a slight reassurance, a tangible anomaly that couldn't be easily dismissed as a hallucination. But the doubt lingered, a persistent whisper in the back of his mind, fueled by the skepticism of his friends and the lack of definitive answers. He was caught in a frustrating limbo, desperately seeking an explanation for the cold, tangible terror that continued to grip him in the darkness, unsure whether the answers lay within the realm of science or something far more unsettling. Chapter 14. First Steps into the Mystical World. The inconclusive results from both the medical and paranormal investigations, coupled with Lisa's unwavering skepticism, left Mark feeling adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The swirling symbol on his forehead remained, a silent, unsettling question mark etched onto his skin. The temperature fluctuations captured by his bedroom camera offered a sliver of validation, but they were hardly definitive proof of a paranormal entity. Desperate for answers beyond the limitations of science and the dismissiveness of some of his friends, Mark decided to take a tentative step into the mystical world. Sarah, the online sensitive, had mentioned the possibility of a spiritual attachment or a negative energy residing in his apartment. She had suggested seeking guidance from someone with experience in dealing with such matters. Hesitantly, Mark began researching local spiritual advisors, mediums, and energy healers. He approached this with a significant degree of skepticism, his scientific background warring with the increasingly bizarre reality of his nightly terrors. However, he felt he had exhausted more conventional avenues and was willing to explore anything that might offer a solution. He found a local woman named Ms. Evelyn Hayes, who described herself as an intuitive energy healer and spiritual counselor. Her website featured testimonials from individuals who claimed she had helped them with various issues, including persistent negative energies in their homes and recurring nightmares. Her approach seemed gentle and empathetic, which appealed to Mark's growing sense of vulnerability. He scheduled a consultation with Ms. Hayes, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Her office was a dimly lit space filled with crystals, candles, and the faint scent of incense. Ms. Hayes had a calm and serene demeanor, her eyes holding a gentle, knowing gaze. Mark recounted his experiences once again, describing the sleep paralysis, the physical sensations, the marks, and his research into the history of the land. He showed her the photographs and allowed her to gently touch the swirling symbol on his forehead. Ms. Hayes listened intently, her expression serious. When Mark finished, she closed her eyes for a moment, her hands resting gently on the table. After a few moments of silence, she spoke, her voice soft and soothing. "Mark, what you are experiencing is not merely a sleep disorder. There's a presence attached to you, or perhaps to your environment. The coldness, the physical touches, the marks, these are signs of a strong, persistent energy." Her words, while unconventional, resonated with the visceral reality of Mark's experiences in a way that the medical explanations had not. He felt a flicker of validation, a sense that someone finally understood the true nature of the terror he was facing. Ms. Hayes explained that spirits or negative energies could sometimes become attached to individuals or places for various reasons: unresolved trauma, unfinished business, or even simply being drawn to a person's energy field during a vulnerable state like sleep. She held her hands over the swirling symbol on Mark's forehead, her eyes closed. This symbol, it feels like a communication, a way for this energy to connect with you. It has a certain resonance with the land's history, with the tragedy that occurred here. She confirmed Mark's suspicion about the connection to the fire and the family who had perished. The lingering pain and fear of those who died so tragically can sometimes create a residual energy, a psychic imprint on the land. It's possible that this energy is now interacting with you, perhaps drawn to your own anxieties and vulnerabilities. Ms. Hayes offered to conduct an energy clearing of Mark's apartment. She explained that this process involved using specific techniques, including smudging with sacred herbs, sound healing, and focus intention, to dispel any negative energies and create a more harmonious environment. Mark, desperate for relief, readily agreed. The following evening, Ms. Hayes arrived at his apartment with a collection of herbs, crystals, and a small singing bowl. She moved through each room, chanting softly and burning sage, the fragrant smoke filling the air. The sound of the singing bowl resonated through the apartment, creating a sense of calm and focused energy. During the clearing, Ms. Hayes paused in Mark's bedroom, her expression becoming more serious. "The energy is strongest here," she said softly. "I sense a deep sadness, a lingering fear." She focused her energy on the area around Mark's bed, her chanting becoming more intense. After the clearing, Ms. Hayes instructed Mark to keep certain crystals in his bedroom and perform a simple grounding meditation before sleep each night. She also advised him to visualize a protective white light surrounding himself and his apartment. Mark followed her instructions diligently, clinging to this new approach with desperate hope. That night, as he lay in bed, the darkness felt slightly less oppressive, the air a little clearer. When sleep finally came, the familiar paralysis descended, but the crushing weight felt marginally lighter, the biting cold less intense. The whispers were still there, but they seemed fainter, less insistent. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he did not feel the spectral touch. He awoke the next morning with a sense of cautious optimism. The swirling symbol on his forehead remained, but the persistent chill radiating from it seemed slightly diminished. However, the reprieve was temporary. Over the following nights, the terror slowly began to creep back. The crushing weight intensified, the biting cold returned with familiar intensity, and the chilling whispers grew louder. The feeling of being watched was once again palpable. The spectral touches also resumed, though perhaps with slightly less frequency. But one night, during paralysis, he felt a new sensation, a faint, icy pressure on his chest, directly over the swirling symbol on his forehead. It felt like a cold finger was pressing down on the mark, a chillingly intimate connection to the entity. Mark shared his experiences with Ms. Hayes, his hope beginning to wane. She acknowledged that sometimes the initial clearing might not be enough, especially if the attachment was strong or the entity particularly persistent. She suggested exploring the possibility of direct communication with the entity, perhaps through a guided meditation or a more experienced medium. The idea of directly engaging with the terrifying presence that haunted his nights filled Mark with a profound sense of dread. But the lack of any other viable solutions, coupled with the escalating nature of the physical interactions, left him feeling like he had no other choice. He was taking his first tentative steps into a world he had always dismissed as fantasy, driven by a desperate need to understand and ultimately overcome the cold, tangible terror that was consuming his life. The mystical world, once a distant curiosity, was now his last hope. Chapter 15, Local Legends and Ancient Tales. The return of the intense physical sensations, culminating in the chilling pressure directly on the swirling symbol on his forehead, shattered Mark's fragile hope that Ms. Hayes' energy clearing had provided a lasting solution. The mystical path, while offering a sense of understanding that the medical and psychological avenues had lacked, had yet to deliver tangible relief. The cold, tangible terror persisted, a nightly reminder of the unseen presence that seemed increasingly focused on him. Ms. Hayes, sensing Mark's growing despair, suggested exploring the local legends and ancient tales associated with the land where his apartment building stood. She explained that sometimes persistent hauntings or negative energies could be rooted in historical events or folklore that predated the current structures. Intrigued by this new direction, and feeling a sense of desperation to uncover any clue that might explain his torment, Mark began to delve into the local history with renewed intensity. He visited the local library, spending hours poring over old books, historical society newsletters, and microfilm newspaper archives. He discovered that the area where his apartment building now stood had a history stretching back centuries, long before the Victorian house and the tragic fire. It had once been a sparsely populated rural area, known by the indigenous people for its unusual geological formations and a small, winding creek that was said to have sacred properties. Local legend spoke of a tragic event that had occurred near the creek centuries ago. A young woman, accused of witchcraft by her community, had been brutally executed near its banks. Tales persisted of her vengeful spirit lingering in the area, said to bring misfortune to those who disturbed her resting place or showed disrespect to the land. As Mark read these ancient tales, a chilling resonance began to form in his mind. The persistent cold he felt, the feeling of an oppressive, unseen presence. Could these be connected to the vengeful spirit of the woman accused of witchcraft? The swirling symbol on his forehead. Could it be a distorted representation of an ancient symbol associated with her, or the accusations leveled against her? He shared his findings with Ms. Hayes, who listened intently, her eyes widening with a mixture of concern and a sense of grim understanding. The energy of such a traumatic event, especially one involving injustice and violence, can indeed linger for centuries, imprinting itself onto the land, she confirmed. It's possible that the spirit has been awakened or drawn to your presence for reasons we don't yet understand. Ms. Hayes suggested consulting with a local historian or folklorist who might have more in-depth knowledge of the legends and the specific symbols associated with that era and the accusations of witchcraft. Mark managed to connect with Dr. Alistair Reed, no relation to the psychologist, a retired history professor at the local university who had dedicated much of his career to studying the region's folklore and oral traditions. Dr. Reed was initially skeptical of Mark's paranormal claims, but became intrigued by the description of the swirling symbol and the historical context Mark had uncovered. Dr. Reed explained that while specific symbols varied greatly depending on the era and the community, accusations of witchcraft in that region often involved distorted interpretations of natural symbols or unique personal markings that were twisted into evidence of demonic pacts. He agreed to examine the photographs of the symbol on Mark's forehead more closely. After several days of research, Dr. Reed contacted Mark with a startling discovery. He had found a similar swirling motif in some very old local records associated with a specific family that had lived in the area centuries ago, a family that had been deeply involved in the accusations of witchcraft against a young woman in the legend. The symbol, in its original form, seemed to represent a stylized depiction of a local wildflower, but during the witch trials, it had been twisted and demonized as a mark of the devil. The connection sent a shiver down Mark's spine. Could the entity tormenting him be related to the accusers, rather than the accused? Was it a manifestation of their lingering guilt, their malevolence somehow imprinted on the land, and now reaching out to him? Ms. Hayes found this new information significant. The energy of guilt and malice can be just as potent and persistent as that of pain and suffering, she explained. It's possible that you are somehow resonating with this residual energy, perhaps through an unconscious connection to the past. She suggested a guided meditation, a journey into Mark's subconscious, to try and uncover any potential links to this historical trauma and the symbol that had appeared on his forehead. Under Ms. Hayes' gentle guidance, Mark entered a deep meditative state. He visualized himself walking to the land as it was centuries ago, before the buildings, before the fire. He imagined the winding creek, the ancient trees, and the small community living there. He focused on the emotions that arose within him. A sense of unease, a feeling of injustice, and a pervasive coldness. During the meditation, fragmented images flashed through his mind. A woman with wild, flowing hair being dragged towards the creek, angry faces contorted in hatred, a symbol etched into dirt that bore a striking resemblance to the mark on his forehead, but twisted and distorted. When he emerged from the meditation, Mark felt emotionally drained, but also strangely enlightened. He had a sense that the entity tormenting him was indeed connected to the ancient tragedy, not as the victim, but perhaps as a manifestation of the accuser's fear and malice. The swirling symbol was not a mark of evil directed at him, but a distorted echo of a symbol from that dark past. This realization, while not offering immediate relief, provided a new framework for understanding the terror he was experiencing. The local legends and ancient tales were not just stories. They held potential key to unlocking the mystery of the cold, tangible presence that haunted his nights. The first steps into the mystical world were leading him down a path into the region's dark history, a path that might ultimately reveal the source of the unexplained manifestations that were claiming his sleep and his sanity. Chapter 16. Encountering Someone Experienced. The guided meditation, while emotionally taxing, had provided Mark with a crucial shift in perspective. The entity tormenting him might not be a random malevolent force, but something tied to the land's dark history, perhaps a manifestation of the fear and malice surrounding the ancient accusations of witchcraft. The swirling symbol on his forehead, a distorted echo of a wildflower, seemed to be a key, a silent scream from the past. Ms. Hayes, encouraged by this breakthrough, suggested that Mark seek out someone with more experience in dealing with historical hauntings and potentially malevolent entities tied to specific locations. She recommended contacting a paranormal investigator based several hours away, a man named Aleister Crowley. No relation to the infamous occultist, she assured him with a wry smile, who had a reputation for handling complex and long-standing paranormal cases. Mark was initially hesitant. Traveling to meet a paranormal investigator felt like a significant step, further validating the increasingly bizarre trajectory of his life. However, the escalating intensity of the nightly terrors, culminating in the chilling pressure on the symbol on his forehead, had left him feeling like he had nothing to lose. He contacted Aleister Crowley, explaining his situation and the historical connection he had uncovered. Crowley, a man with a calm, no-nonsense demeanor over the phone, expressed interest in the case, particularly the link to the local history and the recurring physical manifestations. He agreed to meet with Mark. The drive to Crowley's office felt like a journey into the unknown. Crowley's office was located in an old, unassuming building on the outskirts of a small town. The interior was surprisingly ordinary, filled with filing cabinets and computer equipment, a stark contrast to the stereotypical image of a paranormal investigator's lair. Crowley, a man in his late 50s with a thoughtful gaze and a neatly trimmed beard, greeted Mark warmly. He listened intently as Mark recounted his experiences, showing him the photographs and sharing the historical research he and Ms. Hayes had conducted. Crowley was particularly interested in the swirling symbol. He examined the photographs carefully, comparing them to his extensive database of symbols and sigils. The connection to the wildflower and its subsequent demonization during the witch trials is significant, he noted. It suggests a lingering emotional charge tied to that symbol, a point of focus for the residual energy. He explained that historical hauntings could be complex, often involving layers of different energies and entities. The initial tragedy of the fire in the Victorian house might have stirred dormant energies related to the much older witchcraft accusations, creating a volatile environment that Mark, in his stressed and vulnerable state, had somehow become attuned to. Crowley was intrigued by the physical nature of Mark's experiences. Tangible physical manifestations like the cold touches and the marks indicate a strong entity, one that is drawing a significant amount of energy. The fact that it's focusing on you specifically suggests a personal connection, or at least an intense interest. He asked Mark about any unusual objects he might have acquired recently, anything old or with a history that might have acted as a conduit for this energy. Mark thought hard but couldn't recall anything out of the ordinary. Crowley proposed a multi-pronged approach. He suggested a more in-depth investigation of Mark's apartment, using specialized equipment to detect not just EMF fluctuations, but also subtle temperature variations, audio anomalies, and even changes in air ions, which some believe could be indicative of paranormal activity. He also recommended a deep dive into the history of the specific individuals involved in the witchcraft accusations, hoping to uncover any unresolved conflicts or lingering negative emotions that might be fueling the entity. Finally, Crowley suggested the possibility of a direct communication attempt, perhaps through a controlled seance or a skill medium, to try and understand the entity's intentions and potentially negotiate a resolution. Mark felt a mixture of trepidation and relief. Crowley's methodical approach and his willingness to consider the historical context offered a sense of hope that he hadn't felt before. The idea of a direct communication was terrifying, but the prospect of finally understanding and potentially ending the nightly torment was a powerful motivator. Crowley accompanied Mark back to his apartment the following day, bringing with him an array of sophisticated equipment that looked more like scientific instruments than the stereotypical ghost hunting gear. They spent hours setting up sensors and cameras throughout the apartment, focusing particularly on Mark's bedroom, where the activity seemed to be the most intense. That night, with Crowley monitoring the equipment from the living room, Mark lay in bed, the familiar dread of heavy weight in the air. The paralysis descended, the crushing weight pressing down, the biting cold seeping in. The whispers began, a chorus of hushed, sibilant sounds. Then the physical sensation started. The cold touches, the oppressive feeling of being watched, the chilling pressure on his chest. And then the localized cold intensified on his forehead, directly over the swirling symbol. Suddenly, the audio equipment in the living room began to emit a series of sharp, static-like bursts. Crowley rushed into the bedroom, his eyes fixed on his monitors. The temperature in the room had dropped several degrees in a matter of seconds, and the air ion meter was spiking wildly. "Mark, did you feel anything?" Crowley asked urgently. Mark nodded, his voice trembling. "The cold on my forehead, it felt like something was pressing harder." Crowley reviewed the data. "We're definitely getting a significant energy signature right now. Something is reacting to our presence, to the investigation." Over the next few nights, Crowley conducted further investigations, meticulously documenting the paranormal activity. They captured more audio anomalies, unexplained temperature drops, and significant energy fluctuations. Crowley believed they were indeed dealing with a persistent entity tied to the land's history. He also delved deeper into the history of the individuals involved in the witchcraft accusations. He discovered that the leader of the accusers, a prominent figure in the community, had suffered a series of personal tragedies later in life, plagued by guilt and remorse for his role in the young woman's execution. Crowley theorized that the entity might be a manifestation of this unresolved guilt and malice, somehow drawn a mark and the swirling symbol, a distorted reminder of the past. The encounter with Aleister Crowley marked a significant turning point in Mark's search for answers. He was no longer alone in facing this terrifying phenomenon. Crowley's experience and his methodical approach offered a sense of validation and a tangible path forward. The first steps into the mystical world were leading him toward a confrontation with a dark and tragic past, a confrontation that might ultimately determine his sanity and his safety. Chapter 17. The Medium and Whispers from the Past. Aleister Crowley's investigation had provided tangible evidence that Mark's experiences were not purely psychological. The unexplained energy spikes, the sudden temperature drops, and the audio anomalies all pointed toward a genuine paranormal presence in his apartment. The historical research linking the swirling symbol to the tragic witchcraft accusations centuries prior offered potential origin for the entity. Crowley believed that the entity was likely a manifestation of the unresolved guilt and malice surrounding the accusers, somehow drawn to Mark and the distorted symbol, a lingering echo of a dark past. To gain a deeper understanding of the entity's intentions and to potentially find a way to resolve the haunting, Crowley suggested consulting a reputable spiritual medium. Mark was apprehensive. The idea of communicating directly with a terrifying presence that haunted his nights felt incredibly risky. His skepticism, though weakened by the undeniable evidence Crowley had gathered, still lingered. However, the escalating intensity of the paranormal activity, particularly the chilling pressure on the symbol on his forehead, had left him feeling increasingly desperate. Crowley recommended a medium named Seraphina Bellwether, who had a reputation for being ethical and skilled in communicating with earthbound spirits. Seraphina operated from a quiet, unassuming house on the outskirts of the city. Her presence was calming, her eyes holding a deep, empathetic understanding. Crowley had briefed Seraphina on Mark's experiences and the historical context they had uncovered. During the session, Seraphina created a peaceful atmosphere, lighting candles and playing soft, ethereal music. She guided Mark into a relaxed state, encouraging him to open his mind to any sensations or impressions that might arise. Seraphina then entered a light trance, her voice softening as she began to speak, seemingly channeling the energy present in the room. The air in the room grew noticeably colder, and Mark felt a familiar prickling sensation on his skin. "I sense a great sadness here and a heavy burden of guilt," Seraphina murmured, her voice taking on a slightly different tone, deeper and more resonant. "There is a darkness tied to accusations of the wrong that was never righted." She paused, her brow furrowed, as if she were struggling to decipher her fragmented thoughts. "The symbol, It is a reminder, a mark of shame, twisted from something beautiful. Then, Serafina's voice shifted again, becoming sharper, laced with a hint of the chilling whispers Mark had experienced during his paralysis. He sees, he carries a mark, a connection he must understand. The temperature in the room plummeted further, and Mark felt an icy pressure on his left wrist. The familiar sensation of the spectral grip, fear, cold and sharp, pierced through his relaxed state. Serafina gasped, her eyes fluttering open slightly. There is a strong reaction, a resistance, a fear of being seen, of being remembered. Crowley, who had been observing intently, spoke calmly. "We are here to understand, not to judge. We want to help find peace." Serafina closed her eyes again, her breathing becoming shallow. After a moment, she spoke, her voice now laced with a palpable sorrow. "The guilt, it is immense, a lifetime of regret. The faces of the accused, they haunt still." She then focused her attention directly on Mark, her voice returning to its normal, gentle tone, though tinged with a lingering sadness. "The entity you are encountering, it is not intentionally malicious, Mark. It is trapped, a manifestation of deep-seated guilt and unresolved trauma from the past. The symbol on your forehead, it is a focal point, a way for this energy to express its pain and regret, a distorted echo of the beauty that was lost." Serafina explained that the entity was likely drawn to Mark's own anxieties and vulnerabilities, the swirling symbol acting as a conduit due to its historical significance. The physical manifestations, the coldness, the touches, were expressions of its trapped energy, its desperate attempts to communicate its suffering. She suggested a different approach than trying to banish the entity. Instead, she proposed an attempt to help it find peace, to release the burden of guilt that had kept it tethered to the land for centuries. This would involve acknowledging the past tragedy, honoring the memory of those who suffered injustice, and offering forgiveness. Crowley agreed with Serafina's assessment. He believed that a compassionate approach might be more effective than a confrontational one in dealing with a trapped and tormented spirit. Over the next few days, guided by Serafina and Crowley, Mark began a series of rituals aimed at acknowledging the past tragedy and offering forgiveness. They researched the names of the individuals involved in the witchcraft accusations, including the young woman who was executed and the prominent accuser whose guilt seemed to be the source of the haunting. They held a small ceremony near the creek, the site of the ancient tragedy, reading aloud the names of those who had suffered and expressing remorse for the injustices of the past. They lit candles and scattered wildflowers, a symbolic gesture of remembrance for the beauty that had been twisted and demonized. Back in Mark's apartment, Serafina led a guided meditation focused on extending compassion and forgiveness towards a trapped entity. Mark visualized the accuser, burdened by centuries of guilt, and offered him release and peace. He focused on the swirling symbol on his forehead, no longer seeing it as a mark of terror, but as a conduit for healing. The following night, as Mark lay in bed, the familiar paralysis descended, but the crushing weight felt significantly lighter. The biting cold was less intense, a gentle coolness rather than an icy grip. The whispers were still present, but they were softer, almost mournful, and he no longer heard his name spoken with that chilling, possessive intent. The spectral touches did not return. Instead, Mark felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, a feeling of quiet acceptance in the darkness. The swirling symbol on his forehead felt warm, the persistent chill finally gone. He slept more soundly that night than he had in months. When he awoke, the swirling symbol on his forehead had faded considerably, barely visible against the skin. Over the next few days, it continued to fade until it was gone completely. The intense paranormal activity in his apartment ceased. The crushing weight, the biting cold, the chilling whispers, and the spectral touches never returned. A sense of calm and normalcy settled over his home. The encounter with Serafina Bellwether and the understanding she provided had been a turning point. By shifting their focus from fear and confrontation to compassion and forgiveness, they had helped a trapped spirit find peace, finally silencing the whispers from the past. Mark's ordeal had been terrifying, but it also led him to a deeper understanding of the lingering impact of historical trauma and the power of empathy in resolving even the most unsettling of manifestations. The doubt that plagued him throughout his search for answers had finally been replaced by a sense of closure and profound respect for the unseen world. Chapter 18: Lingering Sensations and Shifting Perspectives. The silence in his apartment was a welcome change, a stark contrast to the nightly cacophony of chilling whispers and unsettling sensations that had plagued Mark for so long. The swirling symbol on his forehead was gone, a physical manifestation of the resolution that had been reached. A sense of peace, fragile yet persistent, had settled over his home. However, the lingering memory of the terror he had experienced remained, a shadow in the corners of his mind. Sleep, once a source of profound dread, was slowly becoming a neutral space again. But the ingrained fear of the paralysis and the unseen presence still flickered at the edges of his consciousness as he drifted off. Occasionally, in the quiet moments before sleep claimed him, Mark would experience faint echoes of the haunting. A sudden, fleeting chill in the air, a barely perceptible whisper that seemed to brush against his ear, or a momentary pressure on his chest that quickly dissipated. These sensations were never as intense or as prolonged as they had been during the height of the haunting, but they served as a reminder of the terrifying reality he had endured. He found himself more attuned to subtle changes in his environment, a heightened awareness of shadows and sounds that had once gone unnoticed. He would sometimes catch himself holding his breath in the darkness, a subconscious reaction to the crushing weight he had so often felt. Mark continued to practice the grounding meditations that Ms. Hayes had taught him, finding a sense of stability and control in the simple act of focusing on his breath and his physical presence in the room. He also kept the crystals she had given him in his bedroom, a tangible link to the peace they had helped to restore. He maintained contact with both Elias Thorne and Seraphina Bellwether, sharing his progress and his occasional lingering sensations. Both assured him that these echoes were normal, a residual imprint of the intense experience his mind and body had endured. They advised patience and continued self-care. Elias, ever the pragmatist, suggested that the energy fluctuations they had detected might have created a temporary sensitivity in Mark's apartment, making him more susceptible to subtle environmental changes. He recommended keeping the air circulating and ensuring good ventilation. Seraphina explained that the emotional and psychic residue of such an intense haunting could take time to fully dissipate. She encouraged Mark to focus on positive energy and to consciously reclaim his personal space as a sanctuary of peace and rest. Mark also had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Reed, the psychologist. He recounted the resolution of the haunting, the role of Ms. Hayes, and the historical connection they had uncovered. Dr. Reed listened with an open mind, acknowledging the significant improvement in Mark's sleep and overall anxiety levels. While she remained within the framework of her psychological understanding, Dr. Reed conceded that the power of belief and focus intention could have a significant impact on one's mental and emotional state, potentially influencing even seemingly external phenomena. She emphasized the importance of Mark continuing to manage his stress and maintain healthy sleep habits. Mark found himself with a shifted perspective. While the scientific explanations offered by the doctors had felt inadequate during the height of the terror, he now recognized the importance of addressing the psychological impact of such intense experiences. The anxiety and fear had been real, regardless of the origin of the haunting. He also gained a newfound respect for the possibility of phenomena that lay beyond the current understanding of science. His experience had forced him to confront the limitations of his rational worldview and to consider the existence of energies and entities that science could not yet fully explain. He shared his experiences with David and Lisa again. David was relieved and fascinated by the resolution, his initial concern evolving into a genuine curiosity about the paranormal. Lisa remained more skeptical but acknowledged the significant improvement in Mark's well-being and the disappearance of the unexplained marks. While she still leaned towards a psychological explanation, she admitted that she couldn't fully account for all the events Mark had described. Life slowly began to return to a semblance of normalcy. Mark's sleep became more restful, the dread that had once accompanied nightfall gradually receding. He found his focus returning at work, and he started to re-engage in social activities. However, the experience had changed him. He carried a quiet awareness of the unseen world, a sense that there was more to reality than what could be readily perceived. He also developed a deeper empathy for those who claimed to experience paranormal phenomena, understanding the fear and isolation they might face. One evening, While sitting quietly in his living room, Mark felt a faint warmth on his left wrist, the area where he had so often felt the spectral grip. It was a fleeting sensation, gentle and non-threatening, almost like a soft touch of reassurance. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a sense of gratitude washing over him. He knew that the memory of the terror would likely linger, a reminder of the dark journey he had undertaken, but it was no longer a source of overwhelming fear. It had become a part of his story, a testament to the power of understanding, compassion, and the possibility of finding peace even in the face of the unexplained. The lingering sensations were not a resurgence of the haunting, but perhaps just echoes, fading reminders of a chapter closed, a testament to the shifting perspectives that his terrifying ordeal had ultimately brought about. The doubt that had driven his search had finally yielded to a fragile sense of understanding and a quiet acceptance of the mysteries that lie beyond the boundaries of our everyday perception. Chapter 19, New Sensitivities and Lingering Questions. The months that followed the resolution of the haunting brought a gradual return to normalcy for Mark. The terror that had consumed his nights receded, replaced by a quiet sense of peace and a newfound appreciation for undisturbed sleep. The lingering sensations, the fleeting chills, the barely audible whispers, the momentary pressures, became less frequent and less intense, eventually fading into the background of his daily life. However, the experience had undeniably left its mark. Mark found himself with a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings, a subtle awareness of energies and atmospheres that he had never noticed before. Certain places, particularly older buildings or areas with a palpable history, would sometimes evoke a faint sense of unease, a subtle echo of the oppressive dread he had felt in his apartment. He also developed a keen interest in the paranormal, devouring books and documentaries on the subject. His skepticism hadn't entirely vanished, but had been tempered by his own undeniable experiences. He now approached the topic with a more open mind, recognizing the limitations of current scientific understanding and the vastness of the unknown. He maintained his connection with Elias Thorne and Serafina Bellwether, occasionally checking in and sharing his observations. Both remained supportive, emphasizing the importance of grounding and self-care as he continued to process his experiences. Elias, ever the investigator, remained intrigued by the case. He continued to research the history of the land and the individuals involved in the witchcraft accusations, hoping to uncover any further details that might shed light on the specific dynamics of the haunting. He theorized that the swirling symbol might have acted as a key, unlocking a latent energy or attracting the entity to Mark's specific energy signature. Serafina believed that Mark's own capacity for empathy and his willingness to confront the darkness with compassion had played a crucial role in the resolution. She explained that sometimes individuals who experience intense paranormal encounters develop a heightened sensitivity to the spirit world, a kind of psychic residue from the interaction. Mark noticed this new sensitivity in himself. He found himself more intuitive, occasionally experiencing fleeting impressions or emotions that didn't seem to originate from his own thoughts. He would sometimes walk into a room and instantly sense a particular atmosphere, a lingering sadness or a subtle tension that others didn't seem to perceive. One evening, while visiting an old historical site, he felt a sudden wave of intense sorrow wash over him, accompanied by a fleeting image of a woman weeping by a creek. The sensation was so vivid that it momentarily took his breath away. He wondered if it was a residual echo of the tragedy he had learned about, a faint imprint of the past still clinging to the land. These new sensitivities, while sometimes unsettling, also felt like a form of expanded awareness. Mark was beginning to perceive a layer of reality that had previously been invisible to him. It was as if the intense paranormal encounter had opened a door, granting him a glimpse into the unseen world. However, with this new awareness came a fresh set of questions. Why had he been the one targeted by the entity? Was it simply a matter of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, his vulnerability somehow attracting the lingering negative energy? Or was there a deeper connection? Something he had yet to understand? He pondered the swirling symbol on his forehead. Why had it manifested on him? Was it a random occurrence? Or did it signify some kind of resonance with the historical events? The fact that it faded completely after the entity found peace suggested a direct link. He also wondered about the nature of the entity itself. Was it truly the guilt-ridden spirit of the accuser, or was it a more complex manifestation of the collective trauma surrounding the witchcraft accusations? The whispers he had heard, were they the accuser's tormented thoughts, or something else entirely? These questions linger in the back of his mind, a reminder that while the active haunting had ceased, the mystery was entirely solved. He had found peace, but the underlying mechanisms of the paranormal remained elusive. Mark continued to live his life, embracing a return to normalcy while remaining open to the possibility of further unexplained experiences. He found a new appreciation for the fragility of reality and the vastness of the unknown. He also made a conscious effort to cultivate empathy and understanding, drawing on his own terrifying ordeal to connect with others who might be experiencing similar, inexplicable phenomena. One afternoon, he received an email from Elias Thorne. Elias had uncovered some additional historical documents related to the accuser, whose guilt seemed to be at the center of the haunting. The documents hinted at a possible familial connection between the accuser and the family who had perished in the fire centuries later, a tragic irony that added another layer of complexity to the historical narrative. This new information, while not directly impacting Mark's personal experience, offered a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of the past and a potential for lingering emotional energies to manifest in unexpected ways. It reinforced the idea that the land itself held a kind of memory, capable of influencing the present. Mark realized that his journey into the paranormal had not only brought him face-to-face with terror, but had also opened his eyes to the rich and often unsettling tapestry of history and the unseen forces that might shape our reality in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. The lingering questions were not a source of anxiety, but rather a catalyst for continued learning and a deeper respect for mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our ordinary perception. The doubt that had driven his initial search had evolved into a quiet curiosity, a lifelong fascination with the unexplained. Chapter 20: Acceptance in the Unseen World. Time continued its steady march, and the intense memories of the haunting in Mark's apartment gradually softened around the edges, like a vivid dream slowly fading with the passage of daylight. The heightened sensitivities he had developed also began to subside, the fleeting chills and barely audible whispers becoming rarer and less intrusive. The unseen world, while still acknowledged, receded slightly from the forefront of his daily consciousness. Mark found a comfortable equilibrium, a balance between his rational, scientific inclinations and the undeniable reality of his paranormal experience. He hadn't become a fervent believer in all things supernatural, but he had shed the rigid skepticism that had once defined his worldview. He now recognized the limitations of human understanding and the vastness of the universe, both seen and unseen. He maintained a casual contact with Elias Thorne and Serafina Bellwether, occasionally sharing anecdotes or insights he encountered in his continued exploration of the paranormal. Elias remained dedicated to his investigations, often sharing intriguing cases he was working on, while Serafina offered gentle reminders about the importance of maintaining inner peace and a positive energy field. Mark's relationship with David and Lisa also evolved. David, now genuinely fascinated by Mark's experience, would often pepper him with questions and share articles or documentaries he had come across. Lisa, while still maintaining a degree of healthy skepticism, had become more accepting of Mark's account, acknowledging the profound impact the events had had on him and the undeniable resolution that had occurred. Life settled into a new rhythm. Mark continued to excel at his job, finding a renewed focus and appreciation for the stability it provided. He re-engaged in his hobbies, rediscovering the simple pleasures that had been overshadowed by the terror of the haunting. Sleep, once a battleground, became a sanctuary once more. However, the lessons learned during his ordeal remained. Mark carried with him a deeper sense of empathy for others, particularly those who claimed to have experienced the unexplainable. He understood the fear and isolation that could accompany such encounters, and made a conscious effort to listen without judgment. He also developed a quiet sense of wonder about the unseen world, a recognition that reality might be far more complex and mysterious than our current scientific models could fully encompass. He found himself drawn to stories and accounts of paranormal phenomena, not out of fear, but out of a genuine curiosity to learn more about the potential interactions between our world and others. One quiet evening, as dusk settled over the city, Mark sat on his balcony, gazing at the twinkling lights. He felt a gentle breeze on his face, carrying with a faint, almost imperceptible floral scent. It was a fleeting aroma, reminiscent of the wildflower associated with the ancient tragedy that had haunted his apartment. A sense of quiet understanding washed over him. It wasn't a chilling reminder of terror, but rather a subtle acknowledgement, a gentle whisper from the past that had finally found peace. He smiled softly, a feeling of closure settling in his heart. He realized that his journey had not just been about confronting a terrifying entity. It had also been about confronting his own limitations, his own preconceived notions about reality. It had forced him to expand his understanding of what was possible and to embrace the mysteries that lie beyond the realm of the readily explainable. The doubt that had driven his initial desperate search for answers had ultimately led him to a place of acceptance, an acceptance of the unknown, an acceptance of the possibility of unseen forces, and an acceptance of profound and often inexplicable interconnectedness of all things. He knew that the unseen world would likely remain a mystery, a realm just beyond our full comprehension, but he no longer felt threatened by it. Instead, he felt a quiet sense of respect, a recognition that there were forces at play that we might never fully understand. Mark continued to live his life, grounded in the present but open to the whispers of the unseen. He had faced his terror, sought answers with unwavering determination, and ultimately found peace not through scientific explanation alone, but through a willingness to explore the mystical, to connect with the past, and to embrace the possibility of a reality far more wondrous and complex than he had ever imagined. The final stage of doubt had yielded to a quiet acceptance, a peaceful coexistence with the lingering awareness of the unseen world that now subtly permeated the edges of his perception. Stage 3, Escalation and External Influence. Chapter 21, A familiar chill and lingering unease. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm for Mark. The intense terror of the haunting was a receding memory, a dark chapter closed. The faint echoes, the occasional chill, the barely perceptible whisper, had become infrequent enough to be easily dismissed as tricks of the mind or fleeting environmental changes. He had found a sense of peace and a renewed appreciation for the normalcy of his days and nights. However, this hard-won tranquility began to fray at the edges with the subtle return of a familiar unease. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. A persistent feeling of being watched, a faint prickling sensation on the back of his neck, particularly in the evenings as darkness fell. He initially dismissed it as residual anxiety, a lingering echo of the intense paranoia he had experienced during the haunting. But then, the chills returned. Not the bone-deep, agonizing cold of the entity's presence, but brief, localized shivers that seemed to have no discernible cause. They would occur randomly, while he was watching television, reading a book, or even in the middle of a warm afternoon. They were fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, but they carried a distinct, unsettling familiarity. The barely audible whispers also resurfaced. At first, he wasn't even sure if he was truly hearing them, or if it was just the ambient sounds of the city playing tricks on his ears. But there were moments in the dead silence of his apartment at night when he would catch a faint, sibilant murmur, too indistinct to understand but undeniably present. It stirred a primal unease within him, a subconscious recognition of the terror he had once known. Mark tried to rationalize these occurrences. The feeling of being watched could be attributed to stress, or simply being more aware of his surroundings after his experiences. The chills could be drafts or temperature fluctuations he hadn't noticed before. The whispers could be the wind whistling through the window cracks, or the distant hum of traffic. He consciously tried to push these sensations to the back of his mind, focusing on the positive changes in his life and the peace he had found. He continued his grounding meditations and kept the crystals Ms. Hayes had given him in his bedroom, seeking reassurance in their presence. However, the frequency and intensity of these subtle occurrences began to increase. The chills became more pronounced, sometimes leaving a lingering coolness on his skin. The whispers became slightly clearer, though still unintelligible, and seemed to occur more often when he was alone in his apartment at night. The feeling of being watched intensified, evolving into a distinct sense of a presence in the room, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. One evening, as he was preparing dinner, he felt a sudden, distinct cold spot in the kitchen, a localized chill that had no logical explanation. It lasted for several minutes, and during that time, he could have sworn he heard a faint, drawn-out sigh just at the edge of his hearing. The experience shook him more than the previous subtle occurrences. This felt too familiar, too reminiscent of the initial stages of the haunting. He contacted Elias Thorne, his voice tinged with renewed anxiety. He recounted the return of the chills, the whispers, the feeling of being watched, and the distinct cold spot in his kitchen. Elias listened with a thoughtful concern. "Mark, it's possible that there's still some residual energy in the apartment, a lingering echo of the previous haunting. It could also be that your sensitivity to these energies has become more pronounced." He suggested another energy clearing of the apartment just to be safe. He also recommended checking for any new sources of electromagnetic fields that might be influencing his perceptions. Mark agreed, and Elias and Ms. Hayes returned to his apartment for another clearing. They meticulously cleansed each room, paying particular attention to the areas where Mark had experienced the strongest sensations. Elias used his EMF reader, but found no significant new sources of electromagnetic energy. The clearing provided a temporary sense of relief. The immediate intensity of the chills and the feeling of being watched seemed to lessen. However, the subtle undercurrent of unease persisted. Over the next few weeks, the familiar patterns began to reemerge. The chills returned, the whispers echoed in the silence, and the feeling of a presence lingered in the shadows. It felt as if something was stirring again, a dormant energy being reactivated. One night, as Mark lay in bed, the paralysis returned. It wasn't the crushing, suffocating paralysis of the initial haunting, but a lighter, more fleeting immobility. The biting cold was absent, but there was a distinct coolness in the air. The whispers were faint but undeniably present. And then he felt it, a light, almost hesitant pressure on his left wrist, the area where he had felt the spectral grip before. The sensation was brief, lasting only a few seconds before the paralysis receded. Mark gasped awake, his heart pounding with a renewed sense of dread. The familiar terror was stirring again, and this time it felt different, as if something else was at play. The resolution he had found felt fragile, threatened by a returning chill and a lingering unease that hinted at a new, unwelcome chapter. The peace he had fought so hard for was beginning to slip away. Chapter 22. Whispers become words and a new presence. The return of the paralysis, even in its lighter form, coupled with a hesitant pressure on his wrist, sent a jolt of icy fear through Mark. The peace he had found felt fragile, threatened by the reemergence of the familiar terror. The subtle unease that had been building now solidified into a distinct sense that something was indeed stirring again in his apartment. The whispers, which had been faint and indistinct, began to evolve. They became slightly louder, more persistent, and occasionally, Mark thought he could discern actual words amidst the sibilant murmurs. These words were often fragmented, out of context, and difficult to grasp, but they carried a chillingly familiar tone, a hint of possessiveness and the underlying sadness he had perceived during the initial haunting. He would catch snippets like "yours" or "again," or a drawn-out, mournful loss. These fragmented utterances stirred a deep unease within him, a sense of the entity, or something else, was trying to communicate, or perhaps re-establish connection. The feeling of being watched also intensified. It was no longer a vague sense of unease, but a distinct awareness of a presence in the room, off in the shadows, just at the periphery of his vision. He would sometimes catch fleeting movements out of the corner of his eye, only to find nothing there when he turned his head. This heightened sense of being observed made him increasingly anxious and on edge, even during the day. The chills became more frequent and more intense, often accompanied by localized cold spots that would linger for extended periods. These cold spots seemed to move around the apartment, sometimes centered in his bedroom, other times in the living room or even the kitchen, creating an unsettlingly unpredictable atmosphere. One evening, while working on a computer, he felt a sudden, intense cold emanating from the area behind him. He turned around quickly, expecting to see an open window or a draft, but there was nothing. The cold lingered for several minutes, and during that time, he heard a distinct whisper, closer and clearer than any he had heard before. It sounded like a sigh, heavy with sorrow, followed by a single, chilling word: "alone." The experience shook Mark deeply. The whisper felt directed at him, carrying a palpable sense of loneliness and despair. It stirred a flicker of empathy within him, a faint echo of the understanding he had reached during the resolution of the initial haunting. He contacted Serafina Bellwether, his voice filled with a renewed concern. He described the evolving whispers and the distinct feeling of a new presence in his apartment. Serafina listened intently. "Mark," she said gently, "it sounds like the energies in your apartment are indeed becoming active again. It's possible that the peace that was achieved was not permanent, or that something new is now at play." She explained that sometimes residual energies could be stirred by external factors or by changes in the environment. She also cautioned that if the original entity hadn't fully moved on, it might be attempting to re-establish contact. However, Serafina also raised the possibility of a new presence. The feeling of being watched, the specific word alone, it could indicate a different entity, one with its own history, and its own reasons for being drawn to you or your space. She recommended another thorough energy clearing, but this time, she also suggested trying a guided communication session with her assistants to attempt to identify the source of the renewed activity. Mark agreed, feeling a sense of weary resignation. The thought of once again confronting the unknown filled him with dread, but the escalating nature of the phenomena left him feeling like he had no other choice. The subsequent energy clearing, while creating a temporary sense of calm, did not fully quell the renewed activity. The whispers persisted. The feeling of being watched remained, and the cold spots continued to appear. A few nights later, during another episode of light paralysis, the whispers became clearer than ever before. He could now discern full sentences, though they were still soft and somewhat distorted. He heard phrases like, "You feel it too, the emptiness, and we're the same lost." These words carry a profound sense of sadness and longing, a stark contrast of possessiveness he perceived during the initial haunting. Then he felt a new sensation, a faint, almost ethereal touch on his hand, resting on the bedside table. It was cold, but not the biting, aggressive cold of the previous entity. This cold felt gentle, almost sorrowful. When the paralysis receded, Mark lay awake in the darkness, his mind racing. The nature of the phenomena had shifted. The feeling was different, the whispers carried a different tone, and the touch felt sad rather than threatening. It was as if a new presence had entered his life, one that resonated with a profound sense of loss and loneliness. The familiar chill had returned, but it carried with it the weight of a new, and perhaps equally unsettling, presence. The peace he had found was being challenged by whispers of shared emptiness and a cold, sorrowful touch. Chapter 23. Echoes of Loss and Shared Vulnerability. The shift in the nature of the paranormal activity in his apartment was deeply unsettling for Mark. The aggressive, possessive energy of the initial haunting had been replaced by a pervasive sense of sadness and loneliness. The whispers spoke of emptiness and loss, and the cold touches felt sorrowful rather than threatening. It was as if a new presence had arrived, one that resonated with a profound sense of vulnerability. He shared these new developments with Serafina Bellwether. She listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "Mark," she said, "it sounds like you are now encountering a different entity, one with its own distinct emotional signature. The sadness and the feeling of being lost suggests a spirit that may be earthbound due to unresolved grief or trauma." She explained that sometimes individuals who are themselves sensitive to paranormal energies, as Mark seemed to have become, could inadvertently attract other spirits, particularly those who sense a kindred spirit or a shared vulnerability. The lingering energy from a previous haunting might have also created an opening, making his apartment more receptive to other presences. Serafina suggested attempting a more direct communication with this new entity, focusing on empathy and understanding rather than fear or banishment. She felt that by acknowledging its pain and offering solace, they might be able to help it find peace and move on. Mark, though still apprehensive, agreed to the attempt. The shift in the entity's demeanor had lessened his fear, replaced by a sense of curiosity and a strange kind of empathy for an apparent suffering. Serafina guided Mark through another meditative state, this time focusing on opening his heart and mind to any communication from the new presence. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, with a palpable sense of sadness. Mark felt a wave of profound loneliness wash over him, a feeling that was not entirely his own. During the meditation, fragmented images drifted through his mind. A solitary figure standing in a desolate landscape, a tear-streaked face looking out into the darkness. the faint echo of a mournful sob. He also heard the whispers more clearly, though they still seemed to be just at the edge of comprehension. He thought he heard words like gone, miss you, and dark. When he emerged from the meditation, Mark felt emotionally drained, but also strangely connected to the unseen presence. He had a sense of its deep sorrow and its longing for something or someone lost. Serafina felt it too. This is a spirit in deep pain, Mark. It does not try to harm you, but it is reaching out, perhaps sensing a shared sense of isolation or loss within you. She suggested a different approach than the rituals they had used for the previous entity. Instead of focusing on the past tragedy of the land, she proposed creating a space of comfort and understanding for this new spirit, acknowledging its pain and offering reassurance. Over the next few days, Mark, guided by Serafina, created a small memorial in his living room. They placed a single white candle, symbolizing peace, in a small, smooth stone, representing grounding and stability. They also brought in a vase of forget-me-nots, flowers often associated with remembrance. Each evening, Mark would light the candle and sit quietly by the memorial, focusing on sending feelings of peace and understanding towards the unseen presence. He would speak softly, acknowledging its sadness and letting it know that it was not alone. During these quiet moments, the atmosphere in the apartment would often shift. The air would grow cooler, and the faint whispers would become more distinct, sometimes seeming to respond to Mark's words with soft sighs or barely audible murmurs. The feeling of being watched persisted, but it no longer felt intrusive or threatening. Instead, it felt like a sorrowful gaze. One night, as Mark sat by the memorial, he felt a gentle, cold touch on his arm, a sensation that was distinctly different from the previous spectral grips. This touch felt light, almost like a caress, and it carried with a profound sense of sadness. Then, the whispers came, clearer than ever before. "Thank you," Mark thought he heard, followed by a soft, heart-wrenching sob. Over the next few weeks, Mark continued his quiet vigils by the memorial. The intense cold spots lessened, and the feeling of oppressive sadness in the apartment began to dissipate. The whispers became fainter, less frequent, and the sorrowful touches became less pronounced. One evening, as Mark sat in silence, he felt a profound sense of lightness in the room, as if a heavy weight had been lifted. The air felt clear and calm, and the feeling of being watched was gone. He felt a deep sense of peace, a feeling that the sorrowful presence had finally found some measure of solace. Serafina confirmed his intuition. "The spirit has found its peace, Mark. Your empathy and your willingness to acknowledge its pain have allowed it to move on. The experience with this new entity had been different from the initial haunting. It wasn't about confronting malice or resolving historical trauma, but about offering compassion and understanding to a lost and lonely soul." It had further opened Mark's eyes to the complex and varied nature of paranormal phenomena and to the potential for connection and healing even across the veil between worlds. The echoes of loss had been replaced by a sense of quiet resolution, and Mark felt a renewed sense of peace in his apartment, a testament to the power of shared vulnerability and heartfelt compassion. Chapter 24, A Disturbing Dream and Subtle Manipulations. The quiet peace that settled over Mark's apartment after the sorrowful entity moved on was a welcome respite. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, the chilling whispers were gone, and the feeling of being watched had finally dissipated. Sleep became a sanctuary once more, free from intrusions of the unseen. However, this hard-won tranquility began to erode with the arrival of a series of increasingly disturbing dreams. These were unlike the vivid but ultimately forgettable dreams he usually experienced. These dreams felt intensely real, almost like visitations, and they left him with a lingering sense of unease that persisted into his waking hours. The dreams often featured shadowy figures lurking in the periphery of his vision, their forms indistinct and unsettling. He would feel a pervasive sense of dread in these dreamscapes, a feeling that something malevolent was observing him, waiting for an opportunity. The familiar cold would sometimes return in these dreams, a subtle but distinct chill that raised the hairs on his arms even as he slept. One particularly vivid dream involved him standing in his apartment, but the familiar surroundings were distorted and decaying. The walls were crumbling, shadows writhed in the corners, and the air was thick with suffocating stillness. He felt a crushing weight on his chest, the familiar paralysis gripping his limbs. Then a whisper, clear and chillingly close, echoed in the darkness. "You are vulnerable again." He would wake from these dreams with jolt, his heart pounding, his body slicked with a cold sweat. The lingering feeling of dread would cling to him throughout the day, making him feel anxious and on edge. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, a subconscious fear that the shadowy figures from his dreams might somehow manifest in his waking reality. The subtle paranormal occurrences also began to resurface, though in a slightly different manner than before. The chills returned, but they were now accompanied by a distinct feeling of being touched, not the sorrowful caress of the previous entity, but fleeting, almost insect-like touches on his skin. He would feel a light brush against his arm, a faint tickle on his neck, sensations that were undeniably physical but had no discernible source. The whispers also returned, but their tone had shifted once again. They were no longer mournful or longing, but more insidious, laced with subtle mockery and a hint of manipulation. He would catch fragmented phrases like, "Don't trust them," or "They're lying to you," or a chillingly suggestive, "Come closer." These whispers sowed seeds of doubt and paranoia in his mind. He found himself questioning the motives of his friends, even David and Lisa, wondering if they were truly looking out for his best interests. He even began to feel a flicker of distrust toward Elias and Serafina, wondering if they had fully understood the nature of the energies in his apartment. The feeling of being watched intensified, evolving into a sense of constant scrutiny. He felt as if unseen eyes were following his every move, observing his thoughts and emotions. This pervasive feeling of being monitored made him increasingly withdrawn and isolated. One evening, while talking to David on the phone, he felt a sudden, sharp chill in the room, accompanied by a distinct whisper right beside his ear. "He doesn't understand." The whisper was so clear and so close that Mark instinctively flinched, cutting off mid-sentence. David, concerned by his sudden silence, asked if everything was all right. Mark, shaken by the experience, simply mumbled an excuse and ended the call. He contacted Serafina, his voice filled with growing anxiety and confusion. He described the disturbing dreams, the insect-like touches, the manipulative whispers, and the increasing paranoia he was experiencing. Serafina listened with a deep concern. "Mark," she said, "it sounds like a new influence is at play, one that is far more insidious than the previous entities. The manipulative whispers and the sowing of distrust are classic tactics of a negative presence trying to isolate and control you." She explained that sometimes, when a space becomes open to paranormal activity, it can attract a variety of entities, not all of them benign. This new presence seemed to be actively trying to undermine his support system and create an environment of fear and suspicion. The insect-like touches, she suggested, could be a way for this entity to establish a physical connection, to further erode his sense of personal space and control. The disturbing dreams, she believed, were an attempt to influence his subconscious, to weaken his resolve and make him more susceptible to its manipulations. Serafina warned Mark that this new presence could be far more dangerous than the previous ones. Its goal seemed to be to isolate and control him, potentially feeding off his fear and negative emotions. She stressed the importance of strengthening his defenses and resisting the seeds of doubt it was trying to plant. She recommended a more intensive cleansing ritual, focusing on creating strong protective boundaries around himself and his apartment. She also advised him to be mindful of his thoughts and emotions, actively rejecting any feelings of paranoia or distrust that seemed to arise without a logical basis. Mark followed Serafina's instructions diligently, performing the cleansing rituals with a renewed sense of urgency. He consciously fought against the feelings of paranoia, reminding himself of the trust he had built with his friends and with Elias and Serafina. However, the disturbing dreams persisted, the insect-like touches continued, and the manipulative whispers echoed in the silence, a constant reminder of the insidious presence that had now taken root in his life. The quiet peace had been shattered, replaced by a new and more unsettling form of terror. A subtle manipulation aimed at isolating him and eroding his trust in the very people who had helped him find his way back from the darkness. The external influence was becoming increasingly apparent, and the escalation had begun. Chapter 25. Seeds of Distrust and Eroding Reality. The insidious whispers and the disturbing dreams continued their relentless assault on Mark's peace of mind. The The subtle manipulations were taking root, slowly eroding his trust in his friends, and even in Elias and Serafina. The insect-like touches, though fleeting, serve as a constant reminder of the unseen presence that had infiltrated his personal space. The dreams became more vivid and more unsettling. They often depicted his friends and allies turning against him, their faces contorted in malice, their words echoing the manipulative whispers he heard in his waking hours. He would wake from these nightmares feeling disoriented and deeply suspicious, the lines between dream and reality blurring. The whispers grew bolder, becoming more direct and more personal. They would prey on his insecurities, amplifying his doubts and fears. "They don't truly care about you," he would hear in the dead of night. "They are hiding something," or most disturbingly, "You are alone in this, always have been." These whispers chipped away at the foundations of his support system, making him question the sincerity of his friend's concern and the effectiveness of Elias and Serafina's help. He found himself withdrawing, hesitant to share his escalating experiences, fearing that they would either dismiss him or, even worse, confirm the insidious whispers' claims of betrayal. The insect-like touches became more frequent and more insistent, sometimes escalating to a feeling of being lightly prodded or even gently pushed. These physical sensations, though not painful, were deeply unnerving, violating his sense of autonomy and control over his own body. One afternoon, while talking to Lisa, he felt a distinct tug on his sleeve, a sensation that was undeniably real. He glanced down, but there was no one near him. He abruptly ended the conversation, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and a growing sense of isolation. He couldn't bring himself to explain what had happened, fearing her skepticism and further reinforcing the whisper's claims that no one would understand. He also began to experience subtle changes in his environment that he couldn't explain. Objects would seem to move slightly on their own, doors would creak open in the middle of the night, and he would occasionally catch fleeting shadows in his peripheral vision that vanished before he could get a clear look. These occurrences, though minor, amplified his sense that his reality was becoming unstable, that the unseen presence was exerting more and more influence over his physical world. His anxiety level soared. Sleep became a source of renewed dread, not just because of the disturbing dreams, but also because it was during those vulnerable hours that the whispers and the touches seemed to intensify. He found himself constantly on edge, his senses hyper-alert, searching for any sign of the unseen presence. He continued the cleansing ritual Serafina had recommended, but they seemed to offer only temporary relief. The insidious influence felt like a persistent stain, resisting all attempts to eradicate it. Desperate for answers and feeling increasingly isolated, Mark decided to conduct his own research into manipulative entities and their tactics. He delved into occult texts and paranormal accounts, searching for any parallels to his experiences. He learned about entities that thrived on sowing discord and fear, feeding off negative emotions and isolating their victims. The more he researched, the more convinced he became that he was dealing with something far more cunning and malevolent than the lost and sorrowful spirits he had encountered before. This new presence seemed to be actively trying to break him down, to erode his sanity and his support system. He finally reached out to Elias, his voice strained with anxiety and a deep sense of unease. He described the escalating manipulations, the disturbing dreams, the physical touches, and the growing instability of his environment. He confessed his fear that he was being isolated and controlled. Elias listened intently, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a palpable concern. "Mark," he said, "what you're describing is a significant escalation. This entity is actively trying to undermine you, to weaken your defenses. The manipulation of your trust is a dangerous tactic." He agreed that this new presence was likely far more malevolent and suggested a more aggressive approach. He proposed bringing in a specialist in dealing with negative and manipulative entities, someone with experience in banishment rituals and psychic protection. The thought of a direct confrontation filled Mark with dread, but the alternative, succumbing to the insidious manipulations and eroding reality, was even more terrifying. He agreed to Elias' suggestion, knowing that he couldn't face this escalating darkness alone. The seeds of distrust had been sown, and the very fabric of his reality was beginning to fray under the influence of this new, malevolent presence. The escalation was no longer subtle. It was a deliberate and terrifying assault on his mind and his world. Chapter 26. The Banisher and confrontation looms. The arrival of Lorraine Vance, the specialist Elias had contacted, brought a stark shift in the atmosphere. Unlike the calm and analytical Elias or the gentle and empathetic Serafina, Lorraine exuded a focused intensity, a quiet strength that spoke of experience in confronting darker forces. She was a woman in her late 60s, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to see more than what was immediately apparent. Elias had briefed Lorraine on Mark's experiences, emphasizing the manipulative nature of the new entity and the escalating instability in his apartment. Lorraine listened intently, her gaze unwavering as Mark recounted the disturbing dreams, the insect-like touches, the insidious whispers, and the growing sense of fractured reality. "This isn't a lost soul seeking solace, Mark," Lorraine stated firmly after he had finished. "This is something that feeds on fear and thrives on control. The manipulation of your trust is a classic tactic to isolate you and weaken your defenses. We need to address this directly." Lorraine's approach was pragmatic and direct. She conducted her own assessment of Mark's apartment, using a variety of tools that were different from Elias's. Intricate pendulums, small vials containing strange herbs, and a worn leather-bound book filled with symbols and incantations. She moved through the rooms with a focused energy, her lips moving silently as she seemed to sense the residual energies and the presence of the manipulative entity. She confirmed the presence of a negative energy, distinct from the sorrowful entity that had previously resided there. "This one is clever and persistent," she noted. "It has woven itself into the fabric of this space, feeding on your fear and uncertainty." Lorraine explained that the goal was not to communicate or to offer solace, but to sever the entity's connection to Mark and his apartment and to banish it completely. This would require a focused and powerful ritual, one that would assert Mark's will and reclaim his personal space. The prospect of a direct confrontation filled Mark with a profound sense of anxiety, but Lorraine's confident demeanor and her clear plan of action offered a sliver of hope amidst the growing terror. He felt a sense of resolve hardening within him. He was tired of being manipulated, tired of the fear and the eroding reality. Lorraine began preparing for the banishment ritual. She instructed Mark to gather specific items: salt, iron, rosemary, and purified water. She also asked for a personal object that held strong emotional significance for him, something that represented his sense of self and his connection to the positive aspect of his life. Over the next day, Lorraine meticulously prepared the ritual space in Mark's living room. She created a protective circle using salt, placed iron objects at the cardinal directions, and burned rosemary to cleanse the air. She explained the incantation she would be reciting, and the role Mark would need to play in asserting his will and reclaiming his space. The atmosphere in the apartment grew thick, with a palpable tension as the ritual preparations unfolded. The subtle paranormal activity seemed to intensify, the whispers becoming more insistent, the shadows and periphery of his vision more pronounced. It felt as if the entity was aware of their intentions and was actively resisting their efforts. That night, as the ritual began, a profound sense of dread filled the apartment. Lorraine's voice, though calm and steady, resonated with power as she recited the ancient incantations. The scent of burning rosemary filled the air, mingling with the metallic tang of the iron and the clean scent of the salt. Mark stood within a protective circle, holding his personal object, a worn photograph of his family, his heart pounding in his chest. He focused on his resolve, on his desire to reclaim his life and his peace. As Lorraine's incantations reached a crescendo, the temperature in the room plummeted dramatically. The shadows seemed to writhe and coalesce, and the whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of malevolent hisses and mocking laughter. Mark felt a wave of intense fear wash over him. The insidious doubts the entity had sown threatening to overwhelm his resolve. Then Lorraine's voice rose, strong and unwavering, commanding the entity to depart, to relinquish its hold on Mark and his home. She invoked ancient powers and symbols of protection, her words echoing with authority. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind seemed to sweep through the closed apartment, extinguishing the candles and plunging the room into darkness. Mark felt a cold, oppressive presence directly in front of him, a palpable sense of pure malice. The whispers were deafening, a cacophony of hatred and defiance. Lorraine's voice, though now strained, remained firm. "You have no power here. This is not your domain. Begone." Mark, drawing on a wellspring of inner strength he didn't know he possessed, raised a photograph of his family and focused on the love and connection it represented. He spoke, his voice trembling but resolute. "This is my life, my home. You have no right to be here. Leave." A violent tremor shook the apartment, and the oppressive presence seemed to recoil. The deafening whispers abruptly ceased, and the intense cold began to dissipate. The gust of wind subsided, and the darkness slowly began to lift, revealing Lorraine, her face pale but determined, and Mark, shaken but standing firm within the salt circle. The immediate intensity of the entity's presence had been broken. The confrontation had begun, and though the battle was far from over, a crucial first step had been taken. The Banisher had arrived, and the looming darkness had finally met resistance. Chapter 27. The Lingering Shadow and Fortified Defenses. The immediate aftermath of Lorraine's banishment ritual brought a tangible sense of relief. The oppressive atmosphere in Mark's apartment had lifted. The insidious whispers were silenced, and the feeling of being constantly watched receded. The residual tension in the air, however, hinted that the confrontation was far from over. Lorraine explained that such negative entities rarely relinquished their hold easily. The ritual had likely weakened its power and disrupted its direct influence, but might still linger, attempting to find new ways to infiltrate Mark's life and his home. Over the next few days, Lorraine worked with Mark to fortify his defenses. She instructed him on daily cleansing rituals using specific herbs and essential oils, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a strong personal energy field. She also placed protective sigils around his apartment, symbols drawn in blessed oil that were meant to ward off negative influences. She taught Mark visualization techniques, guiding him to imagine a brilliant white light surrounding himself and his home, acting as an impenetrable shield against any malevolent forces. She stressed the importance of maintaining a positive mindset and actively rejecting any feelings of fear or doubt that might weaken his defenses. The disturbing dreams lessened in intensity and frequency, though they didn't disappear entirely. They now felt more distant, less real, and the shadowy figure seemed less menacing. The insect-like touches also ceased, and the subtle manipulations of his environment seemed to have stopped. However, Mark still felt a lingering unease, a sense that the entity was still lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to return. He found himself constantly vigilant, scanning his surroundings and listening intently for any sign of its presence. Sleep remained a somewhat anxious affair, the memory of the terror still a raw nerve. One evening, while alone in his apartment, he felt a sudden, sharp drop in temperature in his bedroom, a localized chill that mirrored the entity's previous manifestations. It lasted only for a few seconds, but it was enough to send a jolt of fear through him. He immediately performed the cleansing ritual Lorraine had taught him and visualized protective white light surrounding his room. The chill dissipated, but the experience left him shaken. He contacted Lorraine, reporting the incident. She reassured him that such minor occurrences were to be expected as the entity tested his defenses. "It's like a cornered animal, Mark," she explained. "It will probe for weaknesses. The fact that it retreated after you reinforce your protection shows that our efforts are working." Lorraine emphasized the importance of consistency and vigilance. You need to be diligent with your rituals and your mental discipline. Don't let your guard down, even for a moment. Over the next few weeks, Mark adhered to Lorraine's instructions meticulously. He performed the cleansing rituals daily, visualized his protective shield, and actively fought against any feelings of fear or paranoia. The subtle paranormal activity remained minimal, occasional fleeting chills or faint whispers that were easily dismissed. He began to feel a sense of cautious optimism. It seemed that the entity's power was waning, its influence over his life diminishing. He started to sleep more soundly, the fear of the darkness slowly receding. However, just as he began to feel a sense of true peace returning, a new and disturbing element entered the picture. He started experiencing vivid waking hallucinations. These were not the subtle shadows or fleeting movements he had experienced before. These were clear, almost tangible visions that would suddenly appear in his everyday life. He would see shadowy figures lurking at the edges of his vision, their forms more defined and malevolent than those in his dreams. He would hear the insidious whispers, clear and distinct, even in the midst of conversations. He even experienced phantom touches, feeling the cold, insect-like sensations on his skin when there was no physical source. These waking hallucinations were deeply unsettling, blurring the lines between what was real and what was not. They made him question his sanity, wondering if the prolonged stress and the intense paranormal activity had somehow fractured his perception of reality. He immediately contacted Lorraine, his voice filled with alarm. He described the vivid waking hallucinations, his fear that he was losing his grip on reality. Lorraine listened with a grave concern. "Mark," she said, "this is a significant development. It suggests that the entity, unable to directly influence your physical environment as easily, is now attempting to attack your mind directly. It is trying to break down your mental defenses, to make you doubt your own sanity." She explained that this was a common tactic of powerful negative entities when their direct influence was thwarted. By making the victim question their own perception, they could create an opening for re-entry. Lorraine stressed the importance of grounding himself in reality and actively discerning between what was real and what was a hallucination. She taught him new techniques for anchoring his awareness in the present moment and for mentally rebuking the intrusive visions and whispers. The battle had entered a new, more psychological phase. The lingering shadow of the entity was now targeting his mind, attempting to erode his sanity and reclaim its hold. The fortified defenses were being tested in a new and terrifying way. The confrontation was far from over. It had simply shifted its focus to the very core of Mark's being. Chapter 28: Fractured Perception and the Mental Battleground. The waking hallucinations plunged Mark into a terrifying new phase of his ordeal. The insidious whispers and the malevolent shadowy figures were no longer confined to the realm of sleep or fleeting glimpses. They were intruding into his waking hours, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare, making him question his own sanity. The whispers became more persistent and more cunning, preying on his deepest fears and insecurities. They would mimic the voices of his friends, subtly twisting their words and intentions, further fueling his paranoia. He would hear Lisa's voice laced with mockery, David's tone filled with judgment, even Elias and Lorraine's reassurances twisted into veiled threats. The shadowy figures became more defined, their forms occasionally taking on grotesque and menacing shapes. They would flicker at the edges of his vision, sometimes seeming to peer directly at him with malevolent intent. He would see them reflected in mirrors, lurking in darkened doorways, their silent presence a constant source of anxiety. The phantom touches also persisted, the cold, insect-like sensations crawling across his skin, leaving him feeling perpetually unclean and violated. These tactile hallucinations were particularly disturbing, as they blurred the boundary between his physical self and the unseen entity's influence. Lorraine's grounding techniques became his lifeline. She had taught him to focus on his senses, the feel of the ground beneath his feet, the taste of food, the scent of the air, to anchor himself in the present moment whenever the hallucinations threatened to overwhelm him. She also emphasized the power of verbal affirmation, instructing him to firmly reject the intrusive whispers and visions, asserting his control over his own mind. "Your mind is your sanctuary, Mark," she had stressed. "Do not let it become a battleground for this entity. You have the power to control what you perceive." The mental battle was exhausting. It required constant vigilance, a conscious effort to filter his thoughts and perceptions, to discern between reality and the entity's insidious manipulations. He felt like he was constantly walking a tightrope, one wrong step threatening to send him spiraling into a vortex of paranoia and delusion. He found it increasingly difficult to focus at work, the intrusive whispers and fleeting shadows constantly distracting him. His social interactions became strained as he struggled to trust his friends and colleagues, constantly second-guessing their words and actions. The isolation the entity had sought to create was slowly becoming a reality. One particularly harrowing day, while in a crowded coffee shop, he experienced a vivid hallucination. The faces of the people around him seemed to distort into grotesque masks, their whispers morphing into a chorus of mocking laughter directed at him. Panic surged through him, and he fled the coffee shop, his heart pounding, convinced that everyone could see the terror he was experiencing. He contacted Lorraine, his voice filled with despair. "I can't do this, Lorraine. It's getting stronger. I can't tell what's real anymore." Lorraine's voice, though firm, was filled with compassion. "Mark, This is the entity's final push. It is trying to break you. You are stronger than you think. You have resisted its influence before, and you can do it again. You are not alone. She reminded him of the progress they had made, of the entity's weakened state after the banishment ritual. It can no longer directly control your environment as easily. This mental assault is a sign of its desperation. Lorraine intensified the protective measures. She provided Mark with new sigils to carry with him, charged with protective energy. She also guided him through more powerful mental shielding exercises, helping him to visualize an impenetrable barrier around his mind. She emphasized the importance of self-care, urging him to get as much rest as possible, to eat nourishing food, and to engage in activities that brought him a sense of peace and grounding. The mental battle raged on. There were moments of clarity, when Mark felt in control, able to recognize the hallucinations for what they were, the desperate attempts of a weakened entity to regain its influence. But there were also moments of intense fear and confusion, when the lines blurred, and he struggled to hold on to the anchor of reality. He clung to Lorraine's words, repeating her affirmations, visualizing his mental shield, and focusing on the tangible world around him. He found solace in simple routines, in the feel of the sun on his skin, the taste of his morning coffee, the familiar weight of his keys in his pocket. These small anchors helped to tether him to reality amidst a storm of hallucinations. Slowly, gradually, with unwavering effort and Lorraine's continued guidance, the tide began to turn. The waking hallucinations became less frequent, less vivid, their power to instill fear diminishing. The insidious whispers lost their potency, their manipulative words no longer finding fertile ground in his mind. The phantom touches became fainter, a fleeting annoyance rather than a violation. The mental battleground was slowly being reclaimed. The entity's desperate assault on his mind was failing. Its power was waning, its influence receding. The fractured perception was beginning to mend, and Mark was slowly regaining his hold on reality. The external influence, though powerful and insidious, was finally being pushed back by the strength of his own will and the unwavering support of those who stood by him. The darkness was beginning to yield to the light of his resilience. Chapter 29, Severing Ties and Receding Darkness. The relentless mental battle against a manipulative entity began to show signs of abating. Lorraine's guidance and Mark's unwavering determination were proving effective. The waking hallucinations became less frequent, their vividness fading like a persistent nightmare, losing its grip on the waking mind. The insidious whispers, once a constant barrage of doubt and paranoia, grew fainter, their power to sow distrust significantly diminished. The phantom touches, those unsettling violations of his personal space, became mere fleeting sensations, easily dismissed as the lingering echoes of a dying influence. Mark felt a gradual return of clarity and control. The fog of paranoia that had clouded his judgment began to dissipate, allowing him to reconnect with his friends and with Elias and Lorraine with renewed trust. He shared his progress, the lessening intensity of the hallucinations and whispers, and a growing sense of his own mental fortitude. Lorraine was cautiously optimistic. The entity's hold is weakening, Mark. Its attempt to fracture your perception have largely failed. We need to continue to sever its ties to you and your apartment completely. She explained that even though the direct mental assaults were receding, there might still be residual energy clinging to the space, a lingering vulnerability that the entity could potentially exploit if given the opportunity. She proposed a final, more powerful banishment ritual aimed at Chedichedwan completely sever any remaining connection. This final ritual was more elaborate and more intense than the first. Lorraine prepared a potent concoction of herbs and oils, chanting ancient incantations as she mixed them. She reinforced protective sigils around Mark's apartment and instructed him in a powerful visualization exercise, envisioning himself as a beacon of pure light, radiating outwards and pushing back any encroaching darkness. During the ritual, Lorraine's voice resonated with authority as she commanded the entity to depart, to release its hold on Mark and his home, and to never return. She invoked powerful forces of protection and banishment, her words echoing with an unwavering resolve. Mark, standing within a newly drawn protective circle, focused his intent, channeling his inner strength and visualizing the brilliant white light emanating from within him, pushing back the lingering shadows. This time, The reaction was different. There was no violent tremor, no sudden drop in temperature, no deafening chorus of whispers. Instead, there was a palpable sense of resistance, a feeling of something being forcefully pushed away, followed by a profound stillness. The air in the apartment felt lighter, cleaner, as if a heavy weight had finally been lifted. In the days following the final banishment ritual, the remaining vestiges of the entity's influence continued to fade. The waking hallucinations ceased entirely. The insidious whispers fell silent, and the phantom touches vanished completely. The lingering unease that clung to corners of Mark's mind finally dissipated, replaced by a genuine and lasting sense of peace. Sleep became a true sanctuary once more, undisturbed by nightmares or the oppressive presence of the unseen. Mark found his focus returning fully at work, and his relationships with his friends blossomed again, the insidious seeds of distrust having been completely eradicated. He maintained contact with Lorraine, who advised him to remain vigilant, but also to embrace his newfound peace. "The darkness has been pushed back, Mark," she said. "But remember the strength you found within yourself to resist it. That strength will remain with you." Elias, ever the investigator, conducted a final sweep of Mark's apartment with his equipment. The unusual energy fluctuations that had been present during the haunting were gone, replaced by a normal, stable energy field. He confirmed that, by all indications, the entity's presence had been completely eliminated. Serafina visited Mark one last time, sensing a profound shift in the atmosphere of his apartment. She smiled gently. "The ties have been severed, Mark. The darkness has receded. You have reclaimed your space and your peace." The ordeal had left an indelible mark on Mark, but it was not one of fear. It was a mark of resilience, a testament to his inner strength and his ability to confront and overcome unimaginable terror. He had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, with a deeper understanding of himself and the unseen world. The lingering questions about why he had been targeted and the exact nature of the entities he had encountered remained, but they no longer held the power to instill fear. They had become part of his story, a reminder of the extraordinary journey he had undertaken. Life returned to a new normal, one tinged with a quiet awareness of the unseen, but no longer dominated by its terror. Mark had found his way back from the brink, severing the ties to the darkness and embracing the hard-won peace that now filled his home and his life. The external influence had been confronted and ultimately defeated, leaving behind a profound sense of closure and the enduring strength of his own resilient spirit. Chapter 30. Echoes of Resilience and a Changed Worldview. The silence in Mark's apartment was no longer fraught with tension or the lingering anticipation of terror. It was a peaceful silence, a testament to the hard-won victory over the malevolent entity that had sought to consume his life. The echoes of the haunting, the chilling whispers, the oppressive presence, the fractured perception had finally faded into the recesses of memory, their power to instill fear significantly diminished. Life had resumed its familiar rhythm, but Mark was no longer the same. The ordeal had forged within him a resilience he never knew he possessed, a quiet strength born from facing unimaginable darkness and emerging into the light. His worldview had been irrevocably changed, expanded beyond the comfortable confines of scientific rationalism to acknowledge the vast and often unsettling mysteries of the unseen world. He maintained a warm and respectful connection with Lorraine Vance, occasionally reaching out to share updates or seek her insight on articles or accounts of paranormal phenomena he encountered. Lorraine, in turn, offered her continued support and guidance, emphasizing the importance of maintaining strong personal boundaries and trusting his intuition. Elias Thorne remained a steadfast friend, his scientific curiosity now tempered with genuine respect for Mark's experiences. They would often discuss the intricacies of the paranormal, Elias approaching the subject with his analytical mind, Mark offering the visceral perspective of someone who had lived through it. Lisa and David were unwavering in their support, their initial skepticism having evolved into a deep empathy and understanding of the profound impact the haunting had had on Mark. Their friendship had been tested and ultimately strengthened by the extraordinary circumstances. Mark found a new sense of purpose in sharing his story, not for sensationalism, but to offer solace and validation to others who might be experiencing similar, inexplicable phenomena. He volunteered with a local support group for individuals dealing with paranormal encounters, offering a listening ear and the hard-earned wisdom of his own journey. He continued to live in his apartment, no longer viewing it as a place of terror, but as a sanctuary he had reclaimed through courage and resilience. He had filled it with light and positive energy, consciously cultivating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. The lingering questions about the specifics of the entities he had encountered and the reasons he had been targeted remained, but they no longer haunted him. They served as a reminder of the complex and often unknowable nature of the paranormal, a catalyst for continued learning and exploration rather than a source of fear. One quiet evening, as he sat on his balcony, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. He closed his eyes, a sense of profound gratitude washing over him. He had faced the darkness and found his way back, not unscathed, but stronger and wiser. He understood that the unseen world was a vast and intricate tapestry, filled with energies and entities both benign and malevolent. His experience had taught him the importance of vigilance, of protecting one's personal boundaries, and of trusting one's intuition when confronted with the unexplained. The doubt that had initially driven his desperate search for answers had ultimately yielded to a quiet acceptance, an acceptance of mysteries that lie beyond our current understanding, an acceptance of his own resilience, and an acceptance of the enduring power of hope and human connection in the face of the unknown. Mark continued to live his life, embracing the normalcy he had fought so hard to regain, but with a newfound awareness of the unseen world that subtly permeated the edges of his perception. He carried within him the echoes of resilience, a quiet strength forged in the crucible of terror, and a deeply changed worldview, one that acknowledged the limitations of the known and embraced the infinite possibilities of the unknown. The final stage of external influence had been overcome, leaving behind not just peace, but profound and lasting transformation. Stage 4, the lingering connection and unforeseen consequences. Chapter 31, a familiar name and unsettling news. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm for Mark. Years had passed since the intense haunting and the subsequent battles with the manipulative entity. The memories, though still vivid, no longer held the sharp edges of terror. He had built a life grounded in peace and a quiet acceptance of the unseen world, his experiences having reshaped his perspective rather than defining his existence. He continued his work, finding satisfaction in its routine. His friendships with David and Lisa had deepened, strengthened by the shared ordeal and the unwavering support they had offered. He occasionally connected with Elias and Lorraine, sharing updates and engaging in thoughtful discussions about the paranormal, his own experiences now lending a unique weight to their conversations. The support group he volunteered with had become a source of profound connection, allowing him to offer guidance and understanding to others grappling with inexplicable phenomena. Sharing his story, not as a victim but as a survivor, had become a form of healing, a way to transform his past trauma into a source of hope for others. One crisp autumn afternoon, while sorting through a stack of old mail, an envelope caught his eye. The return address was unfamiliar. A small town he vaguely recognized from his initial research into the history of his apartment building. The name on the sender line sent a jolt of unexpected unease through him. Eleanor Vance. A cold knot formed in his stomach. The name was strikingly familiar, a variation of Lorraine's surname. He cautiously opened the letter, his heart pounding with a premonition he couldn't quite articulate. The letter was handwritten, the script elegant but bearing a faint tremor. Eleanor introduced herself as Lorraine Vance's younger sister. Her tone was somber, the opening lines conveying the news of Lorraine's recent passing. A wave of unexpected grief washed over Mark. Lorraine had been a pivotal figure in his journey, a beacon of strength and knowledge in his darkest hours. As he continued reading, the letter took a more unsettling turn. Eleanor wrote of Lorraine's final days, mentioning a particular case that had weighed heavily on her mind, a persistent and unusually resilient negative entity attached to a man in the city. Lorraine had expressed concerns about the entity's potential for resurgence and its unusual connection to a specific lineage tied to the land where the man resided. Mark's blood ran cold. The details resonated with an unnerving familiarity. The persistent negative entity, the city location, the lineage tied to the land, it couldn't be a coincidence. Eleanor explained that Lorraine had left behind a collection of notes and research materials related to this case, believing that the entity might still pose a threat. She had felt a strong intuition that the man involved might need further assistance and had entrusted Eleanor with the task of reaching out. The letter included a request from Mark to contact Eleanor, should he feel any renewed activity or have any insights that might be relevant to Lorraine's research. Eleanor expressed Lorraine's deep respect for Mark's resilience and her belief that his experience might hold valuable clues. A profound sense of unease settled over Mark. The peace he had cultivated felt fragile once more, threatened by this unexpected connection to Lorraine's past and the unsettling implication that the darkness he had fought so hard to overcome might not be entirely vanquished. He reread the letter several times, the familiar name of Vance now carrying a weight of both grief and foreboding. The mention of a persistent entity and a lineage tied to the land stirred unsettling echoes of the historical haunting in his apartment. Could it be that the entity he had faced was not truly severed, but merely dormant? Its influence somehow linked to a broader, more persistent pattern? He contacted Elias, his voice tinged with renewed anxiety. He shared the news of Lorraine's passing and the contents of Eleanor's letter. Elias listened with grave concern, the analytical gears in his mind already turning. This is concerning, Mark. The details Eleanor mentioned bear a striking resemblance to your case. The lineage tied to the land, that could be a significant factor. Elias suggested revisiting the historical research they had done, looking for any broader patterns or recurring negative events associated with the families involved in the witchcraft accusations centuries ago. He also proposed contacting Eleanor Vance to learn more about Lorraine's research and her specific concerns. A cold dread settled in Mark's heart. It felt as if the peace he had found was an illusion, a temporary reprieve from a darkness that was more deeply rooted and more persistent than he had ever imagined. The familiar name on the envelope had opened a door to unforeseen consequences, suggesting that his connection to the unseen world and its potential dangers might not be entirely severed after all. The past, it seemed, had a way of reaching into the present, and the echoes of his ordeal were beginning to resonate with new and unsettling intensity. Chapter 32, Echoes of the Past and a Shared Legacy. The news of Lorraine's passing cast a pall over Mark's hard-won peace. The letter from Eleanor Vance, with its unsettling parallels to his own experience, stirred a deep unease, suggesting that the darkness he had confronted might be part of a larger, more persistent pattern. The mention of a lineage tied to the land resonated with the historical research he and Elias had conducted, hinting at a potential connection that stretched back centuries. He contacted Eleanor Vance, his voice filled with a mixture of sympathy for her loss and a growing sense of apprehension about the implications of her letter. Eleanor's voice was soft but carried a quiet strength that reminded Mark of Lorraine. She expressed her gratitude for his call and shared more details about Lorraine's final case. Eleanor explained that Lorraine had been investigating a series of increasingly violent paranormal disturbances affecting a family who were direct descendants of one of the key figures involved in the ancient witchcraft accusations, the same lineage Elias had uncovered during their research. The disturbances mirrored some of Mark's initial experiences: intense sleep paralysis, chilling whispers, and physical manifestations. However, in this new case, the activity had escalated to dangerous levels, with reports of physical assaults and genuine fear for the family's safety. Lorraine had believed that the persistent negative entity she was battling was somehow tied to the unresolved trauma and malice surrounding the witchcraft trials, its influence amplified by the generational connection to the accuser's lineage and the specific land where both Mark's apartment building and his family's ancestral home were located, a chilling revelation that underscored the potential significance of the land's history. Eleanor shared excerpts from Lorraine's notes, filled with observations about the entity's manipulative nature, its ability to sow discord and fear, and its apparent connection to specific historical symbols and locations. Mark recognized many of these patterns from his own terrifying ordeal, solidifying his growing suspicion that he had faced a similar, if not the same, malevolent force. The letter also mentioned Lorraine's growing concern about the entity's resilience and its potential to latch onto individuals with certain sensitivity or connection to the affected lineage or land. She had worried that even if one manifestation was quelled, the underlying entity might seek out other avenues of influence. A chilling realization dawned on Mark. His own intense experience, his sensitivity to the paranormal, and his residence on the historically significant land might have made him a target, just as the descendants of the accusers were now facing a more violent manifestation. The peace he had found might have been a temporary lull in a much longer, more complex battle. He shared this information with Elias, who was equally disturbed by the parallels. They delved back into their historical research, focusing on any recurring patterns of misfortune or unexplained events associated with the accuser's lineage throughout the centuries. They uncovered fragmented accounts of unusual illnesses, financial ruin, and premature deaths, whispers of a curse, or a lingering shadow hanging over the family. Elias also researched the specific geographical area, looking for any other historical accounts of paranormal activity or negative energies tied to the land. He discovered local folklore that spoke of a taint upon the land, a lingering darkness stemming from the injustice of the witch trials. The pieces began to fall into place, forming a disturbing picture of persistent negative entity, its power somehow amplified by its connection to a specific lineage and the historical trauma imprinted on the land. Mark's haunting, it seemed, was not an isolated incident but part of a larger, more insidious pattern. He felt a renewed sense of responsibility, a feeling that his own experience might hold crucial insights for Eleanor and the family currently under siege. He offered Eleanor his full support, sharing his own strategies for resisting the entity's manipulations and reclaiming his peace. Eleanor was deeply grateful for Mark's willingness to help. She shared more details about the escalating situation, the family's growing fear, and their desperation for a solution. She expressed Lorraine's belief that a collaborative effort combining Mark's personal experience with Lorraine's research might be their best chance of confronting this persistent darkness. A sense of grim determination settled over Mark. The peace he had found was now intertwined with a renewed sense of purpose. He had faced the darkness before, and he would face it again, not just for himself, but to honor Lorraine's legacy and help others entangled in this ancient and persistent evil. The echoes of the past were resonating with a new and urgent call to action. The shared legacy of the land and the lingering darkness demanded a united front. Chapter 33. A Journey to the Past and Whispers of Lineage. Driven by a sense of responsibility and a desire to honor Lorraine's legacy, Mark agreed to travel to the small town where Eleanor Vance was assisting the besieged family. The journey felt like stepping back in time, a pilgrimage to the source of the lingering darkness that had touched his life and now threatened another. Eleanor met him at a quaint, old inn on the outskirts of town. Her resemblance to Lorraine was striking, a comforting familiarity in the face of the unsettling circumstances. She expressed her deep gratitude for his willingness to help, her eyes reflecting a weariness born of witnessing the family's escalating terror. The ancestral home of the afflicted family, the Ashtons, stood a few miles outside of town, a grand but somewhat dilapidated Victorian mansion that seemed to exude an air of melancholy and decay. Eleanor explained that the paranormal activity within the house had intensified dramatically in recent weeks, mirroring Mark's initial experiences, but with a more violent edge. The Ashtons, a young couple, Thomas and Sarah, and their 2 small children, were living in constant fear, their lives disrupted by relentless whispers, violent shaking of furniture, and even instances of physical assault. Eleanor had been staying with them, offering what comfort and protection she could, drawing upon Lorraine's notes and her own understanding of the paranormal. However, the entity seemed stronger and more entrenched than anything she had encountered before. As Mark stepped into the Ashton house, a familiar chill permeated the air, a heavy, oppressive feeling that resonated with the darkest moments of his own haunting. The silence within the house was deceptive, punctuated by the occasional creak of the old timbers and an underlying sense of dread that hung heavy in the atmosphere. Eleanor led him through the house, pointing out the areas where the activity was most intense. The children's bedrooms were particularly affected, with reports of terrifying whispers at night and objects being thrown across the room. Thomas and Sarah's bedroom was a scene of disarray, furniture overturned and claw marks etched into the wooden floor. Eleanor shared Lorraine's research on the Ashton lineage, tracing their direct descent back to Elias Thorne's namesake, the prominent figure who had led the accusations during the witchcraft trials. Lorraine had theorized that the persistent negative entity was somehow tied to the guilt and malice of this ancestor, its power amplified by the generational connection to the land and the unresolved trauma of the past. Mark felt a chilling resonance with his own experience, the swirling symbol on his forehead now seeming like a distant echo of this deeper, more entrenched darkness. He shared his own story with Eleanor and the Ashtons, recounting the escalating terror, the manipulative whispers, and the eventual severing of ties. His experience offered a glimmer of hope, a testament to the possibility of overcoming such a powerful entity. Together, Mark and Eleanor began a more in-depth investigation of the Ashton house, meticulously documenting the paranormal activity and searching for any specific focal points of the entity's power. They used Lorraine's equipment and Mark's heightened sensitivity to the unseen, trying to understand the nuances of this particular manifestation. As they delved deeper, they noticed recurring patterns. The whispers often seemed to focus on themes of guilt, retribution, and the sins of the past. The physical manifestations seemed to intensify around objects that had belonged to earlier generations of the Ashton family. Mark experienced fleeting visions within the house, glimpses into moments of intense fear and anger, as if the very walls held echoes of the family's troubled history. He felt the oppressive weight of centuries of unresolved trauma clinging to the land and the lineage. Eleanor shared a particularly disturbing passage from Lorraine's notes. The entity appears to draw strength from the bloodline itself, feeding on the inherited guilt and the lingering shadows of past actions. Severing its connection to the land may not be enough. The tie to the lineage must also be addressed. This revelation added a new layer of complexity to their challenge. It wasn't just about banishing a malevolent spirit from a location. It was about confronting a darkness that seemed interwoven with the very fabric of a family's history. Mark and Eleanor realized that their approach needed to be different this time. The rituals that had worked for him, focused on severing a more recent attachment, might not be sufficient to address an entity so deeply rooted in lineage and historical trauma. They needed to delve deeper into the past, to understand the specific events and emotions that were fueling this persistent darkness. Their journey had taken them to the heart of the lingering connection, to a place where the whispers of lineage echoed through the generations, amplifying a darkness that had remained unbroken for centuries. The unforeseen consequences of the past were now demanding a confrontation that went beyond a simple banishment. Chapter 34. Unearthing the Source and Seeds of Malice. The weight of Lorraine's research and the palpable terror within the Ashton house underscored the deep entrenchment of the malevolent entity. The connection to the Ashton lineage, stretching back to the architect of the ancient witchcraft accusations, suggested a darkness that had been nurtured by generations of inherited guilt and the unresolved trauma imprinted on the land. Mark and Eleanor knew that a simple banishment would likely be insufficient. They needed to unearth the source of this persistent malice and sever its ties to both the land and the bloodline. Their investigation focused on the history of Elias Thorne's ancestor, the figure at the root of the witchcraft trials. They delved into local archives, church records, and family histories, seeking to understand a man's motivations, his beliefs, and any significant events in his life that might have amplified the negative energy associated with his actions. They discovered that Elias Thorne's ancestor was a man driven by intense religious fervor and a deep-seated fear of the unknown. He had risen to prominence in the community during a period of social unrest and paranoia, his fiery sermons and unwavering conviction fueling the accusations against a woman in the local legend. The records painted a picture of a man consumed by his own righteousness, blind to potential for injustice and cruelty in his actions. However, they also uncovered hints of a hidden torment. Later in his life, after the fervor of which trials had subsided, the record suggested a man plagued by nightmares and bouts of deep depression. There were whispers of strange occurrences within his own household, unexplained illnesses, and a pervasive atmosphere of unease. It was as if the darkness he had unleashed had eventually turned inward, casting a shadow over his own existence and, potentially, his descendants. Mark felt a chilling parallel to the entity he had faced, its initial possessiveness eventually giving way to a sense of trapped sorrow. Could the persistent entity haunting the Ashtons be a manifestation not only of the initial malice, but also the subsequent generational guilt and suffering within the Thorne lineage? Eleanor's research corroborated this theory. Lorraine's notes suggested that negative energies associated with traumatic events could sometimes latch onto a bloodline, amplified by inherited emotional vulnerabilities and unresolved ancestral issues. The land itself, bearing witness to the original injustice and the subsequent generations of turmoil, could act as a conduit, strengthening the entity's connection. To understand the specific triggers and focal points within the Ashton house, Mark and Eleanor spent hours with Thomas and Sarah, meticulously documenting any recurring patterns or significant objects associated with the escalating paranormal activity. They learned that the activity seemed particularly intense around an old family Bible, passed down through generations of the Thorne lineage, and in the children's nursery, a room that had been in use for decades but held a palpable atmosphere of sadness. Mark, using his heightened sensitivity, felt a distinct coldness emanating from the old Bible, a sense of oppressive judgment clinging to its pages. In the nursery, he sensed a profound sorrow, a lingering echo of childhood loss or fear. Eleanor discovered a hidden compartment within the old Bible, containing a collection of letters written by Elias Thorne's ancestor in his later years. The letters revealed a man consumed by remorse and guilt, haunted by the memory of the woman he had condemned. He wrote of nightmares filled with her accusing gaze and a growing fear that his actions had unleashed a terrible darkness upon his family. These letters provided a crucial insight into the entity's potential source. It seemed to be fueled not only by the initial malice, but also by the subsequent generations of guilt and fear within the Thorne lineage, the unresolved trauma acting as a beacon, drawing and amplifying the negative energy. The land, bearing witness to the original injustice, served as an anchor, grounding the entity's power. Mark and Eleanor realized that their approach needed to address this complex interplay of malice, guilt, and ancestral trauma. A simple banishment focused solely on the location might not sever the deep-rooted connection to the bloodline. They needed to find a way to cleanse not only the house, but also the inherited emotional residue that seemed to be feeding the entity's power. Their research led them to ancient rituals focused on ancestral healing and the release of generational trauma. These rituals often involved acknowledging the past injustices, offering forgiveness, and symbolically severing the ties that bound the living to the unresolved pain of the dead. Mark and Eleanor knew that this would be a delicate and potentially dangerous undertaking. They were not just confronting a malevolent entity. They were delving into the deep-seated wounds of a family's history, attempting to unravel centuries of pain and guilt. The seeds of malice planted long ago had taken root and grown into a formidable darkness, demanding a confrontation that went beyond the traditional methods of banishment. Their journey into the past had revealed the source, and now they needed to find a way to heal the deep ancestral wounds that were fueling the present terror. Chapter 35. The Weight of Ancestry and Rituals of Release. The discovery of the letters written by Elias Thorne's ancestor, filled with remorse and a growing fear of a generational curse, provided a crucial key to understanding the persistent darkness plaguing the Ashton family. The entity wasn't simply a malevolent spirit attached to the land. It seemed to be fueled by the unresolved guilt and fear that had permeated the Thorne lineage for centuries, the ancestral trauma acting as a potent amplifier. Mark and Eleanor knew that their approach needed to address this deep-seated connection, requiring rituals that went beyond mere banishment and focus on healing the wounds of past. Their research into ancestral healing rituals led them to ancient practices emphasizing acknowledgement, forgiveness, and symbolic severing of negative generational ties. These rituals often involved the participation of living descendants, acting as conduits for releasing the accumulated pain and guilt of their ancestors. Mark, as someone who had faced a similar manifestation linked to the same historical trauma, felt a profound connection to this approach. Together, Mark and Eleanor began to prepare a ritual of release, one that would involve Thomas and Sarah Ashton as the direct descendants of Elias Thorne's ancestor. They gathered items symbolic of cleansing, forgiveness, and the severing of ties: white candles for peace, clear water for purification, a length of unbleached cord to represent the ancestral line, and fragrant herbs for blessing and release. They chose the old nursery as a location for ritual, the room's palpable atmosphere of sorrow suggesting a focal point for the inherited trauma. They cleansed the room with sage smoke, the fragrant plumes swirling to the stagnant air, carrying with them intentions of purification and peace. As they prepared, Mark shared his own experience of confronting the lingering darkness tied to the land, emphasizing the importance of acknowledging the past injustices and offering forgiveness as a means of releasing the trapped energies. He spoke of the peace he had eventually found, offering the Ashtons a glimmer of hope in their current terror. The ritual began at dusk, the fading light casting long shadows across the dusty nursery. Mark and Eleanor guided Thomas and Sarah through meditation, encouraging them to connect with their ancestors, to acknowledge their pain and guilt, and to express their willingness to release the burdens of the past. As Thomas and Sarah spoke words of remorse for the actions of their ancestor and expressed forgiveness for the suffering caused, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere of the room. The oppressive cold lessened, and the heavy silence seemed to lift slightly. Lorraine's notes had included specific incantations for severing generational ties, and Eleanor recited them with a clear and steady voice, her words resonating with power and intention. Mark joined in, his voice a low murmur of support, drawing upon his own experience of confronting and releasing the lingering darkness. As Eleanor tied knots in the unbleached cord, each knot symbolizing a severed tie to the negative patterns of the past, the white candles flickered violently, casting dancing shadows on the walls. A faint whisper echoed through the room, different from the malevolent hisses they had heard before. This whisper sounded like a sigh, a release of long-held breath. The fragrant herbs were then burned, their smoke carrying prayers for peace and healing for both the living and the dead. Mark felt a subtle shift within himself, a sense of the lingering connection to the historical trauma that had once manifested in his own haunting beginning to dissipate further. The ritual concluded with a blessing of the house and the Ashton family, invoking protection and peace for their future. As the final words were spoken, a sense of profound calm settled over the nursery, the oppressive atmosphere finally lifting. In the days that followed, the intense paranormal activity within the Ashton house began to subside. The violent shaking of furniture ceased. The terrifying whispers grew fainter and less frequent, and the instances of physical assault stopped altogether. Thomas and Sarah, though still shaken, began to feel a sense of hope returning to their lives. Mark and Eleanor remained with the Ashtons for a few more days, offering support and guidance as they adjusted to the newfound peace. They emphasized the importance of continuing to acknowledge their ancestral history with compassion and to actively cultivate positive energy within their home. As Mark prepared to leave, Eleanor expressed her deep gratitude for his help. Lorraine believed that your experience held a key to understanding this persistent darkness, she said, her voice filled with emotion. You helped us not just to fight it, but to begin to heal the wounds of the past. Mark felt a sense of closure, not just for the Ashtons, but for his own journey as well. By confronting the deeper roots of the lingering darkness, by participating in a ritual of ancestral release, he felt a final severing of the ties that had once bound him to the historical trauma of the land. The weight of ancestry had been acknowledged, and the rituals of release had begun to heal not just a house, but a lineage. The unforeseen consequences of the past were finally beginning to yield to the promise of a more peaceful future. Chapter 36. Ripples of Release and a Shared Future. The departure from the Ashton house marked a significant turning point for Mark. The palpable sense of relief within the home, the fading of the oppressive atmosphere, and the nascent hope in Thomas and Sarah's eyes affirmed the power of the ancestral healing ritual. He felt a profound sense of closure, a feeling that his own journey, intertwined as it was with the historical trauma of the land, had reached a deeper level of resolution. The lingering connection, though still a part of his understanding of the unseen world, no longer held the sharp edges of personal threat. Returning to his own apartment felt different. The air seemed lighter, the silence more profound in its peace. The subtle unease that had occasionally flickered at the edges of his awareness since the initial haunting seemed to have finally dissipated. It was as if the ripples of release from the Ashton house had extended back, cleansing the lingering echoes of darkness from his own space. He reconnected with Elias and shared the details of his experience with the Ashton family and the ancestral healing ritual. Elias was intrigued, his scientific curiosity piqued by the potential impact of such deeply rooted historical and emotional energies. He theorized about the possibility of a kind of psychic resonance within the bloodline and the land, amplified over generations. Mark also spoke with Eleanor, their shared experience forging a bond of understanding and respect. They discussed Lorraine's legacy, her dedication to helping those affected by the unseen, and the importance of approaching such phenomena with both caution and compassion. Eleanor expressed her intention to continue Lorraine's work, focusing on cases with historical or ancestral ties. Life settled into a new rhythm for Mark, one characterized by a deeper sense of inner peace and a more profound understanding of the interconnectedness of past and present. The unseen world remained a part of his awareness, but it no longer held the same power to instill fear. Instead, He approached it with a quiet curiosity and a willingness to help others navigate its complexities. The support group he volunteered with continued to be a source of fulfillment. His experiences with both the malevolent entity and the sorrowful spirit, coupled with his involvement in the ancestral healing ritual, provided a broader range of insights to share with those seeking guidance. He found that acknowledging the potential for historical and ancestral influences often resonated deeply with individuals grappling with persistent paranormal phenomena. Months passed, marked by a growing sense of stability and well-being. Mark felt that the final tendrils of the darkness that had once clung to him had finally been severed. The unforeseen consequences of his initial haunting had led him on a journey of discovery, not only about the unseen world, but also about the enduring power of resilience, empathy, and the interconnectedness of human experience across time. One evening, while meditating, a vivid image came to his mind, the swirling symbol that had once marked his forehead. This time, however, it didn't evoke fear or unease. Instead, it felt like a distant echo, a reminder of a challenging chapter that had ultimately led to growth and understanding. The symbol seemed to have transformed his memory, no longer a mark of terror, but a symbol of his journey through darkness and into light. He felt a sense of gratitude for Lorraine's guidance, for Eleanor's courage, and for the unexpected connection to the Ashton family that had allowed for a deeper healing. The ripples of release had extended beyond a single house and a single lineage, touching his own life in profound ways. The future held a sense of quiet possibility. Mark knew that the unseen world would continue to hold its mysteries, and that he might encounter further inexplicable phenomena. However, he no longer felt like a victim. He felt empowered by his past experiences, equipped with a deeper understanding and a greater capacity for resilience. He envisioned a future where he could continue to help others navigate the complexities of the paranormal, drawing upon his own journey and the lessons he had learned about the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome even the darkest of encounters. The shared future, he realized, involved not just individual healing, but also a collective understanding of the unseen forces that shape our world, a future where empathy and knowledge could illuminate the shadows and foster a greater sense of peace and connection. The unforeseen consequences of his haunting had ultimately led to a path of healing and a profound sense of shared humanity in the face of the unknown. Chapter 37, Whispers of the Future and an Unexpected Calling. The years following the resolution of the Ashton haunting brought a period of sustained peace and a deepening sense of purpose for Mark. The lingering anxieties had receded, replaced by a quiet confidence and profound understanding of his own resilience. His connection to the unseen world had transformed from a source of terror into a catalyst for empathy and a driving force behind his volunteer work. He continued to find fulfillment in the support group, his experiences now offering a unique and multifaceted perspective that resonated deeply with others grappling with the paranormal. He spoke not only of fear and confrontation, but also of compassion, ancestral healing, and the enduring power of the human spirit to reclaim its peace. His bond with Eleanor Vance had solidified into a close friendship built on shared experience and a mutual dedication to understand the complexities of the unseen. They often collaborated on cases, Eleanor's insights into lineage and historical trauma complementing Mark's personal experiences and his heightened sensitivity to residual energies. One particularly still evening, while meditating in his apartment, Mark experienced a new and unexpected sensation. It wasn't a chill or a whisper from the past, but a subtle, almost gentle prompting, a feeling of being nudged towards something he couldn't quite define. Images flickered in his mind. Faces he didn't recognize, places he had never seen, all imbued with a sense of urgency and a faint undercurrent of distress. The sensation was fleeting but profound, leaving it with a distinct feeling that someone, somewhere, needed help. It wasn't the oppressive dread of malevolent presence, nor the sorrowful longing of a lost spirit. This felt different, like a call, a subtle resonance with a distress signal from the unseen. He shared this experience with Eleanor, who listened with keen interest. "Mark," she said thoughtfully, "it sounds like your sensitivity is evolving. You might be developing an ability to sense disturbances or calls for help from beyond the veil." She explained that individuals who had experienced intense paranormal encounters sometimes develop heightened psychic abilities, a kind of attunement to the energies and emotions of the unseen world. This newfound sensitivity could manifest in various ways, including intuitive feelings, vivid imagery, or even direct psychic impressions. Over the following weeks, Mark experienced these subtle calls with increasing frequency. The images and feelings became clearer, often focusing on specific individuals or locations experiencing distress. He learned to differentiate these intuitive nudges from his own anxieties or lingering memories of his past trauma. One particularly strong impression led him to research a series of unexplained disappearances in a neighboring state. The images he received were of a dense forest and a feeling of profound disorientation and fear. He shared his impressions with Eleanor, who, using her network of contacts in the paranormal community, discovered that local investigators were baffled by the disappearances, with no logical explanations emerging. Intrigued and feeling a growing sense of responsibility, Mark and Eleanor decided to travel to the area. As they ventured into the dense forest, Mark's intuitive feelings intensified, leading them to a remote and overgrown section of the woods. There, they discovered an ancient, unmarked burial ground, its energy thick with sense of unrest and lingering sorrow. Working with local sensitive Eleanor knew, they were able to determine that the disappearances were linked to the disturbed spirits within the burial ground, their disorientation and fear somehow manifesting as a psychic lure for unsuspecting individuals. Together, they conducted a respectful ceremony of acknowledgement and release, helping the trapped spirits find peace and, in doing so, halting the disappearances. This experience marked a new chapter in Mark's journey. He had moved beyond healing his own wounds and confronting malevolent entities to actively assisting others who were touched by the unseen. His unexpected calling had led him down a path of compassionate intervention, his heightened sensitivity becoming a tool for good. The whispers of the future were no longer tinged with dread, but with a sense of purpose and a quiet anticipation of where this new path might lead. The unforeseen consequences of his haunting had blossomed into an unexpected calling, transforming him from a victim into a beacon of hope for others navigating the often turbulent waters of the unseen world. His connection to that world, once a source of terror, had become a conduit for empathy and a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to find meaning and purpose even in the face of the extraordinary. Chapter 38. A Network of Light and Shared Burdens. Mark's foray into assisting with the disappearances linked to the ancient burial ground solidified his unexpected calling. His heightened sensitivity to the unseen had evolved beyond simply sensing residual energies or malevolent presences. He was now attuned to distress signals, subtle psychic cries for help from those entangled in the paranormal. This new ability, though sometimes emotionally taxing, provided a profound sense of purpose, transforming his past trauma into a unique form of empathy and guidance. He continued to collaborate closely with Eleanor Vance, their partnership deepening into a powerful synergy. Eleanor's extensive knowledge of historical hauntings, ancestral connections, and ritualistic practices complemented Mark's intuitive abilities and his visceral understanding of the fear and isolation that paranormal encounters could engender. Together, they formed an informal network of light, reaching out to individuals and communities grappling with unexplained phenomena. Their work took them to diverse locations and introduced them to a wide range of paranormal manifestations. They assisted a family plagued by a poltergeist whose activity was linked to the unresolved anger of a deceased relative. They helped a young woman haunted by the sorrowful spirit of a child who had died tragically on her property centuries ago. They even investigated a series of unsettling occurrences in an old theater, uncovering the lingering energy of a stagehand who had perished in an accident and was desperately trying to communicate his unfinished business. In each case, Mark's intuitive abilities proved invaluable. He could often sense the underlying emotions and intentions of the entities involved, providing crucial insights that helped Eleanor tailor their approach. He learned to differentiate between malevolent forces requiring banishment, lost souls needing guidance, and residual energies simply seeking acknowledgement. Their reputation began to grow within the small, often marginalized community of individuals who experienced paranormal phenomena. People reached out to them from across the country, drawn by their compassionate approach and their track record of finding resolutions. Mark found a deep sense of fulfillment in offering support and validation to those who often felt isolated and dismissed by mainstream society. However, This new path also came with its own set of challenges. Dealing with the raw emotions and sometimes overwhelming energies of others' paranormal experiences could be emotionally draining. Mark had to learn to establish strong psychic boundaries, drawing upon the mental shielding techniques Lorraine had taught him to protect his own energy field. Eleanor, with her years of experience, served as a mentor, guiding Mark in navigating complexities of this work and emphasizing the importance of self-care. They developed a routine of debriefing after each case, processing the emotional residue and reinforcing their protective measures. One particularly challenging case involved a series of increasingly violent hauntings in an old farmhouse. The family living there was terrified, experiencing physical assaults and constant threats for what felt like a deeply malevolent presence. Mark's intuitive senses were overwhelmed by a sense of pure hatred and rage emanating from the house. Working with Eleanor and a local psychic sensitive, they uncovered a dark history tied to the land, a tale of betrayal and murder that had occurred within the farmhouse generations ago. The malevolent entity seemed to be a manifestation of the perpetrator's rage, amplified over time and now directed at the innocent family. This case tested their abilities and their courage. They employed a powerful combination of banishment rituals, ancestral healing practices, as the perpetrator was also linked to the family's lineage, and psychic cleansing to finally quell the violent activity and bring peace to the tormented home. The intensity of the case left Mark feeling emotionally and psychically drained, underscoring the weight of the burdens they often carried. He realized that this calling was not just about helping others. It was also about managing his own sensitivities and ensuring he didn't become overwhelmed by the darkness he encountered. Despite the challenges, Mark felt a profound sense of gratitude for this unexpected path. His lingering connection to the unseen, once a source of terror, had become a conduit for compassion and a means of bringing light into the lives of others. He and Eleanor had built a network of light, sharing the burdens of those touched by the paranormal and working together to create a safer, more understanding world, one encounter at a time. The unforeseen consequences of his haunting had blossomed into a life filled with purpose and a deep connection to the interconnected web of the seen and unseen. Chapter 39. Echoes of the Swirl and a Lingering Question. Years passed as Mark continued his work alongside Eleanor, their network of light expanding to encompass a growing number of individuals and communities grappling with paranormal disturbances. Mark's intuitive abilities had sharpened, allowing him to discern the nuances of each encounter, differentiating between malevolent entities, lost souls, and the echoes of past traumas imprinted on the land. He had learned to manage his heightened sensitivities, establishing strong psychic boundaries, while still maintaining a deep well of empathy for those he helped. Despite the profound sense of purpose he found in this work, a subtle, almost imperceptible unease occasionally flickered at the edges of Mark's awareness. It wasn't the paralyzing dread of his initial haunting, nor the insidious paranoia of the manipulative entity. Instead, it was a faint resonance, a subtle echo that seemed tied to the very core of his first terrifying experience, the swirling symbol that had inexplicably appeared on his forehead. The symbol itself had long since vanished, leaving no physical trace. Yet, in moments of deep meditation or when confronted with particularly intense residual energies, Mark would sometimes catch a fleeting mental image of it, a swirling vortex of faint lines, almost organic in its design. It was never threatening, but it carried a sense of unresolved mystery, a silent question mark lingering in the background of his understanding. He had discussed this lingering echo with Eleanor, who theorized that it might be a kind of psychic imprint, a residual trace of the intense connection he had once shared with the paranormal forces that had targeted him. She suggested that the symbol might have acted as a conduit, a focal point for the initial haunting, and that its faint echo was simply a reminder of that intense interaction. However, Mark felt there was more to it. The echo wasn't just a memory. It sometimes felt like a subtle pull, a faint resonance with something still out there, beyond his current comprehension. He couldn't shake the feeling that the swirling symbol held a deeper significance, a key to understanding not just his own haunting, but perhaps the broader dynamics of the unseen world. One case in particular brought this lingering question to the forefront. Mark and Eleanor were called to investigate a series of unsettling occurrences in a historic library. Staff members reported strange shadows moving through the stacks, disembodied whispers echoing in the silent reading rooms, and a pervasive feeling of being watched. As Mark explored the library, his intuitive senses picked up a strong residual energy, a palpable sense of sadness and longing clinging to the old books and the very fabric of the building. But amidst this familiar atmosphere, he also sensed something else, a faint, rhythmic pulse, a subtle vibration that resonated with the internal echo of the swirling symbol. He focused his awareness, trying to understand the connection. The rhythmic pulse seemed to emanate from a specific section of the library, a collection of ancient texts on folklore and mythology. As he reached the area, the mental image of the swirling symbol intensified, becoming clearer and more defined in his mind's eye. Within the collection, Mark discovered a series of obscure books detailing ancient symbols and their meanings. As he flipped through the pages, a particular illustration caught his attention, a swirling motif strikingly similar to the one that had marked his forehead. The accompanying text described it as an ancient symbol representing the interconnectedness of all things, a nexus point between different realms of existence. It was also associated with cycles of transformation and the potential for both creation and destruction. The discovery sent a shiver of recognition down Mark's spine. The swirling symbol wasn't a random mark of terror. It was something ancient and significant, a key that had somehow connected him to the unseen forces that had targeted him. But why him? And why that particular symbol? He shared his discovery with Eleanor, who was equally intrigued. They delved deeper into the ancient texts, tried to understand the symbol's specific connotations and its potential relevance to Mark's haunting. They learned that in some traditions, the symbol was believed to mark individuals who were particularly sensitive to the energies of the unseen world, acting as a kind of beacon or a conduit. Could it be that he had been marked not by a malevolent entity, but by something else entirely? A natural sensitivity, a predisposition to interact with the unseen? And had the initial haunting been a consequence of this inherent connection, a violent intrusion drawn to his unique resonance? The lingering question of the swirling symbol's true significance continued to occupy Mark's thoughts. It was a thread that remained untied, a final piece of the puzzle that eluded his grasp. He knew his journey with the unseen was far from over, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the answer to this lingering question held a key to a deeper understanding of his own abilities and the intricate workings of the world beyond our ordinary perception. The echoes of the swirl persisted, a subtle reminder that some mysteries, even in the face of resolution, continue to beckon. Chapter 40. The Nexus Point in an Expanding Horizon. The discovery of the swirling symbol's ancient origins and its connection to heightened sensitivity to the unseen world shifted Mark's understanding of his entire experience. The mark on his forehead was no longer a random act of paranormal aggression, but potentially an inherent aspect of his being, a nexus point that had inadvertently drawn the initial haunting. This realization didn't diminish the terror he had endured, but provided a new framework for comprehending his unique connection to the unseen. The lingering echo of the swirl in his mind now felt less like an unresolved question and more like a subtle awareness, a constant reminder of his innate sensitivity. He began to explore this aspect of himself more intentionally, delving into practices aimed at understanding and controlling his psychic abilities. Eleanor, with her knowledge of ancient lore and psychic development, became a guide in this new exploration. They experimented with meditation techniques designed to enhance his intuitive senses and to consciously connect with different energies within the unseen world. Mark discovered that he could indeed sense subtle vibrations and emotional imprints that had previously been beyond his conscious awareness. He learned to differentiate between residual energies, sentient entities, and the echoes of past events. His work with Eleanor expanded, moving beyond simply resolving hauntings to assisting individuals in understanding and managing their own psychic sensitivities. Mark's personal experience became a powerful tool, offering validation and practical guidance to those who were often confused and overwhelmed by their encounters with the unseen. One case involved a young woman plagued by vivid precognitive dreams that were causing her significant anxiety. Mark, drawing upon his understanding of the swirling symbol as a potential conduit for unusual perceptions, helped her to understand her dreams not as terrifying predictions, but as glimpses into possible futures, empowering her to navigate them with greater clarity and control. Another case led them to investigate a series of unusual atmospheric disturbances in a remote rural community. Mark sensed a powerful emotional energy emanating from the land itself, a deep-seated sorrow and unrest. Through meditation and focused intention, he was able to connect with the collective consciousness of the land, uncovering a history of forgotten traumas and injustices that were manifesting as the atmospheric anomalies. Working with local elders, they conducted a ceremony of remembrance and reconciliation, bringing a sense of peace back to the community and quieting the disturbances. As Mark delved deeper into his own abilities and the intricacies of the unseen world, he began to perceive a complex network of interconnected energies, a vast and dynamic realm that existed alongside our physical reality. The swirling symbol, he came to understand, was not just a personal mark but a representation of this interconnectedness, a reminder that the veil between worlds was often thinner than we perceived. His journey had taken him from a victim of the unseen to a navigator of its currents. His lingering connection transformed into a source of empathy and guidance. The unforeseen consequences of his haunting had opened up an entirely new horizon, a path of exploration and service within a world that had once terrified him. The nexus point within him, symbolized by the echo of the swirl, became a source of strength and understanding. It was a reminder of his unique sensitivity, his ability to bridge the gap between the seen and unseen. He embraced this aspect of himself, recognizing it not as a curse, but as a potential for profound connection and a deeper understanding of the interconnected web of existence. The future stretched before him, no longer defined by the fear of the unknown, but by a sense of purpose and a quiet anticipation of the mysteries yet to be unveiled. He knew his journey with the unseen was ongoing, a continuous process of learning, growth, and service. The lingering question of the swirl's ultimate significance had evolved into a broader understanding of his place within the intricate tapestry of reality, a nexus point through which the whispers of other realms could be heard and perhaps understood. His horizon had expanded, encompassing not just a resolution of past terrors, but the boundless possibilities of a future where the seen and unseen could be navigated with empathy, understanding, and a shared sense of interconnectedness. Stage 5. The Widening Circle and Ancient Echoes. Chapter 41. A Global Resonance and Familiar Patterns. Years had passed since Mark had embraced his role as a guide for those navigating complexities of the unseen. His partnership with Eleanor Vance had flourished, their network of light extending across continents, assisting individuals and communities grappling with a diverse range of paranormal phenomena. Mark's innate sensitivity, once a source of terror, had become a finely tuned instrument, allowing him to perceive subtle energies and resonate with distress signals from beyond the veil. The lingering echo of the swirling symbol, now understood as a representation of his inherent connection to the unseen, served as a constant reminder of his unique ability. It was no longer a source of mystery, but a familiar resonance, a subtle hum that attuned him to the broader currents of the paranormal world. One crisp morning, Eleanor contacted Mark with an unusual urgency in her voice. She had been receiving fragmented reports from various contacts across the globe, sensitives, researchers, and individuals experiencing unexplained phenomena, all describing similar patterns of escalating paranormal activity. These reports spanned continents and cultures, yet they shared unsettling commonalities, a heightened sense of unease, an increase in poltergeist activity, a resurgence of manipulative whispers, and, most disturbingly, the fleeting appearance of a swirling visual motif in dreams and meditative states. The swirling motif described by these disparate individuals bore a striking resemblance to the symbol that had once marked Mark's forehead. Eleanor's voice was laced with concern as she shared the details. "Mark," she said, "this feels different. The global scale, the recurrence of the symbol. It's as if something ancient is stirring, and you might be uniquely positioned to understand its significance." Mark felt a familiar unease settle in his stomach, a primal recognition of a pattern that had once brought terror into his own life. The idea that the swirling symbol, so intimately tied to his initial haunting, was now appearing to others across the world sent a chill down his spine. It suggested a connection far deeper and more widespread than he had ever imagined. Eleanor had begun compiling research from various historical and mythological sources, searching for any global significance attached to swirling symbols and any legends of ancient entities or energies that might be linked to the escalating activity. Her initial findings were fragmented but intriguing, pointing towards ancient cosmologies that depicted swirling patterns as representations of creation, destruction, and the cyclical nature of time. Some cultures associated such symbols with powerful, primordial forces, entities that lay dormant for millennia but could be awakened by periods of significant global unrest or shifts in the planet's energy. As they delved deeper, they discovered accounts of similar surges in paranormal activity coinciding with periods of major historical upheaval or significant celestial events. It was as if the collective anxieties and energies of humanity, or perhaps even larger cosmic forces, could somehow stir the dormant energies of the unseen world. Mark's own intuitive senses began to pick up on this global resonance. He experienced vivid, dreamlike visions of swirling patterns overlaying landscapes across the world, accompanied by a growing sense of anticipation, as if something significant was about to unfold. The familiar hum of his internal connection to the unseen intensified, vibrating with a sense of urgency he hadn't felt before. Eleanor contacted other trusted members of their network, sharing their findings and gathering more data on the escalating global activity. The reports continue to paint a disturbing picture. Increased psychic disturbances, a rise in reported demonic encounters, and a growing sense of fear and disorientation among sensitive individuals worldwide. The recurrence of the swirling symbol in these disparate reports was particularly unsettling. It felt like a key, a visual marker indicating a common source or a shared awakening. Mark couldn't shake the feeling that his own haunting had been a harbinger, an early tremor preceding a much larger seismic event in the unseen world. A sense of urgency settled over Mark and Eleanor. The global scale of the escalating activity suggested a threat far beyond individual hauntings or localized disturbances. They felt a responsibility to understand the source of this awakening and to find a way to mitigate its potential impact. The familiar patterns of Mark's past were now echoing across the globe, hinting at an ancient and potentially dangerous force stirring from a long slumber. The widening circle of paranormal activity demanded their attention, and the ancient echoes resonated with a growing sense of foreboding. Chapter 42, Unearthing the Primordial and Whispers of Awakening. The global surge in paranormal activity, marked by the recurring swirling symbol, propelled Mark and Eleanor into a frantic search for understanding. The scale of the phenomenon suggested an ancient and powerful force stirring from a long dormancy, its awakening resonating across the world and triggering a cascade of unsettling events. Eleanor's deep dive into ancient mythologies and cosmologies yielded increasingly compelling connections to the swirling motif. Across diverse cultures, from the spiraling galaxies depicted in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs to the cosmic dances of Hindu deities and the cyclical patterns of life and death in indigenous traditions, swirling symbols often represented primordial energies, the very fabric of creation and destruction. Some texts spoke of entities associated with these primordial forces, beings of immense power that predated human civilization, slumbering in the deep recesses of the unseen world. These entities were often depicted as being tied to the cyclical nature of time, their awakenings coinciding with significant cosmic alignments or periods of profound global change. Mark's intuitive senses continued to resonate with the escalating global unease. His dreamlike visions intensified, the swirling patterns now accompanied by fragmented sounds, deep, resonant hums that seemed to vibrate at the very edge of hearing, and faint, sibilant whispers that spoke in a language he didn't understand but felt deep within his bones as something ancient and powerful. Their network of contacts reported increasingly disturbing phenomena. In remote regions, ancient sites long dormant were experiencing renewed activity. Sensitives reported feeling a powerful, almost magnetic pull towards specific geographical locations, often areas with significant historical or geological anomalies. The manipulative whispers reported globally seemed to carry a similar underlying tone, a sense of ancient authority and a subtle promise of power or transformation. One particularly unsettling report came from a team of researchers investigating a series of strange geological formations in a remote part of the Andes Mountains. They had discovered ancient carvings depicting swirling symbols alongside humanoid figures, engaged in what appeared to be ritualistic practices directed towards the formations. The researchers reported feeling intense psychic pressure and experiencing vivid shared dreams featuring the swirling motif. Eleanor's research uncovered legends in that region of a primordial entity said to reside within the mountains, its awakening heralded by seismic shifts and unusual atmospheric phenomena. The swirling symbol was said to be its mark, a sign of its growing influence. Mark felt a growing sense of dread. The pieces were beginning to fit together, painting a picture of a global awakening of something ancient and immensely powerful, with the swirling symbol acting as a resonant marker. His own haunting, he now suspected, might have been an early ripple of this larger event, his inherent sensitivity drawing the attention of a force now stirring on a global scale. The whispers he was now sensing in his meditative states felt increasingly directed, as if the awakening entity was becoming aware of those who were sensitive to its presence. He caught fleeting impressions of vast, swirling energies and a sense of immense, patient power. Eleanor contacted a respected scholar of ancient languages and symbols, sharing the recurring motif and the fragmented whispers reported globally. The scholar, after careful analysis, identified the whispers as belonging to a very ancient pre-Sanskrit language, with possible ties to primordial creation myths. The few discernible syllables hinted at themes of awakening, interconnectedness, and a return to a primal state. The implications were staggering. They were potentially witnessing the awakening of a force that had lain dormant for millennia, its influence now reaching across the globe and stirring the very fabric of the unseen world. Mark's own connection, marked by the swirling symbol, felt less like a personal curse and more like an unwitting attunement to this ancient awakening. The widening circle of paranormal activity was no longer just a series of isolated incidents. It was a global symphony of awakening, its crescendo marked by the recurring swirl and the whispers of something primordial stirring in the deep. Mark and Eleanor knew they were standing on the precipice of an unprecedented event, and their understanding of the swirling symbol might hold the key to navigating the ancient echoes that were now reverberating across the world. Chapter 43: The Geomantic Web and Ley Lines of Power. The realization that a primordial entity might be awakening on a global scale sent Mark and Eleanor into an even more intensive phase of research. The recurring swirling symbol and the ancient whispers pointed toward a phenomenon far beyond their previous experiences, demanding a deeper understanding of the unseen forces that shape the world. Eleanor's continued exploration of ancient cosmologies and mythologies revealed recurring themes of a geomantic web, an invisible network of energy lines crisscrossing the globe, connecting sacred sites and powerful natural locations. These ley lines, as they were sometimes called, were believed to be conduits of terrestrial energy, influencing both the physical and the spiritual realms. Many ancient cultures deliberately built their temples and sacred structures along these lines, harnessing their power for ritualistic and spiritual purposes. Intriguingly, some of the locations mentioned in the escalating paranormal reports, the ancient carvings in the Andes, the remote geological formations, certain long-dormant sacred sites, appear to lie along significant ley lines. This suggested that the awakening primordial entity might be drawing power from this global energy network, its influence spreading along these unseen pathways. Mark's intuitive senses began to align with this theory. His dreamlike visions now included intricate patterns of light weaving across the globe, converging at specific points that resonated with a powerful, almost magnetic energy. The deep, resonant hum he sensed seemed to emanate from these convergence points, vibrated with the same ancient frequency as the whispers. They consulted with a network of geomancers and earth energy sensitives around the world, sharing their findings about the swirling symbol and the escalating activity. Many reported feeling a significant increase in the Earth's energy in recent times, particularly along major ley lines. Some described a swirling sensation in these energy flows, a chaotic stirring that mirrored the visual motif. One experienced geomancer, based in the British Isles, shared ancient maps and folklore detailing powerful energy vortices located at specific points along ley lines, often associated with legends of ancient deities and primordial forces. He theorized that the awakening entity might be centered at one of these major vortices, its influence radiating outwards along the geomantic web. Mark felt a growing sense of urgency to identify the location of this potential nexus point. His internal resonance with the swirling symbol felt like a compass needle twitching towards an unseen magnetic pole. He spent hours in meditation, focusing his intent, trying to pinpoint the source of the powerful energy he was sensing. His visions became more focused, centering on a remote, mountainous region marked by unusual geological activity and a history shrouded in ancient myths. He saw swirling patterns of energy converging there, accompanied by a strong sense of primordial power and the faint echo of the ancient whispers. Eleanor's research into folklore of that specific region revealed legends of a slumbering earth serpent or primordial deity said to reside within the mountains. Its awakening prophesied to coincide with global upheaval and marked by swirling atmospheric phenomena. The local indigenous people held the area sacred, warning against disturbing its ancient slumber. The pieces clicked into place with chilling clarity. The global surge in paranormal activity, the recurring swirling symbol, the ancient whispers, and the concentration of powerful energy along ley lines all pointed towards the awakening of a primordial entity centered in this remote, myth-laden mountain region. Mark and Eleanor knew they had to act quickly. The escalating global disturbances suggested that the entity's awakening was accelerating, its influence spreading further with each passing day. Understanding the nexus point of its power might be the key to mitigating its impact and potentially preventing a global crisis of the unseen. The geomantic web, the ancient ley lines of power, were now illuminated as pathways of awakening, leading them toward a confrontation with something far older and more powerful than anything they had ever faced. The ancient echoes were growing louder, demanding a response at the very heart of the primordial stirring. Chapter 44. The mountain's heart and the primordial resonance. The convergence of evidence pointed Mark and Eleanor toward a remote, mountainous region as the likely nexus point of the awakening primordial entity. The geomantic web seemed to channel its power through this area, and ancient folklore spoke of a slumbering force within its peaks, marked by swirling phenomena. The urgency of the global paranormal surge compelled them to embark on a journey to the mountain's heart. The journey was arduous, leading them through rugged terrain and isolated communities steeped in ancient traditions. The closer they got to their destination, the more palpable the energy in the air became. Mark's internal resonance with the swirling symbol intensified, vibrating with a powerful, almost overwhelming frequency. Eleanor, attuned to earth energies, reported a significant distortion in the local ley lines, a chaotic swirling that mirrored the global reports. They sought guidance from indigenous people who lived in the foothills of the mountains, elders who held the ancient knowledge of the land and its slumbering guardian. The elders spoke of a primordial being, a force of creation and destruction that had slept for millennia within the mountain's heart. Its awakening, they warned, would bring great upheaval, both to the physical world and the realm of spirits. They described swirling lights in the sky and a deep, resonant hum emanating from the mountain as signs of its stirring. The elders recognized the swirling symbol Mark carried within him, explaining that it was an ancient marker, a sign of being attuned to the primordial energies of the land. They believed Mark's presence in the region was no coincidence, suggesting he might play a crucial role in the unfolding events. As Mark and Eleanor ascended the mountain, the energy grew even more intense. The air crackled with an unseen power, and Mark experienced vivid flashes of imagery, swirling nebulae, tectonic shifts, and a vast, patient consciousness of something ancient and immense. The ancient whispers echoed in his mind, no longer fragmented, but forming coherent phrases in the primordial language, speaking of awakening, interconnectedness, and the cyclical return to a primal source. They finally reached a hidden caldera at the mountain's peak, a place of breathtaking beauty and immense power. The air here thrummed with a palpable energy, and a deep, resonant hum vibrated through the very ground beneath their feet. In the center of the caldera lay a still, crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the swirling patterns of clouds above. As Mark gazed into the lake, the swirling symbol within his mind intensified, merging with the reflected clouds. He felt a profound connection to the primordial energy of the mountain, a sense of being drawn into its ancient consciousness. The whispers in his mind became clearer, feeling less like an external communication and more like a resonance with something deep within himself. Eleanor, using her geomantic tools, identified the caldera as a major convergence point of ley lines, a powerful energy vortex that seemed to be the focal point of the global disturbances. The primordial entity, she theorized, was likely centered within the lake or the depths beneath it, its awakening stirring the Earth's energy and radiating outwards along the geomantic web. They realized that their initial goal of simply understanding the nexus point had shifted. Mark's unique connection to primordial energy, symbolized by the swirl, suggested a more direct role in addressing the awakening entity. The Elder's words echoed in their minds. His presence was no coincidence. As Mark stood at the edge of the crystalline lake, the primordial resonance within him grew stronger. He felt a pull, an invitation to connect with the ancient consciousness stirring within the mountain's heart. The swirling symbol in his mind pulsed with a soft, inviting light, and the ancient whispers seemed to beckon him closer. The time for observation had passed. The moment of potential interaction, of confronting the primordial source, had arrived. The mountain's heart pulsed with an ancient energy, and Mark, the one marked by the swirl, stood at the precipice of an unforeseen communion. Chapter 45. Communion with the Ancient and the Burden of Choice. Standing at the edge of the crystalline lake within the mountain's caldera, Mark felt an undeniable pull, an invitation to connect with the primordial consciousness stirring in its depths. The swirling symbol within him resonated powerfully with the swirling clouds reflected on the water surface, creating a sense of profound unity. The ancient whispers echoed not as external voices, but as a deep, resonant understanding within his very being. Eleanor, sensing the shift in Mark, placed a grounding hand on his arm. "Be cautious, Mark," she urged, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern. "This power is immense, beyond anything we've encountered." The primordial resonance within Mark intensified, and he felt a sense of vast, patient awareness reaching out to him. Images flooded his mind. The slow, tectonic shifts of the earth over millennia, the cyclical patterns of creation and destruction, the interconnectedness of all living things. It was a consciousness that encompassed eons, a perspective far beyond human comprehension. The ancient whisper solidified into a coherent message within his mind, a language of pure feeling and primal understanding. It spoke of a time of transition, a turning of the cosmic wheel. The slumbering force within the mountain was awakening, not with malice, but with the inevitability of a natural cycle. Its awakening would release immense energy, potentially reshaping the unseen world and causing significant ripples in the physical realm. Mark understood that this was not a malevolent entity to be banished, but a fundamental force of nature, stirring from its long sleep. The global surge in paranormal activity was a consequence of this awakening, a ripple effect across the geomantic web. The swirling symbol, he now realized, was a key, a marker of attunement to these primordial energies, and his own sensitivity had made him a focal point. The ancient consciousness communicated a choice: to either resist the awakening, attempting to suppress a natural cycle with potentially catastrophic consequences, or to act as a conduit, a bridge to help channel the immense energy of the awakening in a way that minimized disruption and fostered a new balance. The weight of this choice settled heavily upon Mark. Resisting such a primordial force seemed futile, like trying to hold back the tide. Yet, the potential for chaos and upheaval if the awakening was unchecked was equally terrifying. The lives of countless individuals, both within the seen and unseen realms, hung in the balance. He looked at Eleanor, her face etched with concern. He shared the essence of the communication, the nature of the awakening, and the burden of the choice presented to him. Eleanor absorbed the information, her mind racing. "A conduit," she murmured. "It would require immense control, Mark, a perfect attunement to this energy." The ancient consciousness within him affirmed this, emphasizing the need for a willing vessel, one who resonated with the primordial energies and could act as a grounding point for their release. The swirling symbol within Mark pulsed again, a silent affirmation of his inherent connection. Mark felt a profound sense of responsibility. His journey through the darkness had led him to this unexpected precipice, a moment where his unique sensitivity could either avert crisis or inadvertently exacerbate it. The lingering connection to the unseen, once a source of personal torment, now presented an opportunity for global stewardship. He made his decision. He would attempt to be the conduit, to guide the awakening energy with intention and balance. The fear that had once defined his relationship with the unseen was replaced by a sense of solemn purpose. With Eleanor's support, Mark began to prepare. They drew upon ancient techniques for energy channeling and grounding, adapting them to the scale of the primordial force they were facing. Eleanor created a protective circle around the caldera, using elements attuned to the Earth's energy, while Mark focused his inner resonance with the swirling symbol, seeking to establish a stable connection with the awakening consciousness. As Mark reached out with his mind, a wave of immense, Ancient energy washed over him. It was a force of pure creation and destruction, vast and incomprehensible. The swirling symbol within him flared with light, acting as a focal point, a bridge between his consciousness and primordial power of the mountain. The communion had begun, and the burden of guiding this ancient awakening now rested squarely upon him. The choice had been made, and the consequences, both foreseen and unforeseen, lay ahead. Chapter 46. The flow of ages in a delicate balance. The communion with the ancient consciousness within the mountain's heart was an experience beyond Mark's previous understanding of the unseen. It wasn't a dialogue in a traditional sense, but a merging of awareness, a flow of eons of terrestrial history and primordial energy directly into his being. The swirling symbol within him acted as a conduit, a vibrant vortex drawing in and channeling the immense power. He felt the slow, inexorable rhythm of the Earth's core, the subtle shifts of tectonic plates, the patient growth of mountains and the carving force of water. He perceived the interconnectedness of all life, the delicate balance of ecosystems evolving over millennia. The primordial consciousness was not a singular entity in a human sense, but a fundamental force, an intrinsic aspect of the planet's very being, awakening as part of a vast, cyclical process. The message it conveyed was not one of intent, but of inevitability. The time for its deeper stirring had come, a natural phase in the Earth's long life. The global paranormal surge was a byproduct, a ripple effect of this awakening energy interacting with the unseen world and the collective consciousness of humanity. Mark understood his role was not control or suppress this force, but to act as a grounding point, a willing vessel to help channel its immense energy in a way that minimized chaotic disruption. The delicate balance of seen and unseen worlds needed to be maintained during this transition. With Eleanor's unwavering support, guiding the flow of energy within the protective circle, Mark focused his entire being on becoming a stable conduit. He drew upon the mental discipline he had cultivated over years of navigating the paranormal, his breath slow and steady, his mind a clear and open channel. The swirling symbol within him pulsed with increasing intensity, radiating a soft, steady light that seemed to harmonize with the primordial energy flowing through him. He felt a profound sense of interconnectedness, his own consciousness expanding to encompass the vastness of the Earth's ancient awareness. The resonant hum emanating from the mountain intensified, vibrating through Mark's very bones. The swirling clouds above the caldera seemed to mirror the flow of energy within him. Eleanor monitored the geomantic web around them, making subtle adjustments to protective circle to help stabilize the energy flow and prevent it from becoming too volatile. The process was gradual, a slow attunement of Mark's being to the primordial rhythm of the Earth. He experienced moments of intense pressure as the raw energies surged through him, requiring immense focus to maintain the channel. Eleanor's grounding presence and her knowledge of Earth energies were crucial in preventing him from being overwhelmed. As the communion deepened, Mark began to perceive subtle shifts in the global paranormal activity. The chaotic surges seemed to lessen in intensity, replaced by a more steady, resonant hum in the unseen world. The manipulative whispers reported across the globe began to subside, replaced by a feeling of anticipation, a sense of a new era dawning. The swirling visual motif reported by sensitives seemed to stabilize, becoming less erratic and more like a gentle, rhythmic pulse. It was as if the primordial awakening was finding a more balanced expression through the global consciousness. Days turned into nights within the caldera as Mark remained a conduit, his connection to the ancient consciousness deepening. He felt a profound sense of peace settle within him, a merging of his own awareness with the timeless rhythm of the Earth. The fear that had once shadowed his encounters with the unseen had been replaced by a sense of awe and interconnectedness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the intense surge of primordial energy began to subside. The swirling symbol within Mark pulsed one last time, its light dimming to a gentle hum. The resonant hum emanating from a mountain gradually faded, and the swirling clouds above the caldera stilled. Mark slowly withdrew his awareness, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion, but also a deep sense of peace. The communion was complete. The awakening had found its conduit, and a delicate balance had been maintained. The flow of ages continued, carrying the Earth into a new phase of its long existence. The burden of choice had been met with willing acceptance, and the unforeseen consequences of the ancient stirring had been navigated with a delicate harmony. The widening circle of the unseen had found a new equilibrium, guided by the unlikely connection between a man marked by a swirl and the primordial heart of the earth. Chapter 47. The stillness after the surge and whispers of a new dawn. The stillness that settled over the world after Mark's communion with the ancient consciousness was profound. The global surge in paranormal activity subsided, the chaotic energies finding a new equilibrium. The manipulative whispers fell silent, replaced by a sense of quiet anticipation, a feeling that the unseen world held its breath, awaiting the dawn of a new era. Within the caldera, the intense energy that had thrummed to the mountain gradually receded. Mark, though physically and psychically drained, felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet understanding that transcended words. The swirling symbol within him, once a mark of terror and then a conduit of immense power, now resonated with a gentle hum, a constant reminder of his unique connection to the Earth's ancient heart. Eleanor, her face etched with relief and awe, helped Mark to ground himself fully back in his physical body. The experience had been transformative, forging an even deeper bond between them, a shared understanding of the immense forces at play in the unseen world. As they descended the mountain, the indigenous elders greeted them with a quiet reverence. They sensed the shift in the land's energy, the calming of the primordial stirring. They acknowledged Mark's role as the conduit, recognizing the burden he had carried and the balance he had helped to restore. Returning to their respective homes, Mark and Eleanor monitored the global paranormal landscape. The reports from their network indicated a significant decrease in chaotic activity. Sensitives described a feeling of greater stability in the unseen realms, a sense of new, underlying harmony. The swirling visual motif, once a sign of unrest, was now reported as a fleeting, peaceful image in meditative states, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Life for Mark resumed a semblance of normalcy, but with a profound difference. His sensitivity to the unseen was now more refined, more controlled. He could still sense the subtle energies and occasional distress signals, but they no longer overwhelmed him. He carried within him the deep resonance of the Earth's ancient heart, a constant source of grounding and understanding. His work with Eleanor continued, but their focus shifted. The era of crisis seemed to have passed, replaced by a need to understand the long-term implications of the primordial awakening and the new equilibrium in the unseen world. They began to research ancient prophecies and cyclical patterns, seeking insights into what this new dawn might bring. The whispers Mark now occasionally sensed in his deeper meditations were different. They no longer carried the ancient authority or the manipulative intent of the previous era. Instead, they were softer, more akin to the rustling of leaves or the gentle murmur of a stream, hinting at new possibilities, new forms of interaction between the seen and unseen. One particularly vivid meditative experience brought Mark a vision of interconnected networks of light expanding across the globe, linking sensitive individuals and places of power. It felt like the primordial awakening had not just shifted the balance, but had also activated latent connections within the unseen world, creating new pathways for communication and understanding. He shared this vision with Eleanor, who had been receiving similar intuitive impressions. They theorized that the awakening might usher in an era of greater interconnectedness between humanity and the unseen, a potential for increased awareness and communication with other realms. However, they also recognized the potential for new challenges. The shifting energies and the awakening of ancient forces could create unforeseen vulnerabilities and attract new forms of entities or influences. Vigilance and a continued commitment to understanding would be crucial. Mark felt a sense of hopeful anticipation for this new dawn. His journey through terror and understanding had led him to a place of profound connection and a sense of stewardship for the delicate balance between worlds. The widening circle of the unseen now felt less like a threat and more like an expanding horizon of possibilities. The stillness after the surge held the promise of a new era, whispered on the winds of change, a future where the ancient echoes might harmonize with the emerging light. His role, he sensed, was to continue to listen, to learn, and to help guide humanity into this uncharted territory with wisdom and compassion. Chapter 48. The Unfolding Tapestry and Seeds of the New Age. The quiet dawn that followed the primordial awakening continued to unfold, revealing a subtly altered landscape of the unseen world. The intense, chaotic energies had subsided, replaced by a more resonant hum, a feeling of interconnectedness that seemed to weave through the fabric of reality. Mark and Eleanor remained vigilant. Their network of light now focused on understanding the nuances of this new era and assisting those navigating its subtle shifts. The interconnected networks of light that Mark had envisioned in his meditations began to manifest in tangible ways. Sensitives across the globe reported a greater ease in communicating with one another, sharing insights and experiences with newfound clarity. There was a growing sense of collective awareness, a feeling of being part of a larger, interconnected web of consciousness that extended beyond the physical realm. Mark's own abilities continued to evolve. His intuitive senses became even more refined, allowing him to perceive subtle energy flows and emotional imprints with greater precision. He found himself increasingly drawn to locations with strong earth energies, ancient sites now resonating with a renewed vibrancy. These places felt like nodes in the global network of light, radiating a sense of peace and potential. Eleanor's research into ancient prophecies and cyclical patterns suggested that the primordial awakening marked the beginning of a new age, a time of increased spiritual awareness and a closer interaction between the seen and unseen worlds. However, these prophecies also cautioned against complacency, warning that periods of great change often brought new challenges and opportunities for imbalance. One such challenge began to emerge in the form of a subtle but persistent undercurrent of unease reported by several sensitives within their network. It wasn't the overt malevolence of the manipulative entity Mark had faced, but a more insidious form of influence, characterized by subtle suggestions, amplified anxieties, and a blurring of the lines between intuition and external prompting. These reports often centered around individuals who were newly awakening to their own psychic abilities, those who were still learning to discern between their own inner voice and external influences. The subtle suggestions seemed to prey on their insecurities and fears, subtly guiding them towards negative thought patterns and potentially harmful actions. Mark recognized the hallmarks of manipulation, albeit in a more nuanced form than he had encountered before. This felt like a different kind of entity, one that thrived in the liminal spaces of awakening consciousness, subtly shaping the nascent energies of this new age. He and Eleanor began to investigate these reports, collaborated with other experienced sensitives to understand the nature and source of this subtle influence. Their investigations led them to ancient texts that spoke of shadow entities, beings that existed in the periphery of awareness, feeding on fear and confusion, and subtly manipulating the thoughts and emotions of the vulnerable. The rise of these shadow entities seemed to be a consequence of the amplified energies of the primordial awakening, creating an environment where such beings could more easily manifest and exert their influence. The interconnected network of light, while a source of great potential, also presented new pathways for these subtle manipulators to reach a wider audience. Mark felt a renewed sense of responsibility. The dawn of this new age, while promising, also carried the risk of new forms of darkness taking root. His experience with manipulation, coupled with his growing understanding of the interconnected unseen world, positioned him to help those vulnerable to these subtle influences. Together with Eleanor and their network, they began to develop strategies for identifying and counteracting these shadow entities. They focused on educating newly awakened sensitives on the importance of discernment, grounding techniques, and strengthening their psychic boundaries. They also explored ancient methods of shielding and purification to create protective barriers against these insidious influences. The unfolding tapestry of this new age was intricate and complex, woven with threads of light and shadow. The primordial awakening had sown the seeds of greater interconnectedness and spiritual awareness, but it also inadvertently created fertile ground for new challenges. Mark and Eleanor knew that their work was far from over. The whispers of a new dawn also carried the subtle warnings of potential pitfalls, demanding vigilance, understanding, and a continued commitment to guiding others toward the light. The widening circle of the unseen now presented not just opportunity for growth, but also the responsibility of protecting the vulnerable seeds of this new age. Chapter 49, Guardians of the Threshold and the Shifting Sands. The subtle yet persistent influence of the shadow entities marked a new phase in Mark and Eleanor's work. The initial euphoria of the primordial awakening had given way to a more nuanced understanding of a new landscape of the unseen, a realm of amplified potential intertwined with emerging challenges. The interconnected network of light, while a source of immense good, also provided pathways for more insidious forces to exert their influence, particularly on the newly awakened and the psychically vulnerable. Mark and Eleanor dedicated themselves to becoming guardians of this threshold, focusing their efforts on educating and protecting those most susceptible to the subtle manipulations. They organized online workshops and in-person gatherings, sharing their knowledge of discernment, psychic self-defense, and the importance of maintaining strong energetic boundaries. Mark's personal experience with manipulation lent a powerful authenticity to his teachings, allowing him to connect with others on a deeper level of understanding. Their network of light became a vital support system, with experienced sensitives mentoring those new to their abilities, helping them to navigate the often confusing terrain of the unseen. They developed a series of guided meditations and visualizations designed to strengthen inner resilience and create impenetrable psychic shields. However, the shadow entities proved to be cunning and adaptable. Their methods of influence evolved, becoming even more subtle and insidious. They began to exploit the anxieties and uncertainties of a new age, subtly amplifying feelings of isolation, doubt, and fear. They would whisper suggestions that seemed to originate from within, blurring the lines between intuition and external manipulation. Mark and Eleanor realized that a purely defensive approach was not enough. They needed to understand the nature of these shadow entities, their origins, and their goals. Their research led them to even more ancient texts, describing these beings as fragments of primal chaos, drawn to periods of significant energetic flux, feeding on the unanchored energies of awakening consciousness. Some legends suggested that these entities were not inherently malevolent, but rather opportunistic, drawn to imbalance and seeking to perpetuate it. They thrive in environments of fear and uncertainty, their influence waning in the presence of clarity, love, and strong energetic coherence. This understanding shifted their approach. While continuing to teach defensive techniques, they also emphasize the importance of cultivating inner peace, fostering strong connections within the network of light, and radiating positive energy. They believed that by strengthening the collective consciousness with love and understanding, they could create an environment less hospitable to the shadow entities. Mark found that his connection to the Earth's primordial resonance provided a powerful anchor against these subtle influences. By grounding himself in this deep, stable energy, he could more easily discern external manipulations from his own intuition. He began teaching others how to tap into this grounding force, helping them to cultivate their own inner stability. Eleanor's research uncovered ancient rituals and practices designed to purify energetic spaces and dispel chaotic influences. They adapted these techniques to the modern world, creating guided visualizations and energy-clearing exercises that individuals could use to protect themselves and their environments. The battle against the shadow entities was a subtle but persistent one, a constant interplay of influence and resistance. It felt like navigating shifting sands, where vigilance and adaptability were crucial. Mark and Eleanor and their network became guardians of the threshold between the old age and the new, working tirelessly to guide and protect those making the transition. The widening circle of the unseen, while holding immense potential for growth and connection, also demanded a new level of awareness and a commitment to safeguarding the nascent energies of this unfolding age. The ancient echoes now carried not just whispers of primordial, but also the subtle sibilance of those who sought to exploit the shifting sands of consciousness. Chapter 50, The Dawning Light and the Harmonious Chord. The persistent efforts of Mark, Eleanor, and their network of light began to bear fruit in the evolving landscape of the unseen. The subtle influence of the shadow entities, while still present, found less fertile ground in the growing awareness and resilience of the newly awakened. The interconnected web of consciousness strengthened, becoming a source of collective support and a beacon of clarity in the shifting energies of a new age. Mark's connection to the Earth's primordial resonance deepened, providing him with an unwavering anchor and an enhanced ability to discern subtle energies. He became a more adept guide, helping others to cultivate their own inner stability and to tap into this grounding force. The swirling symbol within him no longer felt like a personal mark, but a vibrant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a key to harmonizing with the deeper rhythms of the planet. Eleanor's expertise in ancient lore and energetic purification proved invaluable in developing effective strategies against the shadow entities. The protective visualizations and energy clearing exercises they share became widely adopted within their network, empowering individuals to safeguard their psychic boundaries and maintain inner clarity. The focus shifted from solely combating the subtle darkness to actively cultivating the positive potential of a new age. Mark and Eleanor organized global meditations aimed at amplifying love, compassion, and understanding within the interconnected consciousness. They believed that by strengthening the light, the shadows would naturally recede. The ancient sacred sites, now resonating with renewed vibrancy, became focal points for these collective meditations, acting as energetic anchors for the positive intentions. Sensitives around the world gathered at these power centers, their combined energies creating a powerful wave of light that rippled to the unseen realms. Mark experienced vivid visions during these meditations, seeing the interconnected network of light expanding and intensifying, pushing back the subtle pockets of shadow. It felt like a harmonious chord resonating through the global consciousness, a symphony of positive energy building in strength and clarity. The whispers of the new dawn became more distinct, no longer just subtle murmurs but clear, intuitive insights guiding individuals towards greater understanding and connection. There was a growing sense of unity among those sensitive to the unseen, a feeling of shared purpose in navigating this new era. The shadow entities, while not entirely vanquished, found their influence significantly diminished. Their subtle suggestions were more easily recognized and rejected in the presence of increased awareness and energetic coherence. They seemed to retreat to the periphery, their power waning in the face of the growing light. Mark and Eleanor continued their work, their role evolving from reactive guardians to proactive facilitators of growth and understanding. They established training programs for emerging sensitives, providing them with the tools and knowledge necessary to navigate the unseen world with confidence and clarity. The widening circle of the unseen now felt less like a realm of potential threat and more like an expanding horizon of possibilities for connection, understanding, and spiritual evolution. The ancient echoes, once tinged with the unknown, now resonated with a harmonious chord of a new age dawning. Mark looked out at the world, no longer seeing it solely through the lens of his past trauma, but with a sense of hopeful anticipation for the future. The unforeseen consequences of his haunting had ultimately led him to a place of profound purpose, a guardian of the threshold between worlds, helping to usher in an era of greater light and understanding. The journey had been long and arduous, but the dawning light of this new age offered the promise of a more harmonious and interconnected future, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of light to overcome darkness. The final echoes of the ancient stirring had resolved into a symphony of hope, resonating with the promise of a brighter tomorrow